Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If McGonagall Rescued Harry and Took Him to Gringotts. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Ginny uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Chapter 1. The Goblin's Ward. Rain fell in miserable sheets over Privet Drive, transforming the pristine suburban street into a gray watercolor that ran at the edges. Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, pulled her emerald cloak tighter as she peered through the downpour at number 4. To any muggle who might have noticed her, she would have appeared simply as a severe-looking woman with an odd fashion sense. Certainly not as one of Britain's most powerful witches conducting her quarterly observation of the boy who lived. These monitoring visits had been her own addition to Albus Dumbledore's protection plan. The headmaster had insisted on blood wards and distance, a complete separation from the magical world until Harry Potter was old enough for Hogwarts. Minerva had reluctantly agreed, but only with the stipulation that she would personally check on the boy's welfare. Dumbledore need not know the frequency of her visits. Some matters were better handled with discretion. Something felt wrong today. The curtains of number 4 were drawn tight despite the early hour, and no lights shone from within despite the gloom. With a quick glance to ensure no neighbors were watching, Minerva transformed from her human form into a silver-striped tabby cat. The transformation was seamless, practiced over decades as one of Britain's few registered animagi. The cat darted across the lawn, barely disturbing the perfect rows of petunias despite the muddy ground. She leapt onto the windowsill of the kitchen and peered inside. The house was immaculate as always. Petunia. Dursley's obsession with appearances extended to every corner of her home. But the tabby's sharp eyes narrowed at the family scene unfolding inside. Vernon and Petunia sat at the breakfast table with their son Dudley, who appeared to be throwing some manner of tantrum over his breakfast. The boy was enormous for his age, his face purple with rage as he pounded his fists on the table, demanding song. Minerva couldn't hear through the glass, but it was the small figure in the corner that drew her attention. Harry Potter, barely visible in the shadows, watching the scene with a wariness no 5-year-old should possess. He was too small, much too small for a boy his age. His clothes hung from his thin frame like sails without wind, clearly hand-me-downs from his cousin who outweighed him several times over. When he shifted position, Minerva caught a glimpse of his face. Those unmistakable green eyes, Lily's eyes, behind broken glasses held together with tape. The tabby's tail twitched in agitation. This was beyond the not spoiled environment Dumbledore had wanted. This was neglect, plain and simple. As she watched, Petunia sharply gestured toward the stove. Harry quickly moved to a footstool, climbing up to tend to something cooking. A child that age, cooking at a hot stove. Minerva's whiskers bristled with indignation. This wasn't right. Not right at all. Her decision was made when she saw Vernon's meaty hand raise threateningly when Harry accidentally dropped an eggshell on the pristine floor. In an instant, the tabby leapt from the windowsill, and by the time she reached the front door, Minerva McGonagall stood tall in her human form, righteous anger radiating from her like heat. A swift Alohomora opened the locked door, and she strode into the Dursley home with her wand drawn. Scottish temper fully roused. "What in the blazes?" Vernon began, his face shifting from its normal ruddy hue to an alarming purple as he rose from the table. "How dare you break into my home? I'll have the police on you in." "Silencio," Minerva cast with a flick of her wand. Vernon's mouth continued to move, but no sound emerged. His eyes bulged in shock and rage. Petunia shrieked and pulled Dudley behind her. Though the boy was so large she made a poor shield. "I have watched long enough," Minerva said, her voice cold and precise. "I placed Mr. Potter in your care, against my better judgment, I might add, and this is how you repay that trust. With neglect and abuse. We never asked to be saddled with him." Petunia found her voice, though it was high and trembling. "Dumbledore left him on our doorstep with nothing but a letter. A letter, as if that would explain everything. And that justifies starving a child, clothing him in rags while your son wants for nothing." Minerva's gaze swept the kitchen, noting the abundance of toys scattered about, the expensive clothing on Dudley, and the meager portion of breakfast set aside for Harry. forcing him to cook for your family when he can barely reach the stove. Her eyes found Harry, who had pressed himself against the wall, watching the confrontation with a mixture of terror and fascination. Their eyes met, and something in his gaze, a quiet resignation, an acceptance of his lot, broke something in Minerva's heart. "Pack your things, Mr. Potter," she said gently. "You won't be staying here any longer." Vernon, suddenly released from the silencing charm, exploded. "Now see here. You can't just take the boy," Dumbledore said. "Dumbledore is not here," Minerva cut him off sharply. "I am. And I am removing Mr. Potter from this situation. Effective immediately." "I haven't got much," Harry spoke for the first time, his voice small but clear. "Just some clothes and a few toys Dudley broke." The simplicity of this statement, delivered without self-pity, only strengthened Minerva's resolve. "Accio Harry Potter's belongings," she said with a wave of her wand. A pathetic bundle flew down the stairs, ragged clothes, a cracked toy soldier, and a tattered blanket that might have been from his infancy. Everything fit into a plastic grocery bag. This was the sum total of possessions for the heir of the Potter fortune, the boy whose parents had died heroes. Vernon made a move toward her, his face contorted with rage. "You'll regret this. We were told he had to stay here, for his protection. What about those death whatevers you lot were so afraid of?" Quote, "I believe Mr. Potter faces more immediate dangers in this house, Mr. Dursley," Minerva replied coldly. With another wave of her wand, she transfigured the plastic bag into a proper small suitcase. Dignifying Harry's few possessions, she knelt before Harry, bringing herself to his eye level. "Mr. Potter, Harry, would you like to come with me? I knew your parents, and I can take you somewhere safe." Quote, Harry's eyes widened. "You knew my parents?" "Really, I did. They were two of my favorite students," she said, a hint of warmth creeping into her voice. "Your mother was particularly gifted at charms, and your father, well, he had his talents, though he often applied them to mischief." This small connection to his parents seemed to decide the matter for Harry. He nodded solemnly. "This is kidnapping," Vernon bellowed, making another move toward them. "I'll have you arrested." Minerva rose to her full height, wand aimed precisely at Vernon's chest. "I suggest you reconsider your next action very carefully, Mr. Dursley. I am not someone you wish to cross." The threat hung in the air between them, and something in her expression must have communicated the depth of her power. For Vernon took a step back. "Come, Harry," she said, offering her hand to the boy. He took it hesitantly, his small fingers cold against her palm. "Where are we going?" he asked as they moved toward the door. A fair question, and one Minerva herself hadn't fully answered. She couldn't take him to Hogwarts. Dumbledore would know immediately, and while she was prepared to defy him on this matter, she needed time to prepare her case. The same issue eliminated any order-safe houses or magical families connected to Dumbledore. Where could she take a child that would be both Dumbledore's immediate reach and safe from any lingering Death Eater threats? The answer came to her as they stepped outside into the rain, an outrageous, unprecedented idea, but one that might just work. "We're going to the bank, Harry," she said with newfound certainty. The imposing white marble facade of Gringotts Wizarding Bank stood in stark contrast to the colorful shops of Diagon Alley. Even in the rain, the building seemed to glow with an inner light, ancient magic radiating from its very foundations. Minerva guided Harry up the steps, past the warning poem engraved on the silver doors, and into the vast main hall. She had disguised both of them before their journey, a simple glamour charm that changed Harry's hair color to brown and hid his lightning scar, and transfigured her own distinctive emerald robes to a plain traveler's cloak. It wouldn't fool anyone conducting a serious magical investigation, but it would prevent casual recognition. Harry gaped at the grand interior, his eyes wide as he took in the rows of goblin tellers perched on high stools, the marble floor inlaid with precious metals, and the various witches and wizards conducting their business. Many of the goblins gave the pair curious glances as they passed. It was unusual to see a child so young in Gringotts, particularly one who moved with such quiet caution, taking in every detail of his surroundings. "Professor McGonagall," a harsh voice spoke from their right. "This is an unexpected visit." Minerva turned to find Ragnarok, one of the senior managers of Gringotts, watching them with sharp eyes. Unlike many wizards, she had always made a point to learn the names and positions of the goblins she dealt with. It was a small courtesy that had earned her a measure of respect within these halls. "Master Ragnarok," she acknowledged with a respectful nod. "I require a private conversation on a matter of some delicacy. Perhaps your office would be more appropriate." The goblin's eyes flickered to Harry, narrowing slightly as if seeing through the glamour charm. "Indeed. Follow me." They were led through a series of corridors, away from the main hall and deeper into the bank than Minerva had ever ventured before. Harry stayed close to her side, his hand still in hers, but his eyes darted everywhere, taking in the goblin architecture, the low, wide doors designed for goblin proportions. The intricate metalwork that decorated every surface, the strange, angular runes carved into the stone walls. Ragnarok's office was a surprising space, larger than expected, with a ceiling high enough to accommodate human visitors comfortably. The walls were lined with shelves holding ledgers, strange instruments Minerva didn't recognize, and what appeared to be weapons from various eras of goblin history. A massive desk of dark wood dominated the center, its surface bare save for a single leather-bound book and a set of golden scales. "Now," Ragnarok said as he settled into the chair behind his desk. "Perhaps you might explain why you have brought Harry Potter into Gringotts under a glamour charm, Professor." Minerva couldn't hide her surprise. "You recognized him immediately." The goblin made a sound that might have been a scoff. "Gringotts' magic runs deeper than wizard glamours, Professor. We always know who enters our doors. The question remains, why is he here, with you, when he should be with his Muggle relatives?" Harry looked up at the mention of his name, confusion clear on his face. Minerva squeezed his hand reassuringly before addressing Ragnarok. "I have removed Mr. Potter from his relatives' care due to clear evidence of neglect and potential abuse," she stated firmly. "I cannot, in good conscience, return him to that environment." "And why bring this matter to Gringotts? Surely this is an internal wizard affair, to be handled by your ministry or your Dumbledore." The way Ragnarok said, "your," made it clear where the division lay in his mind. "Because I require sanctuary," Minerva said, playing her gambit. "Sanctuary under the Accord of 1752, Article 7. Ragnarok went very still, his already stern face hardening to granite. "That provision has not been invoked in over a century, Professor. It was intended for goblin refugees from persecution, not wizard children. The language of the Accord makes no species distinction, Master Ragnarok. It states that any being who seeks protection from unjust harm may petition for sanctuary within Gringotts' walls. I am petitioning on Harry's behalf, as his magical guardian in absentia." "Dumbledore is the boy's magical guardian," Ragnarok countered. "Dumbledore placed him with abusive relatives and failed to monitor his welfare," Minerva replied sharply. "I would argue that constitutes dereliction of guardian duties under Section 12 of the Wizarding Children's Protection Act. At minimum, it creates grounds for temporary guardianship reassignment pending formal review." A tense silence fell over the office. Harry looked between the two adults, clearly sensing the importance of what was being discussed even if he didn't understand the specifics. "What is it you want from Gringotts, exactly?" Ragnarok finally asked. "Temporary sanctuary for Harry, until proper arrangements can be made for his care. Access to his family vaults, which he should have had all along. And perhaps," she hesitated, then committed to her most audacious request, "perhaps consideration of a goblin wardship." Ragnarok actually laughed at this, a harsh, barking sound devoid of humor. "A goblin wardship, for a wizard child, for Harry Potter. You overreach, Professor." "Do I?" Minerva arched an eyebrow. "Consider the advantages, Master Ragnarok. The Goblin Nation would have a direct hand in shaping the future of one of Wizardkin's most important young heirs. You would have leverage in future negotiations with the Ministry. And you would earn the gratitude of the Potter line, which, I remind you, has been one of Gringotts' most valuable client families for centuries. And in return, we risk the wrath of your wizard authorities and possibly reignite tensions between our peoples," Ragnarok countered. "May I say something?" Harry's small voice interrupted their negotiation. Both adults turned to him in surprise. "What is it, Mr. Potter?" Minerva encouraged. Harry straightened his shoulders, gathering his courage. I don't understand everything you're talking about. But it sounds like you're deciding where I should live. He turned to face Ragnarok directly. Sir, I can be very useful. I know how to cook and clean, and I don't eat much. I can learn whatever I need to. And I won't be any trouble. I promise. The matter-of-fact way he presented himself as a serviceable burden rather than a child deserving of care struck both adults silent. Minerva felt a renewed surge of anger toward the Dursleys for instilling such thinking in a 5-year-old. Ragnarok's expression shifted subtly as he regarded Harry. You misunderstand, young human. If Gringotts were to extend wardship, you would not be a servant. You would be a ward of the Goblin Nation, entitled to protection, education, and certain privileges. Oh, Harry said, clearly surprised. That sounds nice. Ragnarok seemed to come to a decision. There is a way to determine if this unorthodox arrangement has any merit. The blood inheritance ritual would reveal if there are any connections between the Potter line and Goblin kind that might justify our involvement. Blood inheritance ritual, Minerva asked cautiously. A simple procedure. It would reveal young Potter's full magical heritage and any relevant magical contracts, alliances, or obligations that might affect his status. Ragnarok opened a drawer and removed a small golden knife and a sheet of parchment that seemed to shimmer in the light. It requires a few drops of freely given blood. Minerva hesitated. Blood magic was viewed with suspicion in the wizarding world, bordering on dark arts in some applications. But she knew enough about goblin customs to recognize this as standard bank procedure for inheritance matters. Will it hurt much? Harry asked pragmatically. A small prick, Ragnarok assured him. No more painful than a thorn scratch. Harry nodded. I'd like to know about my family. With Minerva's reluctant approval, Ragnarok instructed Harry to hold his hand over the parchment. The goblin made a quick, precise cut on the boy's finger with the golden knife. 3 drops of blood fell onto the parchment, where they seemed to sink into the material rather than stain it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, lines of text began to appear on the parchment, flowing outward from where the blood had fallen like branches of a tree. Ragnarok's eyes widened as he read, an expression of genuine surprise crossing his features, something Minerva suspected was rare for the seasoned banker. Extraordinary, he murmured. What is it? Minerva asked, trying to read the parchment upside down. Ragnarok looked up at Harry with newfound interest. It seems, young Potter, that your bloodline holds more surprises than even I anticipated. He turned the parchment so they could see. At the 2P was Harry's name in elegant script, Harry James Potter. Below it branched his immediate ancestry, James Potter and Lily Evans Potter. But it was the further connections that drew gasps from both Minerva and Harry. The Potter line traced back through centuries of wizards, eventually connecting to Ignotus Peverell, one of the legendary brothers from The Tale of the Three Brothers. On Lily's side, something even more surprising appeared. Despite her supposed Muggle-born status, there was a faint, almost invisible line tracing back to an ancient squib branch of the Ravenclaw family, explaining her exceptional magical talent. But what had clearly caught Ragnarok's attention was a notation beside the Potter family line. Holders of the Covenant of Korshak, Third Goblin War, 1426. The Covenant of Korshak, Ragnarok explained, seeing their confusion, was a magical alliance between the goblin hero King Korshak and 3 wizard families who stood with goblin kind during the Third Goblin Rebellion. The Potters were one of those families. According to our histories, they sheltered goblin refugees and helped negotiate the peace that ended the conflict. I've never heard of this covenant, Minerva said, bewildered that such an important historical connection had been lost to wizard history. Wizard histories tend to omit instances of cooperation with lesser beings, Ragnarok said dryly. But Gringotts remembers. The covenant established that these families and their descendants would always find sanctuary with goblin kind if needed. He looked at Harry with new respect. It seems, young Potter, that your request for sanctuary is not merely permitted but mandated by ancient magic. Harry looked overwhelmed but pleased at this connection to history. Does that mean I can stay? Ragnarok nodded slowly. For now, at least. The covenant compels us to offer protection when formally requested. However, he turned to Minerva, a full wardship is another matter entirely. It would require approval from the Goblin High Council. Quote, but you will present the case. Minerva pressed. I will, Ragnarok conceded. Though I make no guarantees of the outcome. A weight lifted from Minerva's shoulders. Harry would be safe here. At least temporarily. Gringotts' protections were among the strongest in the magical world, and the goblins' sovereignty meant that even Albus would need to tread carefully if he wished to interfere. There is more, Ragnarok said, studying the parchment further. The boy has several unclaimed inheritances and dormant magical gifts that would normally not have been accessible until he turned 11 or even 17. But with a blood activation now. What sort of gifts? Harry asked eagerly. That remains to be seen, Ragnarok replied. But the parchment indicates a particular affinity for defensive magic, likely from the Potter line, and something else, a sensitivity to magical objects. This latter gift is rare, even among wizards. Minerva's mind raced with the implications. Harry, raised with knowledge of his heritage and proper magical training from a young age, would be a very different wizard than the one Dumbledore had planned for. Was she making the right decision? Altering the course Albus had set might have far-reaching consequences she couldn't foresee. But looking at Harry's face, alight with discovery and hope after years of neglect, she knew she couldn't turn back. What happens now? Harry asked. Now, Ragnarok said, rising from his desk, we must make arrangements for your stay. Gringotts is not typically equipped for human children, but we can adapt suitable quarters. He pulled a silver cord that hung beside his desk, and moments later, another goblin entered. Griphook, Ragnarok addressed the newcomer, prepare the sanctuary. Chambers in the East Wing for a young human ward. And inform the council that I request an emergency session regarding a wardship petition under the Covenant of Korshak. Griphook's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded and departed without question. Professor McGonagall, Ragnarok continued, I assume you must return to Hogwarts soon to avoid suspicion. Minerva nodded reluctantly. I should. Albus will notice my extended absence eventually. She turned to Harry, kneeling to meet his eyes. Harry, I must go for now, but I promise I will return to check on you. You'll be safe here with the goblins. They will protect you. Will I ever go to Hogwarts? Harry asked, a tremor of uncertainty in his voice. You said my parents went there. When you're older, yes, Minerva assured him. But for now, I believe this is the best place for you. You'll learn different things here, valuable things. And I'll visit as often as I can. Harry nodded bravely. Thank you for taking me away from the Dursleys. The simple gratitude in those words reaffirmed her decision. Whatever consequences might come, she had done the right thing. One more matter, Ragnarok interjected. The blood inheritance ritual revealed something else of significance. There appears to be a magical foreign influence attached to the boy's scar. Minerva's blood ran cold. What kind of influence? I cannot say with certainty, Ragnarok replied grimly. But it bears the magical signature of dark magic, very dark magic. Our curse breakers should examine it. Yes, of course, Minerva agreed immediately. If there was something sinister attached to Harry's scar, perhaps dating back to that terrible night when Voldemort had attacked, it needed to be addressed. We will see to it, Ragnarok assured her. Goblin curse breaking differs from wizard methods. We may be able to identify or even remove what your kind could not. Minerva squeezed Harry's hand one last time. I must go now, but remember, you are Harry Potter, son of James and Lily Potter, who were brave and kind and brilliant. And now you're also a ward of Gringotts, which means you have a new kind of family watching over you. I understand, Harry said solemnly. I'll make you proud. You already do, she told him softly. As she prepared to leave, Minerva knew she was crossing a line from which there would be no return. Albus would be furious when he discovered what she had done. The ministry would likely be equally outraged at the unprecedented arrangement. But watching Harry stand tall beside Ragnarok, his small hand now trustingly in the goblin's gnarled one, she felt certainty settle in her heart. Sometimes, the correct path was not the one laid out by great men with grand plans, but the one forged by conscience in the face of a child's suffering. Ari's first night in Gringotts was unlike anything he had ever experienced. After Professor McGonagall's departure, Ragnarok had personally escorted him to what the goblins called the sanctuary chambers in the east wing of Gringotts. The passages twisted and turned, descending deeper beneath London. Unlike the austere marble of the bank's public areas, these corridors were lined with a warm, gold stone that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Harry noticed that the architecture gradually changed as they descended. The ceilings became lower, the doorways wider, more suited to goblin proportions. These chambers haven't been used in decades, Ragnarok explained as they walked. Not since the last global wizarding conflict, when certain magical families sought our protection. The war with Vold, Harry began, recalling what Professor McGonagall had mentioned. No, Ragnarok interrupted sharply. An earlier conflict. The wizard Grindelwald. Your kind have an unfortunate tendency toward Dark Lords. Harry fell silent, absorbing this casual reference to wizard history he knew nothing about. He wondered how much of his own history remained unknown to him, like the Covenant of Korshak had apparently connected his family to the goblins. They finally stopped before a door made of dark wood banded with silver. Ragnarok pressed his palm to the center of the door, and Harry felt a surge of magic as wards recognized the goblin's touch. The door swung open to reveal a surprising sight. The chamber beyond was larger than Harry had expected, with a ceiling high enough for a grown human to stand comfortably. A fire burned in a hearth carved directly from the stone wall, casting dancing shadows around the room. The furnishings were a curious blend of goblin and human designs, a bed sized for a human child but crafted in the angular goblin style, shelves filled with leather-bound books, and a small wooden table with chairs of different heights. These will be your quarters, Ragnarok stated. They have been adjusted somewhat for human needs, though you may find certain aspects unfamiliar. Harry stepped inside, turning slowly to take in his new home. After the cupboard under the stairs at Privet Drive, this room seemed palatial. It's brilliant, he said softly. A flicker of something, perhaps satisfaction, crossed Ragnarok's stern features. The adjoining chamber contains bathing facilities. I am told humans require frequent washing. Yes, sir, Harry nodded seriously. You will be provided with appropriate clothing, Ragnarok continued, eyeing Harry's oversized hand-me-downs with distaste. Those rags are unbecoming of both a Potter and a ward of Gringotts. Thank you, Harry said, still overwhelmed by the sudden change in his circumstances. Tomorrow, you will meet with Gornick, who will oversee your daily education and activities until the council decides on your permanent arrangement. For tonight, however, you should rest. Ragnarok moved toward the door, then hesitated. Do you require anything further before morning? Harry thought for a moment. There were 1,000 questions swirling in his mind, but one seemed most pressing. Could you tell me more about the Potters? My family. Ragnarok regarded him with an unreadable expression. The Potters have been clients of Gringotts for 12 generations. They were among the few wizard families who treated goblins with respect. Your grandfather, Fleemont Potter, once defended a goblin silversmith against charges of theft before the Wizengamot. A ghost of what might have been approval crossed his face. He was unusual for a wizard. Quote, what about my parents? Harry asked eagerly. I knew them only in passing, Ragnarok admitted. But their reputation was strong. Your mother, in particular, impressed many at Gringotts with her interest in goblin metallurgical techniques. She had a mind that could have made her a skilled curse breaker. This small glimpse into his parents' lives was precious to Harry, who had been told only that they had died in a car crash. A lie, he now realized, among many others the Dursleys had told him. Rest now, Ragnarok said, moving again toward the door. The coming days will bring many changes. Young Potter, you would do well to gather your strength. After the goblin left, Harry explored his new room more thoroughly. The bed was firm but comfortable, with blankets woven from some material he didn't recognize, not quite wool, but warmer. The shelves held books in various languages, some with titles he could read, others in angular scripts he assumed were goblin languages. In a small chest at the foot of the bed, he found clean clothes that looked to be approximately his size, simple but well-made garments in earth tones. Changing into a soft nightshirt, Harry finally climbed into the bed. His mind still racing with all that had happened in a single day. He had been rescued from the Dursleys, discovered he was part of an ancient magical family, and been given sanctuary in a goblin bank. It was like something from the fantasy books he sometimes glimpsed in Dudley's second bedroom, the ones his cousin never read but hoarded nonetheless. As Harry drifted toward sleep, warmer and more comfortable than he could ever remember being, one thought rose above the others. for the first time in his memory, he had been wanted. Professor McGonagall had wanted him enough to take him away from the Dursleys. The goblins, strange as they were, had accepted him because of who his family was. He belonged somewhere, and that, more than the magic or the mysteries, was the most wonderful discovery of all. The following days brought a whirlwind of new experiences for Harry. As promised, he was introduced to Gornik, a younger goblin with a less severe demeanor than Ragnarok, who was to serve as his primary caretaker and instructor. "You will follow a strict schedule," Gornik informed him on their first morning together. "Goblins value discipline and precision. Your day will be divided between physical training, educational studies, meals, and rest periods." Harry nodded eagerly. Any schedule was preferable to the unpredictable demands of the Dursleys, where he might be punished for making too much noise or not responding quickly enough to an unspoken expectation. His education began immediately. Each morning started with physical exercises in a stone-nay chamber deep within Gringotts, movements designed to build strength and agility. The exercises were challenging, clearly designed for young goblins rather than human children, but Harry threw himself into them with determination. He had always been quick and nimble, despite his small size, attributes that had helped him escape Dudley's gang during their favorite game of Harry hunting. After physical training came breakfast, followed by academic studies. Here, Harry discovered the truly unusual nature of his education under goblin tutelage. "You will learn mathematics and record keeping, go," RNUK explained as they sat in a small study room lined with abacuses and ledgers. "The foundation of wealth is understanding numbers." Harry, who had attended only a few months of Muggle primary school before the Dursleys decided it raised too many questions about his bruises and shabby clothing, found himself struggling to keep up with goblin arithmetic. But Gornik was a surprisingly patient teacher, and Harry's quick mind began to grasp the concepts. The afternoons brought different lessons: goblin history and customs, rudimentary gobbledygook, the goblin language, and most excitingly, basic magical theory. "You are too young for a proper wand," Gornik told him during their first magic lesson, "but not too young to understand the principles of magic. Wizard children often perform accidental magic from a young age. Have you experienced this?" Harry thought back to the strange occurrences that had always enraged Uncle Vernon, his hair growing back overnight after a particularly horrible haircut. Finding himself suddenly on the school roof when running from Dudley, the vanishing glass at the zoo. "I think so," he admitted. "Things happen when I'm scared or angry." Gornik nodded. "Emotional magic. Undisciplined but powerful. We will teach you to control these outbursts and channel them with purpose." The magical lessons were unlike anything Harry might have received in a wizard home. Goblins approached magic differently. They emphasized intent and will over incantations and wand movements. Harry learned to feel his magic as a force within him, to sense its ebbs and flows, to direct it with concentration rather than words. Progress was slow, but by the end of his first week at Gringotts, Harry could reliably make a small stone hover a few inches above his palm through sheer concentration, a feat that left him exhausted but exhilarated. "Not bad," Gornik had commented, which Harry came to recognize as high praise from a goblin. The evenings brought yet another facet to Harry's education. Different goblins would visit his quarters, sharing meals and stories. From Bogrod, an ancient goblin with milky eyes and gnarled hands, he heard tales of the goblin rebellions from the goblin perspective, stories very different from those in wizard history books. From Griphook, who worked in the upper levels of the bank, he learned about the day-to-day operations of Gringotts and the curious behaviors of wizard clients. It was during one such evening, nearly 2 weeks after his arrival, that Ragnarok returned to Harry's chambers with significant news. "The High Council has reached a decision regarding your wardship," the senior goblin announced without preamble as he entered Harry's room. Harry, who had been practicing writing gobbledygook characters under Gornik's supervision, looked up anxiously. Despite the strangeness of his new environment, he had grown accustomed to life at Gringotts and dreaded the possibility of being sent away. "What did they decide?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Ragnarok's expression remained inscrutable. "The council has approved a limited wardship, with conditions. You will remain under Gringotts protection until your 11th birthday, at which point you will attend Hogwarts as originally intended. During your time here, You will receive education in goblin knowledge normally restricted to our kind, with the expectation T. Hat you will serve as a bridge between our peoples in the future. Relief washed over Harry. I can stay. You can stay, Ragnarok confirmed. However, there are stipulations. You must swear a binding oath to never use goblin knowledge against goblin kind. You must maintain secrecy regarding certain aspects of your education. And you must agree to manage your family's affairs through Gringotts exclusively once you come of age. I agree to all of it, Harry said quickly. Do not be hasty, young Potter, Ragnarok cautioned. Magical oaths are not trivial matters. They carry consequences if broken. I understand, Harry insisted. But I don't want to go back to the Dursleys, and I want to learn everything you can teach me. I promise I'll never use anything I learn here to hurt goblins. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Your eagerness to make such promises speaks to either great loyalty or great naivety. Time will reveal which. He turned to Gornik. Prepare him for the oath ceremony tomorrow at midday. The council will witness. After Ragnarok departed, Gornik explained the significance of what had just transpired. This is unprecedented, young Potter. No human has been granted wardship under goblin law in living memory. Even with the Covenant of Korshak, many on the council opposed the arrangement. Why did they agree, then? Harry asked. Gornuk's expression turned shrewd. Politics. Having the boy who lived indebted to goblin kind offers certain advantages. And there is the matter of your scar. Harry's hand reflexively went to the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead. In his second week at Gringotts, he had undergone an examination by goblin curse breakers, an uncomfortable experience he preferred not to dwell on. They had poked and prodded at his scar with strange instruments, muttering in rapid gobbledygook too complex for Harry to follow. What about my scar? He asked hesitantly. The curse breakers confirmed the presence of foreign magic, Gornik replied carefully. Dark magic of a most unusual nature. They believe it to be a soul fragment, a piece of the dark wizard who tried to kill you, embedded in your flesh when his killing curse rebounded. Harry felt suddenly cold. I have a piece of Voldemort inside me. Had, Gornik corrected. The fragment has been contained and removed. How? Harry asked, bewildered. Goblin magic differs from wizard magic, Gornik explained. Where wizards might have spent years studying such a phenomenon, our curse breakers simply extracted the fragment and sealed it in a warded container. The procedure was experimental, but successful. Harry wasn't sure whether to be relieved or horrified. The casual way Gornik described removing a piece of a dark wizard's soul from his forehead was typical of the goblins' pragmatic approach to problems. The council sees this as further justification for your wardship, Gornik continued. The wizard Dumbledore either failed to detect this fragment or chose not to remove it. Either possibility does not speak well of his guardianship. Harry nodded slowly, processing this information. Every day seemed to bring new revelations about his past and the world he was now part of. It was overwhelming but also thrilling. He was learning more than he ever had at the Dursleys, where questions were forbidden and knowledge was suspect. Tomorrow you will be formally recognized as a ward of Gringotts, Gornik said, returning to the immediate matter. It is a solemn occasion. You will need to memorize the oath in both English and gobbledygook. Harry straightened his shoulders, determination setting in. Teach me the words. I'll be ready. The oath ceremony took place in a circular chamber deep beneath Gringotts, a space Harry had never seen before. The walls were lined with silver and gold inlays forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Torches burning with blue flames cast an otherworldly light over the proceedings. The Goblin High Council, 13 senior goblins including Ragnarok, sat in a semicircle on raised stone seats. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, wearing new formal robes provided for the occasion, black with silver trim. Tailored to his small frame. Harry James Potter, Ragnarok intoned, his voice echoing in the chamber. You stand before the High Council of Gringotts to be recognized as a ward of the Goblin Nation under the ancient Covenant of Korshak. Do you come willingly to claim this protection and bear its responsibilities? Harry's mouth felt dry, but he spoke the words he had practiced with Gornik. I come willingly, with gratitude for the sanctuary offered and awareness of the duties it entails. Then speak the oath, in the tongues of both goblin and wizard, binding yourself to our laws and our protection. Harry took a deep breath and began the complex oath, first in English and then, more carefully, in gobbledygook. The foreign words felt strange on his tongue, but he pronounced each syllable with the precision Gornick had drilled into him. I, Harry James Potter, last of the Potter line, do solemnly swear to honor the covenant of Korshak and the wardship granted by the Goblin Nation. I will respect Goblin law and custom, guard Goblin secrets as my own, and never raise magic or blade against my guardians. In return, I accept the protection, education, and guidance of Gringotts until I come of age. So I swear by my magic and my blood, from this day until the terms are fulfilled. As he spoke the final words, a silver light emanated from the floor beneath him, spiraling up around his body like a gentle whirlwind. The magic tingled against his skin, neither warm nor cold but somehow both at once. It settled into him, a weight like a promise in his chest. Gnok descended from his seat to stand before Harry. In his hands, he held a small silver medallion on a chain. This token marks you as a ward of Gringotts, he explained, placing the chain around Harry's neck. It will allow you passage through certain goblin wards and serve as proof of your status should you encounter goblins outside these walls. Harry looked down at the medallion, a simple disc, engraved with goblin runes on one side and the Potter family crest on the other. The council recognizes Harry James Potter as a ward of the Goblin Nation, Ragnarok announced formally. Let it be Rico, RDED in our archives and honored by all under Gringotts' authority. The other council members struck their stone seats with metal rods, creating a resonant chime that filled the chamber. The sound lingered, vibrating in Harry's bones, as if the very magic of Gringotts was acknowledging the pact. It is done, Ragnarok declared. As the formal ceremony concluded, Harry realized how profoundly his life had changed in just a few short weeks. From an unwanted burden in a Muggle home to a ward of the Goblin Nation, with access to knowledge few wizards ever glimpsed. The weight of this transformation settled on his young shoulders, not oppressively, but with purpose. Whatever lay ahead, he was no longer alone and unwanted. He had a place in this strange new world, and he was determined to make the most of it. The weeks turned to months, and Harry settled into a routine at Gringotts that would have been unimaginable to his former self at Privet Drive. His days were filled with learning, not just academic subjects, but the practical skills and cultural knowledge that came with his unique position. Professor McGonagall visited as promised, though her appearances were necessarily infrequent and discreet to avoid arousing Dumbledore's suspicions. Her first visit, a month after Harry's placement at Gringotts, had been particularly memorable. Mr. Potter, she had said, her eyes widening as she took in the changes in his appearance. You look, well. Indeed, regular meals and exercise had begun to erase the effects of the Dursleys' neglect. Harry had grown an inch already, and his former gaunt face had filled out to healthy proportions. His new goblin-made clothes fit properly, and his previously unruly hair had been trimmed in the practical goblin style, short at the sides but with enough length on top to cover his lightning scar. The goblins take good care of me, Professor, Harry had assured her. And your education? She had asked cautiously. Harry had grinned. It's brilliant. I'm learning maths and history and even some magic. Gornick says I have good control for my age. McGonagall had raised an eyebrow at this. Magic. Without a wand. Goblins don't use wands, Harry had explained. They teach magic differently. It's about feeling the magic inside you and directing it with your will. This revelation had clearly surprised McGonagall, but she had adapted quickly. During her visits, she supplemented Harry's goblin education with lessons more aligned with what he would eventually learn at Hogwarts, the history of the Four Houses, stories about his parents' time at school, and basic theoretical foundations that would give him a head start when he finally received his letter. 4 months into Harry's stay at Gringotts, another significant development occurred. Ragnarok summoned him to his office one morning, where Harry was surprised to find a visitor waiting alongside the senior goblin. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said formally, may I present Remus Lupin, who was a friend of your parents. The man who rose to greet Harry was tall and thin, with light brown hair streaked prematurely with gray. His robes were shabby and patched in places, but clean. What Str. Uck Harry most were his eyes, amber in color and filled with a complex mixture of emotions as they took in James Potter's son. Harry, Lupin said, his voice hoarse with suppressed feeling. The last time I saw you, you were just learning to walk. You look so much like James, but you have Lily's eyes. You knew my parents well? Harry asked eagerly, always hungry for connections to his past. James was one of my best friends. Lupin confirmed. We attended Hogwarts together, along with, he broke off abruptly, pain flashing across his face. Professor McGonagall has arranged for Mr. Lupin to visit you periodically. Ragnarok explained. The council has approved these visits, as they align with your education in wizard customs and history. It soon became clear that there was more to this arrangement than mere courtesy. Lupin's visits, which began weekly, brought a new dimension to Harry's education. While the goblins taught him mathematics, finance, and their form of magic, Lupin shared personal stories about his parents and introduced him to aspects of wizarding culture the goblins either couldn't or wouldn't explain. Your father was exceptionally talented at transfiguration, Lupin told him during one visit. As they sat in a small chamber that had been designated for their meetings. He could transform objects with a creativity and precision that impressed even Professor McGonagall. Though she'd never have admitted it to his face, his head was quite big enough already in those days. Harry absorbed these stories like a sponge, building a mental image of the parents he couldn't remember. Through Lupin's eyes, James Potter became more than just a name. He was a loyal friend, a talented wizard, occasionally arrogant but ultimately brave and principled. Lily Evans Potter emerged as brilliant, kind, and fiercely protective, with a talent for charms and a commitment to justice that had led both Potters to oppose Voldemort directly. Why didn't you come for me after they died? Harry asked one day, the question that had been building in his mind since Lupin's first appearance. Pain crossed the man's worn face. I tried, Harry. Believe me, I tried. But Dumbledore had Edie placed you with your aunt and uncle by the time I recovered enough to function after your parents' deaths. He insisted the blood protection from your mother's sacrifice made that the safest place for you. He was wrong, Harry said simply. Yes, Lupin agreed, surprising Harry with his directness. It seems he was. When Minerva contacted me and explained what she'd discovered, what she'd done. He shook his head. I was shocked, then angry, then just grateful that someone had intervened. Did you know the Dursleys were so horrible? Harry asked. No, Lupin said firmly. If I had known how they were treating you, nothing would have stopped me from removing you. Dumbledore's plans are not. He hesitated. There were other complications that made it difficult for me to fight for guardianship. Someday, when you're older, I'll explain. Harry sensed there was more to this story, but he didn't press. Lupin had already given him more insights into his past than anyone besides Professor McGonagall. As winter turned to spring, Harry's magical education intensified. Under Gornook's tutelage, he had progressed from levitating small objects to manipulating their properties, changing the color of a goblet. Warming a stone with just his touch, creating small lights that danced above his palm. You have unusual aptitude for wandless magic, Gornook observed during one lesson. Most wizard children would struggle with these exercises even with a wand. Is that because of how you're teaching me? Harry asked. Gornook considered this. Partially. Wizard children are taught to rely on wands from the beginning, which atrophies their natural connection to their magic. But there may be other factors. The Potter line has always been magically powerful, and the events of your infancy may have affected your core. Harry thought about this often. According to what he had pieced together from McGonagall and Lupin's careful explanations, he had somehow survived the supposedly unsurvivable killing curse as a baby. Reflecting it back on Voldemort and vanquishing the Dark Wizard, the experience had left him with more than just a lightning-shaped scar. It had apparently embedded a fragment of Voldemort's soul in his forehead, which the goblins had removed. Could that fragment have affected my magic? He asked Gornook during another lesson. The goblin's expression darkened. Possibly. Soul magic is complex and unpredictable. The fragment may have been drawing on your magical core, or it may have been contributing foreign magic. Either way, its removal should allow your natural abilities to develop more purely. This explanation was both reassuring and unsettling. Harry didn't like the idea that part of Voldemort might have been influencing him, even unconsciously. But the knowledge that the fragment was gone, secured in some heavily warded vault deep within Gringotts, helped him focus on developing his own unique magical identity. 6 months into his stay, RRY faced his first significant challenge from the wizarding world outside Gringotts. Ragnarok called an urgent meeting one evening, his expression more severe than usual. Albus Dumbledore visited Gringotts today. He informed Harry without preamble. He requested a meeting with the director regarding, as he put it, anomalous magical activity detected around the bank. Harry's stomach clenched with anxiety. Does he know I'm here? He suspects something, Ragnarok admitted. His monitoring charms at your relatives' home would have alerted him to your departure months ago, but it appears he has only recently managed to trace the magical signature to Gringotts' vicinity. What happens now? Harry asked, fear edging into his voice. Despite his new skills and confidence, the thought of being forced back to the Dursleys still terrified him. Now, Ragnarok said with a hint of satisfaction, we remind the great Albus Dumbledore of the limits of his authority. Gringotts is sovereign territory under the Treaty of 1752. No wizard, regardless of their position, may demand access to our secure areas or information about our wards. But if he keeps searching, we have already taken precautions, Ragnarok assured him. Your magical signature is now masked by goblin wards specifically designed to confound wizard detection methods. Additionally, Professor McGonagall has been informed of the situation. She will attempt to misdirect Dumbledore's suspicions at Hogwarts. The threat of discovery hung over the following weeks, prompting adjustments to Harry's routine. His quarters were moved deeper within Gringotts, and his occasional supervised trips to the upper levels of the bank were suspended entirely. But as winter gave way to spring with no further confrontations, the immediate tension gradually eased. Life at Gringotts continued to shape Harry in ways both subtle and profound. His physical appearance changed, healthier, more confident in his movements, with calluses on his hands from goblin-style combat training. His mind expanded with knowledge that spanned both magical traditions. But perhaps the most significant change was in his understanding of himself and his place in the world. The wizarding world believes they know who you are, Lupin told him during one of their conversations. The boy who lived, a symbol more than a person. But they don't know the real Harry Potter. And who is that? Harry had asked. Lupin had smiled, a rare unguarded expression on his usually reserved face. That's for you to decide, Harry. And I think you're already well on your way. 1 year to the day after Minerva McGonagall had removed him from Privet Drive, Harry stood in Ragnarok's office for a special meeting. Both McGonagall and Lupin were present, along with Gornick and several members of the Goblin High Council. Harry Potter, Ragnarok began formally. 1 year ago, you became a ward of the Goblin Nation under extraordinary circumstances. Today, we evaluate the arrangement. Harry stood straight, meeting the senior goblin's gaze without flinching, a sign of respect in goblin culture, unlike the averted eyes he would have shown as a new arrival. In this year, you have demonstrated unusual dedication to your studies, Ragnarok continued. Your progress in goblin magic, while rudimentary by our standards, exceeds what any would have expected from a wizard child. Your understanding of our customs, while imperfect, shows genuine effort and respect. The council is satisfied with your development. From Ragnarok, this was high praise indeed. Harry inclined his head in the goblin manner, a gesture of acknowledgement between equals rather than the bow of a subordinate. Thank you, Master Ragnarok. I am grateful for the knowledge Gringotts has shared with me. Your wardship continues as agreed, Ragnarok stated. However, the council has approved an expansion of your education. Beginning next month, you will be permitted controlled excursions into the wizarding world, disguised and under protection. To begin familiarizing yourself with the society you will eventually rejoin. Harry's heart leapt at this news. While he had grown comfortable in the underground halls of Gringotts, he was eager to explore the magical world beyond its walls. Additionally, Ragnarok continued, you will begin more formal studies of Potter family magic, utilizing grimoires and artifacts from your family vaults. Remus Lupin has agreed to supervise this aspect of your education, with goblin oversight. Lupin nodded confirmation, a hint of pride in his amber eyes as he regarded Harry. And finally, Ragnarok concluded, Professor McGonagall has arranged for limited, secure correspondence with certain trustworthy individuals who may expand your social connections beyond Gringotts. The isolation of a young human, while necessary for security, is not ideal for development. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely moved by the thoughtfulness of these arrangements. I won't disappoint you. After the formal meeting concluded, McGonagall pulled Harry aside for a private word. Her stern face softened as she regarded the changes in her young charge. You've grown, Mr. Potter, she observed, not just physically. The goblins are excellent teachers, Harry replied. Different from what I expected, but I've learned so much. And what do you think of your unusual circumstance now, with a year's perspective? She asked curiously. Harry considered this carefully. I think, he began slowly, I think you saved me from more than just the Dursleys' neglect, Professor. If I'd stayed there until Hogwarts, I would have entered the wizarding world knowing nothing about magic, nothing about my family, nothing about the expectations everyone would have of me. McGonagall nodded, something like satisfaction in her eyes. That was precisely my concern. Albus meant well. He always does, but his grand plans sometimes overlook the individual costs. Is he still looking for me? Harry asked, the question that always lingered in the back of his mind. In his way, McGonagall admitted. But his attention has been divided by other matters at Hogwarts, and I've encouraged certain, M.I.'s interpretations of the magical traces he's detected. As far as Albus currently believes, you are under the protection of an unplottable wizard residence with blood connections to your mother's line. Not entirely false, if one considers the Ravenclaw connection revealed in your inheritance ritual. Her ingenuity impressed Harry, and he hasn't guessed that you're involved. Albus sees what he expects to see, McGonagall said with a hint of a smile. And he does not expect his Transfiguration professor to have orchestrated the removal of Harry Potter from his carefully arranged placement. As the meeting concluded and Harry returned to his chambers, now located in a quieter section of Gringotts' East Wing, he reflected on the extraordinary turn his life had taken. From a cupboard under the stairs to a sanctuary beneath London's streets. From an unwanted burden to a ward valued for both his heritage and his individual potential. The future stretched before him, filled with both promise and uncertainty. In a few years, he would re-enter the wizarding world officially as a Hogwarts student. What would that world make of a Harry Potter raised by goblins, educated in magical traditions that spanned cultures, and connected to his family legacy in ways Dumbledore had never intended? That remained to be seen. But as Harry practiced the wandless magic Gornick had taught him, creating a small dancing flame above his palm that cast warm light around his chamber, he felt ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. He was Harry Potter, not just the boy who lived, but a child of two worlds, with allies in both. And he would forge his own path forward, one step at a time. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2. Blood and Gold. The vaults of Gringotts stretched far deeper beneath London than any Muggle subway or sewer system. A labyrinthine testament to goblin ingenuity. Most wizards saw only the upper levels, where common storage vaults lined neatly numbered passageways. Few ever glimpsed the true extent of Gringotts, the ancient vaults of founding families, the specialized containment chambers for magical artifacts too dangerous for conventional storage, and deeper still, the residential and mental sectors of the bank that functioned as a sovereign goblin nation within Britain's borders. For the past year, these hidden depths had been Harry Potter's home. Focus, young Potter, Gornick instructed, his gravelly voice echoing in the small training chamber where Harry sat cross-legged on a stone floor carved with intricate runes. Intent without control as mere wishful thinking, Harry, now 6 years old, furrowed his brow in concentration. Before him lay a simple silver coin, a sickle from his trust vault. For the past hour, he had been attempting to imbue it with a specific magical property, the ability to grow warm when touched by its owner and cold in the hands of anyone else. I'm trying, Harry replied, his frustration evident. I can feel the magic, but it keeps slipping. Gornick circled him, observing with critical eyes. Your mind wanders. For goblin magic to work properly, one must maintain absolute clarity of purpose. Harry nodded, settling his shoulders and refocusing. This was advanced work for a wizard child his age, wandless magic of a specific, persistent nature. But after a year under goblin tutelage, Harry had progressed far beyond the capabilities of typical 6-year-olds. He extended his hand over the coin, calling forth his magic as Gornick had taught him, not with incantations or wand movements, but through disciplined will and intent. He visualized the precise effect he wanted, holding the image crystal clear in his mind while directing his magic into the metal. The coin briefly glowed blue, then settled back to its normal appearance. "Pick it up," Gornick instructed. Harry lifted the sickle, which immediately grew warm in his palm. Not hot, but pleasantly heated, like a cup of tea that had cooled to the perfect drinking temperature. "Now, hand it to me." Harry passed the coin to his mentor. Gornook's expression remained impassive as he held it, but after a moment, he nodded with grudging approval. "It grows cold," he confirmed. "A functional enchantment, if somewhat crude in execution. The boundary between owner and other could be more precisely defined." Coming from Gornick, this was high praise indeed. Harry grinned, pleased his progress despite the qualification. "Can I try again? I think I can make it clearer this time." The goblin returned the coin. "No, you've depleted enough of your core for one session. Magical exhaustion benefits no one." Though Harry wanted to continue, he had learned to respect goblin wisdom in matters of magical training. Unlike wizards, who often pushed their students to the limits of endurance, goblins took a more measured approach, consistent, demanding practice, but always with careful attention to a practitioner's magical reserves. "We will resume tomorrow," Gornick stated, gathering the practice materials. "For now, return to your quarters and review the financial statements I provided. Ragnarok wishes to assess your progress in that area as well." Harry sighed at the mention of financial statements. While he enjoyed many aspects of his goblin education, the intricacies of asset management and investment strategies remained challenging. Still, he knew better than to complain. In goblin culture, finance was not merely a practical skill but a cornerstone of their society. His ability to manage the Potter estates would be crucial when he came of age. As he made his way out the stone corridors toward his quarters, Harry reflected on how much his life had changed since Professor McGonagall had rescued him from the Dursleys. The frightened, malnourished boy in oversized clothes had given way to a healthier, more confident child who moved with purpose through the halls of Gringotts, nodding respectfully to passing goblins who acknowledged him with varying degrees of acceptance. Not all goblins had welcomed a human ward, especially at first. Some had viewed his presence as an intrusion, others as a political maneuver by the High Council. But as months passed, Ree's genuine interest in goblin culture and his dedication to learning their ways had softened some of the initial resistance. His living quarters had evolved as well. What began as a simple chamber had expanded to a modest suite, a bedroom decorated with a mixture of goblin art and, more recently, wizarding photographs of his parents provided by Remus Lupin, a study area with shelves of books in both English and gobbledygook, and a small sitting room where he could receive his approved visitors. Harry entered his quarters, immediately noticing a sealed envelope on his desk, the heavy parchment, and emerald ink immediately identifying it as correspondence from Professor McGonagall. He broke the seal eagerly, always looking forward to her letters. "Mr. Potter, I trust this letter finds you well. And continuing to apply yourself diligently to your studies. The end of term approaches at Hogwarts, which will allow me more freedom to visit in the coming weeks. I have discussed with Ragnarok the possibility of expanding your education to include more practical aspects of wizarding society. While your goblin tutors have provided excellent instruction in magical theory and control, there are elements of wizard magic that would benefit from specialized teaching. To that end, I have arranged for a retired wandmaker named Argyros Ollivander, cousin to the better-known Garrick Ollivander of Diog, on Alley, to meet with you regarding a training wand appropriate for your age and circumstances. Additionally, Mr. Lupin has reported most favorably on your progress with the family grimoires. Eves, you are ready to begin exploring the Potter family vaults in earnest, with proper supervision. This would provide valuable context for your heritage beyond the financial aspects. I shall visit on the 15th to discuss these matters further. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter twice, excitement building with each word. A training wand. The Potter Vaults. After a year of theoretical study and basic wandless exercises, the prospect of exploring more practical magic, and more of his family history, was thrilling. He carefully placed the letter in his desk drawer alongside others he had received during his time at Gringotts, correspondence from McGonagall, notes from Lupin about his parents, and even a few letters from a goblin healer named Griphook who had taken an interest in Harry's unusual magical development after helping remove the soul fragment from his scar. The remainder of the evening passed in routine fashion, reviewing financial documents as instructed, practicing his gobbledygook vocabulary, and reading from a history of magical Britain that Lupin had provided to complement the Goblin Sentry. See histories taught by his regular tutors. As Harry prepared for bed, his thoughts drifted to the coming visit to his family vaults. What treasures might they hold beyond the gold and jewels that goblins catalogued so meticulously? What personal items of his parents might be waiting there, preserved in the depths of Gringotts since their deaths 5 years ago? Sleep came slowly that night, his mind too full of possibilities to easily surrender to dreams. Your bloodline magic is strongest here, Ragnarok explained as they stood before an imposing vault door deep within Gringotts, far below the public levels. The Potter vaults date back 12 generations, but this particular vault was established by your great-grandfather, Henry Potter, to house family heirlooms of particular magical significance. Harry gazed up at the door with awe. Unlike the relatively simple doors of the upper vaults, this one was a masterpiece of goblin craftsmanship, bronze and silver inlaid with gold, forming patterns that seemed to shift subtly in the light of the lanterns. At the center, the Potter family crest stood proud, a shield bearing 3 Potter's wheels, surmounted by a griffin rampant. Beside him, Professor McGonagall and Remus Lupin watched with matching expressions of anticipation. This expedition had been carefully planned for weeks, with McGonagall arranging to be away from Hogwarts during a Hogsmeade weekend and Lupin adjusting his work schedule at the small magical bookshop where he had recently found employment. "How do I open it?" Harry asked, noticing no keyhole or obvious mechanism. "Blood recognition," Ragnarok replied matter-of-factly. "Place your palm against the crest. The door will recognize the Potter lineage." Harry hesitated only briefly before pressing his hand to the cold metal. Immediately, warmth spread from his palm throughout his body, a pleasant tingling sensation that felt like recognition. The crest beneath his hand glowed briefly, and then the massive door began to swing inward silently, revealing the vault beyond. "Go ahead, Harry," Lupin encouraged gently. "These treasures are your birthright." Harry stepped inside, and magical lanterns flared to life automatically, illuminating a space far larger than he had anticipated. Unlike his trust vault, which contained primarily gold coins and a few family jewels set aside for his education, this vault W. as a repository of history, generations of Potter family treasures organized with care. Remarkable preservation charms, McGonagall noted as they entered. Some of these items must be centuries old, yet they appear untouched by time. The vault contained shelves and display cases arranged in a rough chronological order, each section seemingly dedicated to different eras of Potter family history. Portraits in ornate frames lined one wall, their subjects stirring at the newcomer's entrance. Weapons, books, jewelry, and magical devices of unknown purpose filled glass cases. At the far end stood a large wooden wardrobe, its doors inlaid with mother of pearl. "This is more than I expected," Harry admitted, momentarily overwhelmed by the physical manifestation of his heritage. "The Potters were never ostentatious about their wealth," Lupin explained, "but they were meticulous about preserving family history. Your father used to say that knowing where you came from helped determine where you might go." Harry moved further into the vault, drawn to the portraits. The nearest depicted a stern-looking man with the same unruly black hair that Harry had inherited, though streaked with gray at the temples. His eyes, sharp and intelligent behind rectangular spectacles, focused on Harry with sudden interest. "By Merlin's beard," the portrait exclaimed. "A young Potter, if I'm not mistaken. Who might you be, lad?" Harry was startled by the direct address. Though he had seen moving portraits during Lupin's lessons about wizard art, he had never conversed with one. "I'm Harry Potter," he replied. "James and Lily's son." The painted figure's expression shifted through several emotions: surprise, calculation, and finally, a solemn understanding. "James and Lily's boy. Yes, I see it now. You have your father's look about you. But those are Lily's eyes, clear as day." He straightened in his painted chair. "I am Fleemont Potter, your grandfather." Though I never had the chance to meet you in life, it seems. Harry stared, transfixed. His grandfather, a man he knew only through brief anecdotes from Lupin and McGonagall. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Fleamont waved away the formality. None of that, sir, business. You're a Potter, after all. His painted eyes darted to the adults accompanying Harry. Minerva McGonagall, unless I'm much mistaken. Still keeping Hogwarts in order. Trying to, Fleamont, McGonagall replied with unusual warmth. Your grandson is not yet of school age, but circumstances have led to an unconventional upbringing. So I see, Fleamont mused, his gaze shifting to Ragnarok. A goblin escort to the family vault. Most irregular. And, his eyes widened slightly as he noticed the medallion visible at Harry's neck, a goblin wardship token. Now that's a tale worth hearing. While Harry began a simplified explanation of his circumstances to his grandfather's portrait, Lupin moved deeper into the vault, examining items with the familiarity of someone who had visited before. He stopped before a particular display case and beckoned Harry over. I think you should see this, Harry, he called. Excusing himself from his grandfather's portrait with a promise to return, Harry joined Lupin before a glass case containing what appeared to be a folded cloak of fluid, silvery material. This, Lupin said with reverence, was one of your father's most prized possessions. The Potter invisibility cloak. Passed down through generations, far longer lasting than ordinary invisibility cloaks, which typically lose their power after a few years. Harry's eyes widened. A real invisibility cloak, like in the stories. Very much real, Lupin confirmed, a hint of mischief in his usually solemn expression. Your father and his friends made quite good use of it during our Hogwarts years. Not always for strictly approved purposes, I'll admit. Ragnarok, who had been observing silently, stepped forward. The cloak is more significant than you might realize, young Potter. According to Goblin records, it is one of the few magical artifacts never crafted by our kind that we nevertheless hold in high esteem. Its origin is noteworthy. Harry looked at the cloak with renewed interest. What do you mean? The inheritance ritual we performed when you first arrived at Gringotts revealed your connection to Ignotus Peverell, Ragnarok explained. His cloak is believed to be the same one mentioned in The Tale of the Three Brothers, a wizarding fable that some believe has roots in historical fact. McGonagall made a small noise of surprise. Sue, rely you don't suggest this is one of the Hallows, Ragnarok. The goblin's expression remained inscrutable. Goblins deal in facts, not legends. The fact is, this cloak has survived centuries without deterioration of its magical properties. Whether it is the same cloak from the tale is perhaps less important than its demonstrated power and its rightful place among the Potter heirlooms. Harry, who had read The Tale of the Three Brothers, in a book of wizard children's stories provided by Lupin, felt a shiver of excitement. Could his family cloak really be the same one from the story, a gift from death itself? The possibility was both thrilling and slightly unsettling. Can I try it on? He asked hesitantly. Lupin glanced at Ragnarok, who nodded his permission. With careful hands, Lupin opened the case and removed the cloak, which flowed like water through his fingers. It's even lighter than it looks, Lupin said, passing it to Harry. Go ahead. Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, marveling at the featherweight fabric. Instantly, his body disappeared from the neck down, leaving his floating head visible in a most disconcerting manner. Extraordinary, McGonagall murmured. Invisibility cloaks show signs of wear after decades, becoming opaque in patches or developing a telltale shimmer. This one remains perfect. Harry pulled the hood up, vanishing completely. He moved around the vault, experiencing the strange sensation of being present yet unseen. From within the cloak, the vault appeared slightly different, colors more vibrant, and certain objects seemed to emit a subtle glow not visible to his normal sight. I can see magic, he realized aloud, his disembodied voice startling the others. Some objects are shining, somehow. He lowered the hood, his head reappearing. That cabinet over there, he pointed to a small chest half hidden behind larger furniture, it's glowing blue. And that book on the third shelf has a red aura. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed with interest. Object sensitivity, he stated, a rare magical gift, occasionally manifested in Potter descendants. The cloak seems to have awakened or enhanced the ability. What does that mean? Harry asked, removing the cloak completely. It means, Lupin explained, that you can perceive magical auras or enchantments on objects, a valuable skill for curse breaking, ward detection, and identifying magical artifacts. Your father had a touch of it, which made him particularly gifted at creating the magical maps and items he and his friends developed at Hogwarts. McGonagall approached the chest Harry had indicated. May I? She asked Ragnarok, who nodded permission. With a careful wave of her wand, McGonagall performed several detection spells before opening the chest. Inside lay a collection of small items, a pocket watch, several rings, and a leather-bound journal. These appear to be James Potter's personal effects, she said softly. Items he likely carried with him daily, secured here after his death. Harry moved forward eagerly, drawn to these tangible connections to his father. The watch particularly caught his eye, gold with intricate engravings that seemed to represent the phases of the moon. That was a gift from your grandparents when James turned 17, Lupin explained, noticing Harry's interest. A traditional coming-of-age present in wizarding families. With permission from Ragnarok, Harry carefully lifted the watch. Immediately, his newfound sensitivity detected magic layered within the timepiece, protective enchantments, a never-ending winding charm, and something deeper that felt like his father's magical signature. I can feel him, Harry whispered, cradling the watch. Not like memories, but like an echo of his magic. Lupin placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Magic often retains impressions of its caster, especially in personal items used regularly. In a way, part of James will always exist in that watch. The exploration continued for hours, with Harry discovering family treasures that ranged from the historically significant to the deeply personal. A collection of his mother's charm journals revealed her brilliant experimentation with spell creation. A set of dueling awards testified to his grandfather's prowess. Maps, business ledgers, and political correspondence provided glimpses into the Potter family's long-standing involvement in wizarding society. Most poignant were the more recent additions: his parents' wedding rings, secured in a velvet box, photographs of their brief life together, toys that must have belonged to Harry as an infant. Each item painted a clearer picture of the family he had lost and the legacy he had inherited. Throughout the exploration, Ragnarok provided context from the goblin perspective: why Ch. Potter ancestors had maintained respectful relations with goblin kind, which family heirlooms contained goblin-made components, and how the Potters had historically managed their considerable wealth. Your great-grandfather, Henry Potter, was particularly noteworthy in goblin records, Ragnarok explained as they examined a section of the vault dedicated to political memorabilia. He served on the Wizengamot from 1913 to 1921 and publicly condemned the Minister for Magic when he forbade the magical community from helping Muggles during their First Great War. Such opposition earned him respect among goblins, who have always viewed wizard isolationism with skepticism. Harry absorbed these details eagerly, beginning to understand that the Potter legacy went beyond wealth or magical talent. As family had made choices, sometimes controversial ones, based on principles of fairness and compassion that transcended the typical wizard-centric worldview. As the visit drew to a close, Harry found himself drawn back to his grandfather's portrait. Fleemont Potter had listened attentively to the abbreviated story of Harry's rescue from the Dursleys and placement at Gringotts. Unusual circumstances indeed, Fleemont commented, but perhaps not entirely unfortunate. The goblins have clearly provided structure and education that might have been lacking elsewhere. His painted eyes twinkled. I dare say you've learned aspects of finance that most wizard children neglect until much later, if ever. They've been good to me, Harry agreed, even though I know some of them didn't want a human ward at first. Fleemont nodded thoughtfully. Prejudice runs in both directions, my boy. Wizards have rarely given goblins reason to trust them. That you've been granted a wardship speaks to either political calculation or genuine respect, perhaps both. He leaned forward in his painted chair. But remember this: while you learn their ways, never forget that you are also heir to wizard traditions. Balance will serve you well. Harry promised to return soon and speak more with his grandfather's portrait. As they prepared to leave the vault, he carefully selected a few items to take back to his quarters: his father's pocket watch, one of his mother's journals, and several photographs of his parents and their friends. The invisibility cloak, despite his attachment to it, would remain secure in the vault until he was older. A concession to practicality that even Harry recognized as wise. This vault contains more than mere possessions, Ragnarok observed as the heavy door sealed behind them. It holds the accumulated wisdom and power of your bloodline. As you grow, you will discover that inheritance extends beyond physical objects to magical affinities and responsibilities. Harry nodded, clutching the small collection of treasures he had been permitted to remove. I want to learn everything about my family, not just who they were, but what they believed in and stood for. McGonagall exchanged an approving glance with Lupin. That, Mr. Potter, is precisely the attitude that will serve you well in the years ahead. The meeting with Argyros Ollivander took place in a specially prepared chamber near the surface levels of Gringotts, an area accessible to approved visitors without compromising the security of the deeper residential sections. Unlike the stark, functional spaces Harry had grown accustomed to, this room had been furnished with comfortable chairs, warm tapestries, and magical lighting that mimicked natural sunlight, concessions to human preferences that signaled Goblin's commitment to Harry's development. Argyros Ollivander proved to be a wizened man with the same unsettling silver eyes as his more famous cousin, though his demeanor was less ethereal and more practical. Where Garrick Ollivander was known for his almost mystical approach to wand-making, Argyros had specialized in wands for specific purposes, training wands for young children, therapeutic wands for those recovering from magical injuries, and specialized tools for particular branches of magic. Young Mr. Potter, he greeted Harry with a slight bow. A pleasure and an honor. When Minerva contacted me about your unique circumstances, I was most intrigued. A child raised by goblins but requiring wizard magical education, a fascinating challenge for a wandmaker. Harry, who had been prepared for this meeting by both McGonagall and Lupin, responded with the formal greeting he had practiced. Master Ollivander, I appreciate your discretion and expertise. I understand the unusual nature of my request. The old wandmaker smiled, apparently pleased by Harry's maturity. Well spoken, indeed. Now, before we discuss the wand itself, I must understand your current magical development. Professor McGonagall tells me you've received training in wandless magic from your goblin tutors. Harry nodded, mostly focusing on intent and control rather than specific spells. I can levitate objects, change their color or temperature, and create small lights. Impressive for a 6-year-old, Ollivander remarked, producing a notebook from his robes and jotting down notes. And have you experienced any accidental magic episodes? Not since coming to Gringotts, Harry replied. Gornick, my tutor, says that's because I'm learning to channel my magic purposefully instead of letting it burst out emotionally. Sound teaching. Ollivander approved. Contrary to common wizard belief, early wandless training can create a stronger foundation for wand work later on, provided it's properly structured. He reached into his bag and withdrew a measuring tape similar to the one Harry had seen in Lupin's memories of wand selection. May I? At Harry's nod, the tape sprang to life, measuring dimensi. Ons that seemed increasingly arbitrary, the distance between his nostrils, the circumference of his left wrist, the length from elbow to fingertip. Throughout this process, Ollivander observed with keen eyes, occasionally murmuring to himself, fascinating, yes, I see the potential pattern, unusual development in the magical meridians. When the measurements were complete, Ollivander retrieved several narrow boxes from his bag. Now, Mr. Potter, I must explain that what I offer today is not a full wizard's wand. Ministry regulations prohibit children under 11 from carrying fully functional wands, with good reason. What I have designed is a training implement, limited in power but ideal for structured learning. He opened the first box, revealing a wand of pale wood approximately 9 inches long. Apple wood with a core of Kneazle whisker. Flexible but restrained, excellent for controlled practice of basic charms. Harry took the offered wand, but felt nothing like the connectee Lupin had described from his own wand-choosing experience. He gave it a tentative wave, producing only a few weak sparks. No, not quite right, Ollivander murmured, taking the wand back. The Gobel, in influence in your magical development requires something different, I think. The second wand, cedar with unicorn hair, produced a similar lackluster response. So did the third, a rowan wand with dragon heartstring. With each failure, Ollivander became not discouraged but more intrigued, his silver eyes gleaming with professional challenge. A tricky customer. Excellent. I do enjoy a puzzle. He reached deeper into his bag, retrieving a box that appeared older than the others. Perhaps something more unconventional. The wand he withdrew was unlike the others, darker wood with a subtle reddish undertone. Carved with minute runes around the handle. Blackthorn, 10 inches, with a dual core of phoenix feather and powdered goblin silver. An experimental design I created years ago for a wizard who worked closely with the Goblin Liaison Office. Never found its proper owner. Harry reached for the wand, and immediately felt a difference. A warm sensation spread from his fingers up his arm, and the wand emitted a shower of silver and gold sparks that danced around the room before fading. Yes, Ollivander exclaimed, a meeting of worlds, exactly what you need. Blackthorn thrives in harsh conditions and produces its sweetest fruit after the harshest frost, symbolic of strength emerging from adversity. The dual core bridges wizard and goblin magical traditions, much as you yourself must do. Harry examined the wand with wonder. It felt right in his hand, like an extension of his arm rather than a separate tool. It's brilliant. Now, to the limitations, Ollivander continued briskly. This training wand has been charmed with appropriate restrictions. It will not perform magic beyond a second-year Hogwarts level, and certain categories of spells, particularly those causing serious harm, are blocked entirely. Additionally, a tracking charm allows your guardians to monitor its use. McGonagall, who had been observing silently, stepped forward. These precautions are standard for training wands, Mr. Potter. They ensure safe, supervised learning without the risks that come with unrestricted magical tools in young hands. Harry nodded his understanding. Even with these limitations, the wand represented a significant advancement in his magical education, a bridge between the wandless techniques taught by the goblins and the wand-based magic he would eventually need to master at Hogwarts. There is one more feature, Ollivander added, designed specifically for your unique situation. The wand can be rendered temporarily inert by tapping it 3 times and speaking the phrase, dormant as stone. This will allow you to carry it within Gringotts without triggering the bank's defensive measures against wizard magic in sensitive areas. This thoughtful adaptation impressed Harry. It showed that Ollivander had genuinely considered the practical aspects of his life among goblins, not merely the magical theory. Thank you, Master Ollivander. This is perfect. The wandmaker beamed with professional pride. One does not often get the opportunity to match a wand to such unusual circumstances, Mr. Potter. I suspect your magical journey will be unlike any other, it seems fitting that your first wand should reflect that uniqueness. After Ollivander's departure, Harry remained in the meeting chamber with McGonagall for his first proper wand lesson. Despite her duties at Hogwarts, she had arranged to spend several hours introducing him to basic wand movements and proper grip. The transition from wandless to wand magic can be challenging, she explained. Many children struggle in the opposite direction. They learn wand magic first and find wandless techniques nearly impossible later. You have the advantage of understanding your magic internally before channeling it through a tool. Under her guidance, Harry practiced the foundational movements, swish and flick, the precise tap, the smooth arc, that formed the basis of many common spells. To his surprise, some techniques came naturally while others felt awkward, requiring conscious adjustment. Your wandless training shows in your precision, McGonagall observed. But you'll need to adapt to the way a wand focuses and amplifies your intent. By the end of the session, Harry had successfully performed his first proper wand spell, a simple lumos that illuminated the tip of his blackthorn wand with a steady glow. Though a basic charm taught to first years, the achievement filled him with satisfaction. Well done, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, a rare smile softening her stern features. With continued practice and proper instruction, you should be well prepared for formal education when the time comes. As Harry carefully placed his new wand in its box for transport back to his quarters, he couldn't help but feel that another significant piece of his identity had fallen into place, not replacing his goblin education, but complementing it in a way that honored both aspects of his developing magical self. The introduction of wand magic into Harry's education necessitated adjustments to his daily schedule. in addition to his regular lessons with Gornick in goblin magic and traditional academic subjects. He now had weekly wand practice sessions supervised by either McGonagall or Lupin, depending on their availability. These sessions typically took place in a chamber near the upper levels of Gringotts, specially warded to contain errant magic from practice attempts. The room had been outfitted with targets for aiming spells, cushions for practicing levitation, and various objects for transformation exercises. Remember, transfiguration is not just about changing an object's appearance, McGonagall instructed during one such lesson, demonstrating the transformation of a matchstick into a needle. It's about understanding the fundamental nature of both the original and target forms, then imposing your will to bridge that gap. Harry, now approaching his 7th birthday, concentrated intently on his own matchstick. His wandless training with Gornick had emphasized visualization and intent, skills that translated well to McGonagall's methodical approach to transfiguration. With focus and a precisely executed wand movement, he managed to turn his matchstick silver and pointy, though it retained some wooden characteristics. An excellent first attempt, McGonagall approved. Most first years require several lessons to achieve even that much. Under Lupin's guidance, Harry's charm work progressed more rapidly. His mother's talent in this area seemed to have passed to him, along with what Lupin called an intuitive grasp of spell mechanics. Lily could always sense how a charm should feel, Lupin explained as Harry practiced the Wingardium Leviosa charm, carefully levitating a feather in controlled patterns. She didn't just memorize movements and words, she understood the internal logic of how magical energy flowed through a spell. These wizard lessons were carefully balanced against his goblin education, which had grown more advanced as Harry demonstrated aptitude. Gornick had introduced him to the basics of warding, not the complex defensive magic that protected Gringotts' vaults, but simpler privacy and notification wards that served as fundamental building blocks. Wizard wards rely heavily on runes and arithmetic formulas, Gornick explained during one lesson, watching as Harry traced a simple boundary ward around his practice area. Goblin wards incorporate intent more directly, binding purpose to physical space through will alone. This integration of different magical traditions gave Harry a unique perspective. While wizard children typically learned a standardized magical curriculum built on centuries of established practice, Harry's education crossed boundaries, allowing him to see connections and contradictions between approaches. Not all aspects of his learning were strictly magical. As heir to the Potter estate, Harry received rigorous training in finance and estate management from Ragnarok himself. These lessons, conducted in the senior goblin's office, covered everything from investment strategies to property management to the complexities of magical contracts. The Potter holdings are substantial, Ragnarok informed him during one such session, spreading ledgers across his desk. Beyond the gold in your vaults, your family owns properties throughout Britain, investment stakes in several magical businesses, and historical assets of significant value. Harry studied the ledgers with growing understanding. After nearly 2 years of goblin financial education, he could interpret the columns of figures and annotations that had once seemed impenetrable. These investments in Muggle technology companies, were they made recently? Your grandfather, Fleemont Potter, began diversifying into the Muggle financial sector in the 1960s, Ragnarok explained. A prescient decision that has yielded exceptional returns. While most wizard families maintain their wealth exclusively within magical communities, the Potters have historically recognized opportunities beyond those boundaries. This pragmatic approach to bridging magical and non-magical worlds resonated with Harry, who was himself navigating between goblin and wizard cultures. It reinforced his growing sense that the Potter legacy was one of connection rather than isolation, finding value and common ground across traditional divides. Socially, Harry's world remained limited but was gradually expanding. In addition to his goblin tutors and regular visits from McGonagall and Lupin, he now occasionally received other approved visitors, carefully vetted individuals who could contribute to his education or provide connections to the outside world. Among these was Augusta Longbottom, a formidable elderly witch who had been friends with Harry's grandmother. Her first visit had been somewhat intimidating, as she subjected Harry to intense scrutiny while delivering a stern lecture on pureblood social customs. Your mother may have been Muggle-born, but she took the time to learn proper wizarding etiquette, Mrs. Longbottom informed him. Something many modern children neglect entirely. If you're to take your place in society eventually, you must understand these traditions, even those you might choose to reject. Despite her intimidating manner, Mrs. Longbottom proved to be a valuable connection to wizarding society. On her third visit, she brought her grandson Neville, a round-faced, nervous boy who would be in Harry's year at Hogwarts. The introduction had been awkward at first, with Neville clearly overwhelmed by both the unusual setting within Gringotts and the knowledge that he was meeting the famous Harry Potter. Harry, for his part, had limited experience interacting with children his own age and wasn't quite sure how to proceed. "Do you like plants?" Neville had finally asked after several minutes of uncomfortable silence. The simple question had broken the ice. Harry admitted his knowledge of herbology was limited to theoretical study, while Neville enthusiastically described the greenhouse at Longbottom Manor where he spent most of his time. By the end of the visit, the boys had found common ground in their shared interest in magical creatures and their mutual apprehension about eventually attending Hogwarts. "Gran says I might be a squib," Neville had confided in a whisper before leaving. "I haven't done any accidental magic yet, not really." Harry, drawing on his goblin education, had offered a different perspective. "Gorn, UK says magic manifests differently in different people. Maybe yours just shows up in the way you understand plants. He says intent matters more than accidents." This small reassurance had earned him Neville's grateful smile and the foundation of what might become his first real friendship with a wizard child his age. Another significant addition to Harry's education came through healer Andromeda Tonks, a Medawitch who had been cautiously approved to assess his physical development and provide basic medical training. Though initially proposed purely for health monitoring, these sessions evolved to include fundamental healing magic after Harry showed particular interest. Healing magic draws on both intent and precise technique, Andromeda explained during one lesson, demonstrating a simple spell for detecting fever. Unlike combat magic, which can succeed through sheer power, healing requires finesse and understanding. Harry found these lessons fascinating, particularly when Andromeda explained how goblin healing differed from wizard approaches, focusing more on stimulating natural recovery through carefully balanced potions rather than the direct magical intervention favored by St. Mungo's. As his 7th birthday approached, Harry's life at Gringotts had developed a comfortable rhythm, challenging but structured, isolated but increasingly connected to the wider world through carefully selected contacts. His unusual upbringing had shaped him in ways both obvious and subtle. He moved with the deliberate precision valued by goblins. He approached magic with a focus on understanding rather than mere execution. He viewed the boundaries between magical communities with the perspective of someone who belonged partially to both. The conflict, when it finally came, emerged from an unexpected quarter. Harry had been at Gringotts for nearly 2 years when he experienced his first significant clash with goblin children. Unlike adult goblins, who maintained professional distance, despite gradual acceptance of Harry's presence, the younger goblins who occasionally encountered him in Gringotts' educational sections had been more openly curious, and eventually, more openly hostile. The confrontation occurred in a communal study area where Harry had been practicing simple potion brewing under Gornock's supervision. As the lesson concluded and Gornock stepped away briefly to consult with another tutor, 3 young goblins approached Harry's workstation. "The human plays at goblin crafts," said the tallest, a goblin named Nagnok who appeared to be the equivalent of a human teenager. "Does he think stirring a cauldron makes him one of us?" Harry had encountered mild teasing before but sensed immediately that this interaction was different. There was genuine animosity behind the words. "I'm just learning," he replied evenly, keeping his tone respectful as Gornock had taught him. "I don't pretend to be a goblin." "Yet you wear our wardship token," another goblin, or Grak, pointed out, gesturing to the silver medallion visible at Harry's neck. "You live in our domain, learn our magic, while your kind denies us wands and restricts our territories." The accusation struck Harry as unfair. He had been 5 years old when brought to Gringotts, hardly responsible for ministry policies restricting goblin rights. Yet he understood the underlying resentment. His goblin history, why lessons had not glossed over the many injustices inflicted by wizards over centuries. "I can't change what wizards did before I was born," Harry said carefully. But I can learn from both worlds and maybe help change things when I'm older. Nagnock made a dismissive sound. Pretty words from the wizard child. But would you surrender your wand if goblin equality demanded it? Would you give up wizard privilege? The question was a trap, designed to force Harry into either defending wizard supremacy or making promises he couldn't keep. Drawing on diplomatic skills learned from Ragnarok, Harry chose a third path. I think both goblins and wizards would benefit from sharing knowledge rather than restricting each other, he answered. My wand has goblin silver in its core, proof that cooperation creates stronger magic than separation. This response seemed to further irritate Nagnock, who stepped closer. You speak of cooperation while practicing wizard brewing methods on goblin property. Show us you respect our ways. Use goblin potion techniques instead. The challenge was clear, and Harry recognized it as a test. Goblin potion making differed significantly from wizard methods, using musical rhythms instead of stirring patterns. Incorporating metals with herbs, and focusing on intent infusion during preparation rather than precise measurements. I'll try, Harry agreed, not wanting to escalate the confrontation. Under the watchful eyes of the goblin youths, he began preparing a simple goblin remedy for minor burns, the most basic potion he had learned in their style. He selected copper shavings instead of standard ingredients, arranged them in the pattern Gornick had taught him, and began the rhythmic tapping on the cauldron's rim that goblin potioneers used to create the necessary vibrational patterns in the brewing liquid. The process was challenging without goblin supervision, but Harry persevered, concentrating on maintaining both the rhythm and the clear intent required. As he worked, he noticed the goblin observers exchanging glances, surprise gradually replacing hostility as he demonstrated genuine knowledge of their techniques. When he completed the potion, the liquid had turned the correct coppery hue with a faint luminescence that indicated proper intent infusion. It wasn't perfect. A master goblin potioneer would have achieved greater luminosity, but it was a respectable effort for his age and experience. Not entirely incompetent, Grack admitted grudgingly. Nagnock studied the potion with narrowed eyes. You've practiced our methods, but that doesn't make you one of us. You'll return to wizard kind eventually, taking our knowledge with you. That's true, Harry acknowledged. I will go to Hogwarts when I'm 11. But I'll never forget what I've learned here. And I'll honor the goblin nation that protected me when wizards failed to. He met Nagnock's gaze directly, in the goblin manner. I didn't choose to come to Gringotts as a baby, but I'm grateful for it now. Something in his sincerity must have registered, for Nagnock's aggressive posture relaxed slightly. We shall see what you become, Harry Potter. Words are wind. Actions will prove your true nature. The confrontation ended with an uneasy truce rather than friendship, but it marked an important moment in Harry's integration into Gringotts society. Word of his respectful handling of the challenge, and his demonstrated competence in goblin techniques, spread through the younger goblin community, gradually reducing the instances of open hostility he encountered. More importantly, the incident prompted Harry to reflect more deeply on his unique position. He was neither fully of the goblin world nor entirely of wizard society, a bridge between cultures that often viewed each other with suspicion or contempt. This liminal status carried both responsibility and opportunity. In the privacy of his quarters that night, Harry practiced with his training wand, performing the basic charms Lupin had taught him. As the wand responded to his magic, he considered Nagnock's accusation about wizard privilege. Was it fair that he could use a wand while the goblins who educated him were legally prohibited from doing so? The question troubled him, raising contradictions he was still too young to fully resolve but old enough to recognize as important. The following day, during his regular session with Ragnarok, Harry cautiously broached the subject of goblin-wizard relations. Master Ragnarok, he began, I've been studying both goblin and wizard history, and I don't understand why wands are restricted from goblins by law. Isn't that unfair? Ragnarok's expression remained impassive, but his eyes sharpened with interest. An observation many goblins have made for centuries, young Potter. Tell me, what conclusion have you drawn from your studies? Harry considered carefully. It seems like wizards are afraid of sharing power. But that doesn't make sense, because goblins already have powerful magic, just different from wizard magic. Indeed, Ragnarok agreed. The restriction stems not from logical assessment of magical capabilities but from fear and the desire to maintain dominance. Wand restriction is merely one manifestation of broader patterns in how wizard society relates to those it deems other. This framing resonated with Harry's own experiences. Hadn't the Dursleys treated him as fundamentally other, and therefore less deserving? The parallel wasn't perfect, but it helped him understand the emotional dynamics underlying these historical conflicts. "Do you think it will ever change?" he asked. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Change requires catalysts. Sometimes individuals who bridge worlds can serve as such catalysts, provided they have both the posy to effect change and the will to pursue it despite resistance. The implication was clear without being stated directly. Harry might someday be such a catalyst, if he chose. These conversations and conflicts shaped Harry's developing worldview in profound ways. Unlike most wizard children, who absorbed their community's perspectives and prejudices without exposure to alternatives, Harry was developing a more nuanced understanding of magical society's complexities. By his 7th birthday, celebrated with a small gathering that included his goblin tutors, McGonagall, Lupin, and a few other approved visitors, Harry Potter had become a child unlike any other in the wizarding world, heir to an ancient wizard family yet versed in goblin culture, trained in wandless magic yet practicing with a wand. Isolated from public attention yet connected to carefully selected individuals who would shape his future. What would emerge from this unusual upbringing remained to be seen. But as Harry blew out the candles on the cake Lupin had brought from a Diagon Alley bakery, his wish reflected the increasingly clear vision he held for his future, to honor both worlds that had shaped him, and perhaps, in time, to help them better understand each other. "Remember," Gornick instructed as they approached the heavy iron door, "maintain the shield visualization at all times. The artifact chamber contains objects with unpredictable magical resonances. Your sensitivity makes you particularly vulnerable to their influence." Harry, now 7.5, nodded solemnly. Over the past year, his ability to sense magical auras had developed significantly. What began as vague impressions of glowing objects had refined into the capacity to distinguish specific magical signatures and even interpret some of their properties by color, texture, and intensity. This developing talent had proved both gift and challenge. While it allowed him to identify enchanted objects with unusual accuracy and assist in basic curse detection exercises, it also made him susceptible to magical overflow, sensory overload from environments dense with magical energies. The artifact chamber they were about to enter represented both an educational opportunity and a controlled test of Harry's ability to shield himself from such magical saturation. Located in a secure section of Gringotts' lower levels, the chamber used magical items deemed too valuable or unusual to store in standard vaults but not dangerous enough to warrant the highest security protocols. "I'm ready," Harry affirmed, centering himself and constructing the mental barriers Gornick had taught him, visualizing a clear dome surrounding his consciousness, permeable enough to allow controlled sensing but solid enough to prevent overwhelming input. Gornick examined him critically before nodding approval and placing his palm against the door. Goblin magic flowed visibly through the metal, recognizing his authority and disabling multiple layers of security. The door swung inward silently, revealing a vast chamber illuminated by enchanted lanterns. Harry's first impression was of controlled chaos. Unlike the precisely organized vaults he had visited, the artifact chamber housed an eclectic collection arranged seemingly without pattern, shelves of objects from different eras and magical traditions, display cases containing items that appeared mundane beside others of obvious power, work tables where goblin artificers studied particularly interesting specimens. Even with his shields in place, Harry felt the magical pressure immediately, stepping from a quiet room into a crowded, noisy marketplace. Hundreds of distinct magical signatures competed for attention, each with its own frequency and intensity. "Breathe through it," Gornick reminded him quietly. "Filter. Don't block." Harry focused on his breathing, adjusting his mental shields to become more selective rather than simply stronger. Gradually, the overwhelming sensory input resolved into more manageable streams of information. He could now distinguish between categories of magic, protective enchantments, information storage, transportation magic, and others less easily classified. Better. he said after a moment. It's not as overwhelming now. Good. We will proceed with the assessment exercise. Gornik led him deeper into the chamber, past shelves containing facts from what appeared to be ancient Egypt, medieval Europe, and pre-colonial Americas. The task is straightforward. Identify objects with similar magical signatures and determine their common function. It was a challenge similar to exercises they had practiced on a smaller scale, but the complexity of this environment made it considerably more difficult. Harry moved slowly down one aisle, letting his magical sensitivity guide him rather than his physical senses. Near a workstation where a goblin artificer was examining a tarnished silver object, Harry paused. 3 different items on near B.Y. shelves resonated with similar magical frequencies: a small hand mirror in an ivory frame, a monocle with a gold rim, and what appeared to be a primitive telescope. These 3, he indicated. They all have the same humming quality. It feels like they're designed to reveal something normally invisible. The artificer looked up with interest, exchanging a quick comment in gobbledygook with Gornik. Correct, Gornik confirmed. All 3 are viewing devices that penetrate specific types of concealment magic. The mirror reveals disguises, the monocle sees through certain invisibility enchantments, and the telescope can detect objects hidden by weather manipulation spells. Harry continued through the chamber, identifying several more groupings: objects that stored memories, items that amplified specific emotional states, tools that interfaced with particular types of wards. Each successful identification strengthened his confidence in navigating the magical cacophony around him. Toward the back of the chamber, however, something unusual caught his attention. Unlike the distinct signatures of individual artifacts, he sensed a strange absence, a void in the magical field, as if something were absorbing rather than emitting magical energy. There's something strange over there, he told Gornik, pointing toward a black cabinet in a far corner. It feels like negative space. Gornik's expression sharpened. Interesting. That cabinet contains objects with magic dampening properties, rare and often misunderstood artifacts. Few wizards can detect them without direct contact, as they register as absence rather than presence to most magical senses. Harry approached the cabinet carefully. The closer he got, the more pronounced the sensation became, not unpleasant but distinctly unsettling. Like a localized magical vacuum. Why would anyone create objects that dampen magic? Various reasons, Gornik explained. Protection against specific curses. Containment of magical outbursts in emotionally volatile individuals. Targeted suppression of particular magical frequencies. He gestured to a plain silver bracelet within the cabinet. That item, for instance, was crafted to prevent accidental magic in a child whose emotional outbursts were dangerously powerful. A temporary measure until proper control could be established. The concept resonated with Harry, who remembered the uncontrolled magic he had sometimes performed under stress at the Dursleys. Could something like this have helped me before I came to Gringotts? Perhaps, Gornik acknowledged. Though goblin philosophy favors channeling rather than suppressing magical development, such devices are typically last resorts when more natural methods fail. As their exploration continued, Harry encountered artifacts from across the magical spectrum, devices of great historical significance, objects of mysterious origin, and items with magical properties that defied easy categorization. Throughout, he maintained his shields, adjusting them as needed to balance information gathering with sensory protection. Near the end of their session, a particular artifact caught his attention, not because of exceptional magical power but because of familiar resonance. On a shelf containing miscellaneous items awaiting classification sat a small stone figurine of a stag, no larger than Harry's palm. Its magical sign, pulsed with a frequency that felt oddly recognizable. This one, Harry said, pointing but not touching. It feels familiar somehow. Gornik examined the label attached to the figurine's base. Interesting. This was recovered from the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow after the attack. Its function is unknown, but analysis suggests it may be a focus object for some form of protective magic. It was transferred to Gringotts for safekeeping until the Potter heir came of age. Harry stared at the small stag, a sudden tightness in his throat. My father's Patronus was a stag, he said quietly, recalling Lupin's stories. Remus told me he could produce a fully corporeal Patronus by his 7th year at Hogwarts. That would explain the resonance you sense, Gornick noted. Magical artifa CTS created are frequently handled by blood relatives often register as familiar to those with sensitivity like yours. The magical signature of family members shares certain fundamental frequencies. With Gornook's permission, Harry carefully lifted the figurine. Immediately, a stronger connection flowed through him, not just recognition but a sense of purpose. The stag was indeed a focus object, ignited to channel a specific form of protection tied to his father's magic. I think it's meant to work with a specific spell, Harry said, concentrating on the impressions flowing from the figurine. Not just a Patronus, but something related, something about hiding or protecting. Gornick observed with scholarly interest. The Potter cottage was under Fidelius' charm protection before its compromise. This may have served as an anchor point for that complex enchantment, or perhaps for secondary protections layered alongside it. The connection to his parents' final days gave the small object profound significance beyond its magical properties. Can I keep this? Harry asked hesitantly. After a moment's consideration, Gornick nodded. It is Potter property, merely stored here for analysis. I see no reason it cannot be returned to you, though I recommend continued study to fully understand its properties before active use. As they concluded their session in the artifact chamber, Harry carefully pocketed the stag figurine. Like the watch and journal he had retrieved from the Potter vault, it provided a tangible connection to his parents, not merely an heirloom but an object that had been part of their magical practice. Perhaps even part of their efforts to protect him. The experience in the artifact chamber represented an important milestone in Harry's magical education. Beyond the practical skills of magical detection and shielding, it demonstrated his growing capacity to navigate complex magical environments and interpret information that remained invisible to most wizards. These abilities, combined with his unconventional education in both goblin and wizard magical traditions, were shaping him into something unique, neither purely one nor the other, but a bridge between worlds with perspectives drawn from both. As Harry approached his 8th birthday, changes in the wider wizarding world began to intrude on his sheltered existence at Gringotts. The first indication came during one of Remus Lupin's regular visits, when the normally calm wizard arrived visibly agitated. There have been developments at the Ministry, Lupin explained after ensuring they had privacy. Cornelius Fudge has been appointed the new Minister for Magic following Millicent Bagnold's retirement. His first act was to launch a review of what he calls irregular arrangements in magical guardianship cases. Harry immediately understood the implications. He's looking for me, isn't he? Lupin nodded grimly. Not you specifically, at least, not officially. But the review targets cases where magical children are under non-standard guardianship, particularly those involving magical beings, rather than wizards. The discriminatory language of the policy was evident in Lupin's tone. Can they force me to leave Gringotts? Harry asked, anxiety tightening his chest. It's complicated, Lupin admitted. Gringotts operates under international treaties that grant certain sovereignties. But the Ministry has always sought ways to circumvent those protections when convenient. Professor McGonagall and I are working with Ragnarok to establish contingency plans. The news cast a shadow over the following weeks. Harry noticed increased security measures throughout Gringotts, additional wards on residential sections, more frequent goblin patrols, enhanced verification procedures for visitors. His own movements became more restricted, with excursions to the upper levels suspended entirely. During this period of heightened alert, Harry immersed himself in his studies with even greater determination. If political developments might eventually force changes to his situation, he was determined to absorb as much knowledge as possible while still under goblin protection. His magical cation had expanded considerably over the past year. Under Lupin's guidance, he had progressed to second-year level charms and transfiguration with his training wand, demonstrating particular aptitude for defensive magic. His wandless abilities, cultivated through goblin methods, had developed to the point where he could perform moderate feats of object manipulation, basic wards, and even limited elemental effects like creating small flames or freezing water. More unusually, his sensitivity to magical signatures had evolved into a practical skill that bridged his goblin and wizard training. By combining the methodical analysis taught by Gornick with techniques learned from Lupin for recognizing spell residue, Harry had developed the ability to read magical impressions left on objects and places, a talent with applications in both curse breaking and magical investigation. These studies provided welcome distraction from the political uncertainties, but they couldn't eliminate the underlying anxiety. Harry found himself increasingly drawn to the small collection of personal items connected to his parents: his father's watch, which he now wore daily, his mother's charm journals, which he studied in the evenings, and the stag figurine, which he often held during moments of stress, finding its familiar magical resonance soothing. Approximately 3 months after Lupin's warning about Ministry initiatives, a more direct confrontation materialized. Harry was in the midst of a lesson with Gornik when Ragnarok himself appeared, an unusual occurrence that immediately signaled the seriousness of the situation. "The Ministry has sent representatives to Gringotts," Ragnarok informed them without preamble. "They demand an accounting of all non-wizard wards currently under Goblin protection, citing new regulations concerning magical being guardianship arrangements." Harry's stomach clenched with anxiety. "Are they here for me specifically?" "Not by name," Ragnarok replied carefully. "But the timing and nature of their inquiry leaves little doubt about their true target. Dumbledore's influence is evident in the Ministry's sudden interest." This mention of Dumbledore surprised Harry. In his early years at Gringotts, the Hogwarts headmaster had been described as a potentially adversarial figure, the architect of Harry's placement with the abusive Dursleys, and someone with his own plans for the boy who lived. But as Harry's education had progressed to include more nuanced perspectives on recent wizarding history, he had developed a more complex understanding of Dumbledore's role as both a powerful political figure and someone who had fought against Voldemort. "What will happen?" Harry asked. Ragnarok's expression remained inscrutable. "For now, nothing immediate. Gringotts has invoked treaty provisions requiring formal international arbitration before any ministry inspection of sovereign Goblin territory. This will delay matters, potentially for months. And if they eventually get permission to search, we have contingencies," Ragnarok assured him. "But it would be prudent to accelerate certain aspects of your education in preparation for potential adjustments to your current arrangement." The implications were clear. Harry's time at Gringotts might be growing short, at least in its current form. The thought filled him with both anxiety and a strange sense of loss. Despite the unusual circumstances of his placement, Gringotts had become home, the only real home he could remember. Over the following weeks, Harry's education shifted to incorporate more practical skills for navigating the wizarding world beyond Gringotts. Lupin increased their sessions on wizard social customs, political structures, and public comportment. McGonagall, during her less frequent but still regular visits, focused on preparing Harry for eventual integration into formal magical education, emphasizing the foundational knowledge he would need at Hogwarts. Perhaps most significantly, Ragnarok himself took charge of preparing Harry for the financial and political responsibilities he would eventually face as the Potter heir. These sessions, conducted in the senior goblin's private office, covered everything from the structure of wizard government to the economic relationships between magical communities to the specific assets and alliances of House Potter. "You must understand," Ragnarok explained during one such lesson, "that when you emerge into wizarding society, various factions will attempt to claim your allegiance. Your status as the boy who lived makes you a potentially valuable political asset, while your family's wealth and Wizengamot's seat represent material power." Harry, who had been studying a map showing Potter properties throughout Britain, looked up with concern. "I'll only be 11 when I go to Hogwarts. Can they really expect me to get involved in politics that young?" "Not officially," Ragnarok clarified. "Until you reach majority at 17, your Wizengamot seat will remain under proxy control. However, the cultivation of future allies and the establishment of your political identity will begin the moment you re-enter wizarding society." This Frank assessment of the challenges awaiting him was typical of Goblin education, realistic to the point of harshness, but ultimately more useful than comforting falsehoods. Harry had come to appreciate this directness, even when the truths were uncomfortable. "How do I prepare for that?" he asked. "I don't want to be manipulated or used." "Knowledge is your primary defense," Ragnarok replied. "Understand the motivations and methods of those who would influence you. Beyond that, cultivating relationships with trustworthy individuals who can provide guidance without controlling your decisions." Ha! RRY thought of the small circle of adults who had supported him thus far. McGonagall with her stern but genuine concern for his welfare, Lupin with his gentle guidance and connections to his parents, Andromeda Tonks with her practical medical training and occasional stories about her own experiences defying family expectations. Like Professor McGonagall and Remus, he asked, they have proven our commitment to your well-being over mere expedience, Ragnarok acknowledged. But your circle of advisors should eventually expand to include diverse perspectives. Reliance on too few counselors creates vulnerability. These preparations for a future beyond Gringotts continued alongside Harry's regular magical education. If anything, the uncertainty about his long-term placement intensified his dedication to mastering both goblin and wizard magical techniques while he still had access to both traditions. During this period, Harry also began accompanying Gringotts on supervised visits to specific areas within Gringotts that expanded his understanding of goblin society beyond the educational and residential sections he typically inhabited. These excursions, to the forge levels where goblin metal SMITHS created legendary weapons and armor, to the agricultural chambers where specialized crops were grown in magically maintained environments, even to a goblin musical performance that utilized sound to manipulate physical objects, provided valuable context for the culture that had shaped his formative years. Few wizards have witnessed such aspects of our society, Gringotts noted as they observed Aster Smiths working with precious metals imbued with magical properties. These techniques have been preserved for centuries, protected from wizard appropriation. Harry watched in fascination as a senior smith tempered a silver dagger, singing in gobbledygook as the blade took form. Why is music so important in goblin crafting? He asked. I've noticed it's used in potions and metalwork, but wizard methods rarely mention it. Sound creates patterns in matter, Gringotts explained. At fundamental levels, everything, metal, stone, even magic itself, responds to specific vibrational frequencies. Wizard magic typically imposes will through incantations and wand movements. Goblin magic often harmonizes with the natural frequencies of materials, guiding rather than commanding. This philosophical distinction between imposing will and working in harmony with natural properties represented one of the core differences between goblin and wizard magical approaches that Harry had observed. Neither was inherently superior, but they reflected different relationships with magic itself, wizard magic tending toward control and specificity, goblin magic toward resonance and integration. Harry's unique position, learning both traditions simultaneously, allowed him to recognize complementary aspects that practitioners of either tradition alone might miss. This perspective became particularly valuable during one of Lupin's training sessions focused on defensive magic. The shield charm, Protega, creates a magical barrier against physical and spell attacks, Lupin explained, demonstrating the wand movement. The strength of the shield depends on the caster's power and concentration. Harry practiced the spell with his training wand, producing a serviceable shield that successfully deflected the minor jinxes Lupin cast for testing purposes. But as he performed the charm repeatedly, he noticed something about the magical structure that his sensitivity allowed him to perceive. The shield has gaps, he observed, studying the magical field, not physical holes, but frequencies it doesn't block well. Lupin looked intrigued. That's an astute observation, Harry. Advanced shield theory does recognize that standard protective charms have specific vulnerabilities to certain magical frequencies. Most wizards only discover this through trial and error or specialized study years into their education. Drawing on his goblin training in harmonics, Harry experimented with adjusting his intent while casting, not changing the incantation or wand movement, but shifting the underlying magical resonance he projected into the spell. After several attempts, he produced a shield with a subtly different magical signature. Try the stinging hex again, he suggested. Lupin cast the spell, which previously penetrated the shield at certain angles. This time, it dissipated completely against Harry's modified protection. Remarkable, Lupin said with genuine surprise. You've intuitively adjusted the shield's harmonic structure. That's post-NEWT level magical theory put into practice by an 8-year-old. Harry explained his reasoning, how goblin principles of magical resonance had informed his understanding of the shield's structure and vulnerabilities. Gornick says all magic has frequencies. If you can sense them, you can sometimes tune your own magic to strengthen or counter specific effects. Lupin studied him thoughtfully. This is precisely the kind of synthesis I hoped might emerge from your unusual education, not merely learning two separate traditions but finding new insights at their intersection. Such moments of integration, where his dual magical education produced understanding beyond either tradition alone, became increasingly common as Harry's training advanced. They represented not just academic progress but the development of a unique magical identity that honored both his goblin upbringing and his wizard heritage. On a crisp autumn day shortly after Harry's 8th birthday, Ragnarok summoned him for an unusual meeting. Upon entering the senior goblin's office, Harry found not only Ragnarok but also McGonagall, Lupin, and a witch he didn't recognize, a street-earned-looking woman with a monocle and short gray hair. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok began formally, "may I present Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic." Harry stiffened immediately, alarm coursing through him. Was this the ministry intervention they had been preparing for? Had the time come for him to leave Gringotts? "Please be at ease, Mr. Potter," Madame Bones said, her voice brisk but not unkind. "I am here in an unofficial capacity at Professor McGonagall's request, not as a ministry representative executing policy." Some of Harry's tension eased, though he remained wary. "It's nice to meet you, Madame Bones. Amelia has been a friend since our own school days," McGonagall explained. "More importantly, she is known for her fairness and integrity, even when ministry politics trend otherwise. A diplomatic way of saying I'm often at odds with the minister," Madame Bones noted dryly. "Particularly regarding his recent policies on non-human magical beings and their rights." Quote, "The purpose of the meeting gradually became clear. With ministry pressure mounting for an accounting of Gringotts, wardship arrangements, Ragnarok and McGonagall had initiated a strategic response, bringing a high-ranking but trustworthy ministry official into their confidence regarding Harry's situation. "The minister's review is thinly veiled prejudice," Madame Bones stated bluntly after hearing the circumstances of Harry's placement at Gringotts. "But it has created momentum that cannot be entirely diverted. Sooner or later, the fact that the boy who lived is not where Albus Dumbledore placed him will become official knowledge within the ministry." "What happens then?" Harry asked, the question that had lingered in his mind for months. "Officially, a review of your guardianship status would be conducted by the Department of Child Welfare," Madame Bones explained. "Given your status, however, the matter would likely be elevated to the Wizengamot itself, becoming a political rather than merely administrative issue. And in practical terms," McGonagall pressed. Madame Bones sighed. "In practical terms, it would become a power struggle between competing interests. Dumbledore's considerable influence, Fudge's political ambitions, pureblood factions seeking to establish connection with the Potter heir, and public opinion about non-human guardianship of a wizard child." The clinical breakdown of how his life might become a political battleground made Harry feel suddenly small and vulnerable. Despite his years of education and growing magical abilities, in the eyes of wizard law he remained a child whose fate could be decided by adults with their own agendas. "Is there no way to prevent this?" he asked, struggling to keep his voice steady. "Prevention is unlikely," Madame Bones replied honestly, "but preparation and strategic positioning are possible. Which is why I'm here today." The plan she outlined was both clever and pragmatic. Rather than waiting for ministry discovery and forced disclosure of Harry's situation, they would execute a controlled revelation, not to the general public, but to key individuals within the wizarding legal system who could establish precedents favorable to Harry's continued connection with Gringotts. "I propose establishing a hybrid guardianship arrangement," Madame Bones explained. "A wizarding guardian for official purposes, working in cooperation with the existing goblin wardship. This creates legal standing within wizard law while preserving the educational benefits of your current situation." "Who would serve as this guardian?" Harry asked immediately. "I would be the obvious choice," Lupin interjected, "as a friend of your parents." However, he hesitated, exchanging glances with McGonagall. "Certain aspects of my condition make me legally ineligible for guardianship under current ministry regulations." Harry had long suspected Lupin harbored some secret that prevented him from taking a more official role in his life, though the specifics remained unspoken. Whatever this, condition was, it clearly represented a significant obstacle. "I would volunteer," McGonagall said, "but my position at Hogwarts creates complications with Albus that could prove counterproductive. Which leaves us with a carefully selected third option," Madam Bones continued. "Someone with sufficient standing in wizarding society to withstand political pressure, yet independent enough to resist undue influence from any faction." Andromeda Tonks, Ragnock stated, revealing the candidate they had evidently discussed previously. "A qualified healer with connections to the Black family but estranged from its darker elements. Someone who has already established rapport with young Potter through her medical supervision." Harry considered this suggestion. He had grown to like Andromeda during their sessions. She was competent and kind, if somewhat reserved. More importantly, she had never shown T's slightest discomfort with his goblin upbringing or unusual magical education. "Would she want to?" he asked practically. "She has already indicated willingness, subject to your approval," McGonagall confirmed. "She understands this would be primarily a legal arrangement to protect your interests, not an attempt to override the goblin wardship or dramatically alter your current situation." The discussion continued for several hours, addressing practical, legal, and political dimensions of the proposed arrangement. Throughout, Harry appreciated that his opinion was genuinely sought rather than merely humored, another legacy of his goblin upbringing, where children were expected to demonstrate reasoning and participate in decisions affecting their futures. By the meeting's conclusion, a framework had been established. Andromeda Tonks would petition for legal guardianship under wizard law, with Amelia Bones ensuring the case received fair consideration within the ministry system. The Goblin wardship would remain in effect through a carefully worded addendum acknowledging cultural and educational enrichment opportunities. Harry would continue residing primarily at Gringotts but would make regular visits to the Tonks household to establish the arrangement's legitimacy. "This path requires careful navigation," Madam Bones warned as the meeting concluded. "But it offers the best chance of maintaining the beneficial aspects of your current situation while creating a legally defensible framework within wizard law." As the adults discussed final logistics, Harry found himself reflecting on how this development represented yet another bridge between his goblin and wizard identities, no longer separate worlds but increasingly integrated aspects of his unique position. The legal complexities simply mirrored the personal reality he had been living, belonging partially to both communities while being fully claimed by neither. In the weeks following this pivotal meeting, preparations accelerated. Harry met formally with Andromeda and her husband Ted Tonks, a Muggle-born wizard with a jovial manner and practical outlook who worked as a legal consultant for businesses operating in both magical and non-magical sectors. Their home, a comfortable cottage in a predominantly magical village in Devon, would become Harry's secondary residence, officially recognized for legal purpose. While Gringotts remained his primary home. "We understand this is primarily a legal arrangement," Andromeda assured him during their discussion. "We're not trying to replace your goblin guardians or dramatically change your education. Think of us as additional resources and protection within the wizard legal system." Harry also met the Tonks' daughter, Nymphadora, who immediately insisted he call her Tonks only. A 16-year-old Hufflepuff student with the remarkable ability to change her appearance at will. Her metamorphagus talents fascinated Harry, who peppered her with questions about the experience of self-transformation. "It's just like moving an arm or blinking. Natural," she explained, casually shifting her hair through a rainbow of colors. "Though some changes are harder than others. Bone structure takes more concentration than hair or skin." Her easygoing acceptance of magical differences and cheerful disposition made her easy to relate to, providing Harry with something he had largely lacked at Gringotts, the companionship of an older sibling figure who could offer perspectives on wizard society from a younger generation's viewpoint. As winter approached, the legal arrangements progressed according to Madam Bones' carefully orchestrated schedule. The petition for guardianship was filed without fanfare, processed through specific channels designed to minimize political interference, and supported by meticulously prepared documentation emphasizing both the Tonks' qualifications and the educational benefits of Harry's continued association with Gringotts. When the arrangement received final approval shortly before Yule, it represented a significant victory, establishing a precedent for cooperative guardianship between wizard and goblin authorities. It preserved the essential elements of Harry's unusual upbringing while creating a legally defensible framework that even Dumbledore or the Minister would struggle to challenge directly. A masterful bit of political maneuvering. Lupin commented during his next visit to Gringotts, clearly impressed by the outcome. Amelia has essentially created a new legal category of shared cultural guardianship. That other magical beings might eventually utilize. For Harry himself, the resolution brought both relief and a new set of adjustments. His routine now included regular weekend visits to the Tonks household, opportunities to experience family life in a wizard home, albeit one more progressive than most. These visits provided practical exposure to aspects of wizard daily life that would serve him well when he eventually attended Hogwarts. Most wizard children grow up taking certain things for granted, Andromeda explained as she taught Harry to navigate the Flow network, wizard kitchen equipment, and other practical aspects of magical households. These skills aren't taught at Hogwarts because it's assumed students already possess them. Your goblin education has given you advanced knowledge in many areas, but there are everyday wizard customs that benefit from practical experience. The Tonks family also expanded Harry's social connections beyond the limited circle approved by Gringotts. Through them, he met Augusta Longbottom's grandson Neville more regularly, as well as Susan Bones, Amelia's niece, and occasionally other children of families connected to the Tonkses through professional or social ties. These interactions, while sometimes awkward due to Harry's unusual background and the other children's awareness of his famous identity, provided valuable practice in navigating peer relationships. Harry discovered that his goblin-influenced directness sometimes startled wizard children accustomed to more circuitous social norms, while his advanced magical knowledge occasionally created distance. But his genuine interest in others and willingness to share his unique perspectives gradually built bridges. Throughout these expanding experiences, Harry maintained his disciplined study regimen at Gringotts. If anything, the resolution of his legal status allowed him to focus more fully on magical development without the constant anxiety of potential disruption. His education continued to evolve, incorporating more advanced concepts from both traditions and increasingly finding points of integration between them. By his 9th birthday, Harry Potter had become something unique in the wizarding world, legally recognized under both goblin and wizard guardianship systems, trained in traditions few wizards ever glimpsed, connected to his family legacy through carefully preserved artifacts and knowledge, and gradually developing a network of relationships that spanned traditional boundaries. What this unconventional foundation would mean for his future remained to be seen. But as he stood at the midpoint between his rescue from the Dursleys and his eventual entry to Hogwarts, Harry possessed resources, knowledge, and perspectives that neither Dumbledore's Origi Null plan nor a conventional wizard upbringing would have provided. In the golden vaults of Gringotts and the comfortable rooms of the Tonks household, a different Harry Potter was taking shape, one who understood both blood and gold, both wizard heritage and goblin wisdom, one who might, perhaps, eventually bridge worlds that had stood apart for centuries. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. Hidden in Plain Sight. Harry Potter stood perfectly still in a shadowed alcove of Flourish and Blott's bookshop, concentrating on the subtle magic that enveloped him. At age 8, nearly 9, he had mastered a variety of goblin concealment techniques. But this particular method, what Gornick called attention shifting, remained challenging. Unlike invisibility, which made one completely unseen, attention shifting rely redirected observers, focus elsewhere, making the practitioner effectively overlooked rather than invisible. Remember, Gornick had instructed earlier that morning, wizard minds are particularly susceptible to suggestion. You need not disappear completely. Simply become uninteresting. Now, as the bookshop bustled with midsummer customers, Harry practiced maintaining the delicate magical effect while observing the wizards and witches around him. None glanced his way, their eyes sliding past his alcove as if it contained nothing worth noting. The magic wasn't perfect. If someone specifically searched for him or if he made sudden movements, the effect would break, but for quiet observation, it was ideal. This excursion to Diagon Alley represented a significant milestone in Harry's education. After nearly 4 years living primarily within Gringotts, his guardians had agreed he needed more direct exposure to wizarding society before his eventual attendance at Hogwarts. These visits, always under careful disguise and protection, had become monthly occurrences over the past year. Today's excursion was supervised by both Gornick and Andromeda Tonks, an arrangement that reflected Harry's dual guardianship. Andromeda browsed nearby shelves, occasionally selecting books while maintaining awareness of Harry's position. Gornick, even less conspicuous in his own variety of goblin concealment. Monitored from another angle, the bookshop provided an excellent opportunity for Harry to observe wizarding culture firsthand. He watched families examining textbooks for the upcoming Hogwarts term, noted the respect afforded to an elderly wizard whose robes marked him as a senior ministry official, and observed the subtle hierarchies evident in how purebloods and Muggle-borns navigated the shared space. A conversation between two witches near his alcove caught his attention. "Did you see the prophet this morning?" the taller witch asked, her voice lowered conspiratorially. "Another break-in attempt at the Department of Mysteries. Third one this year." "Merlin's beard," her companion replied. "Do they know who's behind it?" "Ministry's being tight-lipped, but Fudge is under pressure. Some are saying it's related to you-know-who's old supporters becoming active again." Harry absorbed this information with interest. His education had included extensive history of Voldemort's rise and fall, including the aftermath where many Death Eaters had escaped punishment by claiming they were under the Imperious Curse. The possibility that some might be resuming activities represented potentially valuable intelligence. After approximately 40 minutes of observation, Harry felt a light tap on his shoulder, Andromeda's signal that it was time to move on. With careful control, he eased out of the attention-shifting magic, gradually allowing himself to become normally visible as he moved to join his guardian near the Transfiguration section. "Learn anything interesting, eh?" Andromeda asked quietly as they moved toward the exit, a small stack of purchased books in her arms. "People are talking about break-ins at the Ministry," Harry replied in an equally low voice. "And so, me wizard in the astronomy section was complaining about Centaur territory expansions in the Forbidden Forest affecting his stargazing sight." Andromeda nodded approvingly. "Good observations. Politic, owl intelligence and creature relations, both valuable context for understanding current events." Outside Flourish and Blots, they rejoined Gornick, who had positioned himself near the entrance with his own form of inconspicuousness. Not magical concealment but the type of deliberate social invisibility that service workers often experienced in status-conscious societies. Most passing wizards barely glanced at a goblin standing quietly against a wall, assuming he was merely waiting for a Gringotts client. "The apothecary next," Andromeda suggested, consulting a list. "Then perhaps quality Quidditch supplies, since you expressed interest in wizard sporting culture." Harry nodded agreement, carefully maintaining the secondary disguise elements that complemented his magical concealment, hair temporarily colored brown, a light glamour that subtly altered his facial features, and most importantly, a special concealment charm Gornick had designed specifically to hide his lightning scar. These physical disguises remained active even when he wasn't employing attention-shifting magic. As they navigated the bustling alley, Harry noted how differently wizards interacted with Andromeda compared to Gornick. Where the witch received respectful greetings and normal commercial courtesy, many shopkeepers either ignored the goblin entirely or watched him with barely concealed suspicion. The contrast lighted the prejudices embedded in wizarding society, prejudices Harry had learned to recognize through his unusual dual perspective. Their next stop, the apothecary, provided another educational opportunity. While Andromeda consulted with the proprietor about specific ingredients, Harry examined the extensive inventory with both wizard and goblin knowledge frameworks in mind. He could identify where goblin potion traditions diverged from wizard approaches, the different preparation methods for similar ingredients, the components wizards ignored that goblins considered valuable, and conversely, the materials goblins rarely used that wizard potioneers prized highly. Gornick joined him near a display of crystallized salamander blood, speaking quietly in gobbledygook. "Notice how they store it in glass rather than clay. Inefficient. The magical properties degrade faster." Harry nodded, responding in the same language. "Gornick teacher, the preservation runes on the jars seem to compensate somewhat, though not as effectively as proper material selection would." This ability to analyze magical practices through multiple cultural lenses had become one of Harry's greatest strengths. Rather than simply accepting either tradition as definitive, he had learned to identify complementary insights and potential integrations that practitioners limited to a single tradition might miss. After completing their apothecary purchases, they proceeded to Quality Quidditch Supplies, where Harry observed wizard children his age pressing against windows to admire the latest racing broom, a Nimbus 2000, according to the elaborate display. While Harry had learned the basic rules and history of Quidditch through his studies, the passionate enthusiasm these children displayed for the sport represent a cultural element that couldn't be fully conveyed through academic learning. "Would you like to go inside for a closer look?" Andromeda offered, noticing his interest. Harry considered briefly before nodding. The shop was crowded with pre-Hogwarts students and their parents, providing excellent cover but also increasing the risk of bumping into someone and breaking his partial concealment. "I'll maintain distance," Gornick stated, recognizing the practical challenges of a goblin entering a shop so quintessentially wizard in its focus. "Observe for security from here." Inside Quality Quidditch Supplies, Harry navigated carefully through excited children clustering around display cases and animated discussions of professional team prospects for the coming season. He absorbed the atmosphere. See details that brought wizard sporting culture to life. The moving posters showing famous plays from historical matches, the team colors and emblems that inspired fierce loyalty, the technical discussee ons about broom handling and performance specifications that mirrored how goblins might discuss finely crafted weapons or tools. Near a display of Quidditch gloves, Harry overheard a conversation between a father and son that particularly caught his attention. "But Dad, Marcus Flint says Slytherin House has the best team at Hogwarts, and they only take purebloods," the boy was saying, examining a pair of expensive keeper's gloves. "Will I still be able to try out if I'm sorted there?" The father, a well-dressed wizard with a kind face, crouched to meet his son's eyes. "First of all, Anthony, T's simply not true about Slytherin only taking purebloods. House sorting is based on personality and values, not blood status. And second, any house team would be lucky to have you as keeper, regardless of your mother being Muggle-born." The exchange provided Harry with valuable insight into how prejudices and misconceptions were either reinforced or countered within wizard families, something his textbooks on wizard culture couldn't fully convey. He filed away the information about Hogwarts house Quidditch teams and sorting concerns for future reference. As they prepared to leave the Quidditch shop, a sudden commotion near Gringotts caught Harry's attention. A group of wizards in formal ministry robes had gathered near the bank's entrance, engaged in what appeared to be a heated discussion with goblin guards. The tension was palpable even from a distance. "We should return to the bank," Gornick said sharply, abandoning his usual measured tone. Immediately, Andromeda nodded agreement, her expression concerned as she guided Harry toward a less direct route back to Gringotts, avoiding the main thoroughfare where the confrontation was occurring. As they navigated side streets, Harry caught fragments of conversations from passing wizards discussing the scene, inspecting for compliance with new magical being regulations, goblins refusing ministry access to certain vaults, Fudge pushing boundaries of the treaty again. Upon reaching a service entrance to Gringotts, they were met by Ragnarok himself, an unusual occurrence that signaled the seriousness of the situation. The senior goblin's expression was grim as he escorted them swiftly through maintenance corridors designed for goblin workers rather than the grand marble halls used by wizard clients. "What's happening?" Harry asked once they reached the security of the lower levels. "Minister Fudge has dispatched regulatory compliance offices to conduct what he terms a standard inspection of Gringotts operations," Ragnarok explained, his tone making clear how little credence he gave this official explanation. In reality, it appears to be a thinly veiled attempt to locate certain individuals the Ministry believes may be under goblin protection. The implication was clear. Despite the careful legal arrangements established through Andromeda's guardianship, Fudge's administration was still seeking to determine Harry's whereabouts and situation. The timing of the inspection, occurring during one of his scheduled excursions to Diagon Alley, suggested either coincidence or, more concerningly, a leak of information about his movements. "Are they looking specifically for Harry?" Andromeda asked directly, her healer's pragmatism cutting through diplomatic niceties. "Not officially," Ragnarok replied. "The inspection order references undeclared magical human residents within goblin territory, more generally." But given recent ministry interest in reviewing irregular guardianship arrangements, the actual target seems evident. Harry felt a familiar anxiety tightening his chest, the same feeling he had experienced during previous threats to his placement at Gringotts. Despite nearly 4 years of security and stability, the possibility of disruption remained a constant undercurrent in his life. "What happens now?" he asked, working to keep his voice steady as Gornik had taught him for high-pressure situations. Ragnarok led them deeper into the bank, toward a section Harry recognized as containing high-security meeting chambers used for sensitive diplomatic discussions. For now, standard protocols for ministry inspections are being followed. Access is granted to public areas only, with proper warrants required for anything beyond that. Our legal position is sound, but political pressure continues to escalate. Once inside a secure chamber warded against eavesdropping, Ragnarok provided a more detailed assessment. The ministry's increased interest appeared connected to both upcoming elections, with Fudge seeking popular initiatives to strengthen his position, and ongoing pressure from certain Wizengamot members with connections to Dumbledore, who had never ceased discreet inquiries about Harry's situation. The hybrid guardianship arrangement with Healer Tonks has provided legal protection thus far, Ragnarok noted, but we must accelerate contingency planning for your eventual transition to more public visibility. The discussion continued for over an hour, with Andromeda offering perspectives on wizard legal and political considerations while Ragnarok and Gornik outlined security measures from the goblin perspective. Harry listened attentively, recognizing that his future was being shaped by these complex intersections of wizard politics, goblin sovereignty, and his own unique status. The immediate outcome of the meeting was a temporary suspension of Harry's excursions beyond Gringotts and increased security measures within the bank itself. Additionally, his training would expand to include more intensive preparation for public interactions when he eventually had to emerge more visibly into wizarding society. As Harry returned to his quarters that evening, the wise events had reinforced an important reality. Despite the relative security he had found at Gringotts, the outside world, particularly the wizard political establishment, remained a potential threat to his autonomy and education. His dual identity as both Goblin Ward and Wizard Heir placed him at the intersection of competing interests and ancient prejudices. Rather than discouraging him, however, this realization strengthened his determination to master both worlds, to understand their complexities well enough to navigate them successfully when the time came to step fully into the public role he would eventually be unable to avoid. The summer of Harry's 9th year brought significant developments to his education, particularly regarding his magical sensitivity and its practical applications. What had begun as a vague ability to see magic had evolved into a refined talent for detecting and analyzing magical signatures across multiple dimensions: intensity, frequency, pattern, and origin. Your sensitivity has progressed beyond basic detection to analytical capacity, Gornik observed during a specialized training session deep within Gringotts. This is uncommon even among goblins with similar gifts. They stood in a chamber specifically designed for sensitivity training, its walls embedded with various enchanted objects and runic sequences that produced controlled magical emissions of different types. Harry, blindfolded to eliminate visual distractions, was practicing identifying specific magical signatures based solely on his internal perceptions. Third sequence from the left, Gornik instructed. Describe it. Quote. Harry turned toward the wall, extending his awareness toward the indicated area. After a moment's concentration, he began to articulate what he perceived. Layered enchantments. 3 distinct signatures. The base layer feels old, at least a century, with a steady pulsing pattern. Middle layer more recent, maybe 20 years, with sharper, more aggressive energy. Uppermost layer is very fresh, less than a year, and seems designed to harmonize the other two. Removing his blindfold, Harry found Gornik studying him with unusual intensity. Remarkably precise, the goblin confirmed. The object is a ceremonial dagger with original protection enchantments from 1893, combat enhancements added during the Grindelwald conflict, and stabilization charms. Applied 8 months ago when the older enchantments began to degrade. This level of perceptive detail represented a significant advancement in Harry's abilities. Where once he could merely detect the presence of magic, he could now discern layers, approximate ages, and even general purposes of enchantments without casting diagnostic spells. The practical applications of this talent were extensive, particularly in areas where goblin and wizard interests intersected. Under careful supervision, Harry began accompanying senior curse breakers on evaluations of newly acquired artifacts, providing preliminary assessments based on his perceptions before more invasive diagnostic measures were employed. "The human ward has a gift," acknowledged Cardag, a grizzled curse breaker who had initially been skeptical of Harry's involvement. He detected the nested trigger curses in the Caro locket when 3 standard detection spells revealed nothing. This professional validation from a respected goblin specialist represented an important milestone in Harry's integration into Gringotts' operations. Beyond the educational value, these experiences provided meaningful contributions to the community that had raised him, a way to reciprocate their investment in his development. Harry's sensitivity training expanded to include field exercises beyond Gringotts' walls, conducted under strict security protocols. Accompanied by Gornick and at least one senior curse breaker, he visited selected magical sites throughout Britain, ancient stone circles, forgotten shrines, and locations where significant magical events had occurred, to study the unique signatures of different types of ambient magic. During one such expedition to a remote stone circle in the Brecon Beacons, Harry made a discovery that particularly excited his goblin mentors. While examining the weathered monoliths, he detected faint traces of what he described as singing stone, a magical resonance that goblin records associated with ancient goblin runesmiths who had worked with wizards during the pre-Roman era. "This supports our historical claims," Gornick explained as goblin specialists documented Harry's findings. Wizard H.I. stories rarely acknowledge goblin contributions to these sacred sites, but magical signatures don't lie. The stone retains echoes of goblin song magic from nearly 2,000 years ago. These expeditions served multiple educational purposes. Beyond developing Harry's sensitivity, they provided practical experience in magical archaeology, exposure to Britain's magical geography, and opportunity to observe how different magical traditions had influenced one another throughout history. This last element particularly reinforced one of the core themes of Harry's unconventional education, that magical knowledge flourished best through exchange and cooperation rather than isolation and hoarding. Parallel to these specialized trainings, Harry's conventional magical education continued advancing well beyond typical levels for his age. Under Remus Lupin's guidance, he had progressed to third-year Hogwarts material in most subjects, with particular strength in defense against the dark arts, charms, and surprisingly, care of magical creatures, the latter influenced by his sensitivity, which allowed him to perceive magical creatures, natural auras. "Your ability to sense magical signatures gives you an advantage in understanding magical creatures," Lupin explained after Harry demonstrated unusual insight during a lesson on bowtruckles. "You're perceiving aspects of their nature that most wizards only learn through years of observation." This connection between his sensitivity and creature interactions led to another educational innovation: carefully arranged meetings with selected magical beings beyond goblins. Under appropriate supervision, Harry began occasional sessions with representatives of other magical communities willing to share their perspectives on magic. Most memorable among these was his introduction to centaur astronomy, facilitated through Andromeda Tonks, professional connections. On a clear autumn night, Harry was permitted to visit a small clearing in a magically protected forest where Firenze, a young centaur known for his unusual willingness to interact with humans, had agreed to demonstrate celestial observation techniques. Wizard Astronomy Catalog stars and planets as separate entities, Firenze explained as Harry gazed upward at the brilliant night sky. Centaurs observe patterns, the relationships between celestial bodies and how their magic flows in currents across the void. Using a centaur-crafted device similar to an astrolabe but incorporating magical elements that responded to celestial energies, Firenze showed Harry how to perceive what centaurs called the rivers of heaven, magical currents that flowed between certain stars and constellations, strengthening or weakening according to their alignments. "Your sensitivity serves you well, young human," the centaur observed as Harry successfully identified a strong current between Mars and the Pleiades. "Few of your kind can perceive these flows without years of training." The Experience offered Harry insights not just into centaur astronomy but into how fundamentally different magical perspectives could reveal aspects of reality invisible to traditions that had become too self-referential and isolated. This theme of integration, finding value across diverse magical approaches, continued to characterize his educational development. Beyond magical studies, Harry's ninth year also brought increased focus on his future role in wizarding society. With his eventual attendance at Hogwarts less than 2 years away, both his goblin and wizard guardians recognized the need to prepare him for the public attention and political complexities he would inevitably face. When you enter Hogwarts, you will no longer be simply Harry Potter, student, Ragnarok explained during a formal assessment meeting. You will be the boy who lived, heir to House Potter, and a symbol in wizarding politics whether you wish it or not. To address this reality, Harry's education expanded to Inkle Ude more intensive study of wizard political structures, media relations, and social dynamics. Andromeda Tonks, whose family background had given her intimate knowledge of pureblood society despite her own estrangement from it, provided invaluable guidance on navigating the complex social hierarchies of wizarding Britain. Understanding doesn't mean agreement, she emphasized during one such lesson at her home, where Harry now spent regular weekends. But knowing how different factions think, what motivates them, what language they respond to, what traditions they value, gives you options beyond simple confrontation. These lessons in wizard politics were complemented by goblin perspectives on long-term strategy and alliance building. Where wizard political education often emphasized immediate advantages and personal connections, goblin approaches focused on generational thinking and structural leverage. Wizards play chess, Gornick once observed. Goblins play stones. Different horizons, different strategies. The metaphor resonated with Harry, who had learned both games during his time at Gringotts. Chess required tactical thinking about immediate piece advantage and position, the Goblin Stone game demanded patience and incremental positioning for territory control over many turns. Both perspectives had value in different contexts. As autumn deepened into winter, a significant new element entered Harry's education: supervised interaction with selected young witches and wizards his age. Building on his occasional meetings with Neville Longbottom and Susan Bones, Ida carefully arranged small gatherings at her home that allowed Harry to develop peer relationships while maintaining necessary security. Social skills with age peers cannot be learned solely from books or adult interactions, she explained. And when you attend Hogwarts, you'll need to navigate relationships with classmates who have very different backgrounds and experiences. These gatherings were presented to the other children and their families as opportunities for advanced magical study under Andromeda's guidance, with Harry introduced simply as her ward rather than explicitly identified as Harry Potter. His disguise during these sessions was minimal, his scar concealed and his appearance slightly altered, but not so dramatically as to create awkwardness in ongoing relationships. Core group included Neville Longbottom, whose quiet determination and encyclopedic knowledge of herbology compensated for his still unreliable accidental magic, Susan Bones, whose Aunt Amelia's posy in the DMLE had given her an unusually mature understanding of justice and fairness, and occasionally Hannah Abbott, a friendly girl whose mother was a healer colleague of Andromeda's. During one such gathering in late November, the children were practicing basic magical control exercises in the Tonks' enchanted garden. Harry, accustomed to both goblin discipline and advanced wizard training, found himself unexpectedly challenged by the social dynamics rather than the magical tasks. "How can you do that already?" Susan asked with frank curiosity as Harry demonstrated a wandless color hanging charm on a fallen leaf, a simple application of the controlled magic he had been practicing for years. "We're not supposed to learn color-changing charms until second year, and that's with wands." The question highlighted a recurring challenge in these interactions, balancing his advanced abilities against the need to relate normally with children who had received typical wizard upbringings. Harry had learned from previous sessions that neither showing off nor falsely diminishing his skills fostered genuine connections. "I've had different training," he explained honestly, though without mentioning goblins specifically. "Andromeda's been teaching me alternative approaches to magic that don't always rely on wands." Neville, who had been struggling to produce any noticeable effect on his own leaf, looked up with interest. "Do you think, could you show me how?" Gran's convinced I'm nearly a squib because I can't do accidental magic like she expects. This request presented an awkward unity Harry hadn't anticipated, sharing aspects of his goblin magical education that might actually help another child. With a quick glance at Andromeda, who nodded permission, he moved to sit beside Neville. The way I was taught, Harry began carefully, magic isn't about forcing effects through a wand. It's about feeling your own magic first, then directing it with intention. He demonstrated the simple centering technique Gornick had taught him years earlier. Try closing your eyes and just feeling the magic inside you before trying to make it do anything. Over the next hour, Harry guided Neville through basic goblin mindfulness exercises adapted for wizard understanding. By the session's end, Neville had managed to create a faint but definite glow around his leaf, not the color change that had been the official task, but an authentic expression of his own magic that left him beaming with newfound confidence. That's the first time I've ever made magic happen on purpose, he said with quiet wonder. Gran will never believe it. This moment of genuine connection through shared magical exploration created a foundation for friendship more solid than any contrived social activity could have achieved. In subsequent gatherings, Harry found himself naturally taking on a hybrid role, sometimes peer, sometimes informal tutor, as the other children became interested in his unconventional magical approaches. You explain things differently than my tutors, Susan commented during a December session focused on magical history. They just tell us what happened and who was important. You always talk about why things happened and how different people saw the same events. This observation highlighted how Harry's dual education had shaped not just what he knew but how he thought. Where most wizard children received relatively one-dimensional historical narratives centered on wizard perspectives, Harry's education had emphasized multiple viewpoints, conflicting accounts, and the economic and social factors underlying historical events. These peer interactions proved valuable in unexpected ways. Beyond providing necessary social experience, they offered Harry insights into how typical wizard children were educated, what they knew and didn't know about the wider magical world, and what cultural assumptions they had absorbed without question. This understanding would prove crucial for his eventual integration into Hogwarts. The holiday season brought another new experience, Harry's first attendance at a semi-public wizard gathering, specifically the Bones family's winter solstice celebration. Carefully disguised and introduced as Andromeda's ward, Harry had the opportunity to observe wizard social customs in a setting that included multiple families from different segments of magical society. Under Andromeda's watchful guidance, he navigated the complex etiquette of formal wizard gatherings, the proper greetings based on family status, the traditional toasts and ceremonial elements that marked wizard holidays, and the subtle social signaling through everything from wand display to robe styling to conversational references. Watch how different families interact, Andromeda advised quietly as they observed the gathering from a relatively inconspicuous position. Notice who speaks to whom, who defers to whom, which families maintain distance from each other despite surface politeness. Harry observed with the careful attention he had developed through years of goblin training. He noted how certain pureblood families, the Abbotts, the Macmillans, the Boneses, interacted comfortably across traditional political lines, while others maintained rigid separations. He observed the subtle ways that magical ability was demonstrated and acknowledged in social settings, and how family connections were constantly referenced to establish context for interactions. Most valuably, he witnessed how Amelia Bones, a powerful ministry official from an old pureblood family who nevertheless maintained progressive views on many issues, navigated the various factions present. Her ability to command respect from traditionalists while advocating moderate reforms provided a masterclass in political effectiveness that textbooks could never capture. As the celebration concluded, Harry found himself in a brief, unexpected conversation with an elderly wizard who introduced himself simply as Tiberius. Only later, when Andromeda explained that this had been Tiberius Ogden, a senior member of the Wizengamot known for his independent voting record, did Harry realize he had been subtly evaluated by an influential figure in wizard politics. You handled yourself well, Andromeda assured him afterward. Maintained your cover while demonstrating appropriate knowledge and manners. These skills will serve you as important as any spell when you take your place in wizarding society. The combination of these varied educational elements, advanced magical training, political and social preparation, and carefully structured peer interactions, created an increasingly comprehensive foundation for Harry's eventual transition from his protected status at Gringotts to more public visibility in the wizarding world. Throughout this period, however, he maintained his primary residence and core identity within Gringotts, continuing to honor and learn from the goblin culture that had shaped his formative years. This balance, integrating new wizard experiences while remaining grounded in his goblin upbringing, characterized his development as he approached his 10th birthday. The spring equinox of Harry's 9th year marked a significant milestone in his magical education, his first formal introduction to family magic through the Potter grimoires. While he had previously accessed some family heirlooms and historical artifacts, the ancestral magical knowledge contained in the grimoires had been reserved until he reached sufficient magical and emotional maturity. Family grimoires contain more than mere spells, Remus Lupin explained as they sat in a specially prepared chamber deep within Gringotts. They hold the accumulated magical understanding of generations, approaches, techniques, and insights unique to your bloodline. Before them on a simple oak table lay 3 volumes of varying age and appearance, a leather-bound tome with the Potter crest embossed in gold, owing signs of considerable age but excellent preservation, a more recent volume bound in deep blue fabric with silver fittings, and a slim journal in modern binding, which Lupin identified as James Potter's personal magical research. These represent different eras of Potter family magic, Lupin continued. The oldest dates to the 1500s, compiled by Hardwin Potter after the family relocated from Stinchcombe to Godric's Hollow. The second was assembled by your great-grandfather Henry Potter in the early 1900s. And the last contains your father's innovations and adaptations. The ceremony to Gr. and Harry access was simple but meaningful. As heir to House Potter, he placed 3 drops of blood on each volume's cover while reciting formal acknowledgement of his responsibility to preserve and nor the magical knowledge contained within. As the blood was absorbed into the binding materials, each book briefly glowed with golden light, signifying recognition of his legitimate claim. They accept you, Lupin observed with satisfaction. The grimoires are now yours to study, though certain sections may remain obscured until you reach magical maturity or master prerequisite knowledge. Over the following months, these family grimoires became a central focus of Harry's magical studies. Unlike standard magical textbooks, which presented widely known spells and techniques in standardized formats, the grimoires contained unique magical approaches developed and refined by generations of Potters. The oldest volume revealed the Potter family's historical specialization in protective enchantments and warding techniques. Hardwin Potter and his descendants had developed several innovative approaches to securing dwellings and creating safe spaces, magical knowledge that had served the family well during periods of wizard conflict and persecution. Your ancestors created variations on standard protection spells by incorporating elements of earth magic, Lupin explained as they studied a particularly interesting section. Notice how the ward anchoring techniques reference natural features and astronomical alignments rather than relying solely on runic frameworks. This integration of errant magical traditions within the Potter grimoire resonated strongly with Harry's own educational experience bridging goblin and wizard approaches. He recognized parallels between certain Potter arding techniques and goblin territorial protections, suggesting historical exchange of ideas that formal wizard histories rarely acknowledged. The second volume, compiled by Henry Potter, revealed a different magical focus, the manipulation of magical energies for transportation and communication. It contained detailed research on improvements to the flow network, experimental work on expanding apparition range, and fascinating studies on magical communications beyond standard owl post. Your great-grandfather served on the Wizengamot during a period of significant magical innovation, Lupin noted. His interest in magical transportation reflected broader social changes as wizard communities became less isolated and more connected. Most personally significant was James Potter's journal, Hitch documented his magical research during and after Hogwarts. Here Harry discovered the origins of the Marauder's map, though not complete replication instructions, experimental charms combining transfiguration and animation. And most intriguingly, notes on the Patronus charm that suggested James had been developing variations with expanded capabilities beyond defense against Dementors. Your Arthur had exceptional creativity in combining established magical principles in new ways, Lupin explained, his voice carrying both pride and sadness as he revisited his friend's innovations. Where many wizards master existing spells, James questioned fundamental assumptions and explored the spaces between established magical categories. This magical inheritance provided more than practical knowledge. It offered Harry a deeper connection to his family legacy and a sense of continuity that transcended the tragedy of his parents' deaths. Through studying how Potter magic had evolved over centuries, adapting to different challenges and incorporating new insights, he gained appreciation for magic as a living tradition rather than a static body of knowledge. With Lupin's guidance and occasional input from Gornick, who provided goblin perspectives on certain magical principles, Harry began practical application of selected family techniques appropriate for his age and ability level. These included basic Potter warding methods, simplified versions of Henry Potter's communication charms, and foundational exercises that would eventually lead to the more advanced magic documented in James's research. This immersion in family magic coincided with another significant development in Harry's education: more extensive exploration of his mother's magical legacy through her charm journals and correspondence preserved in the Potter vaults. Lily's approach to magic differed from James's in fundamental ways, Lupin explained as they examined her meticulously documented charm experiments. Where James worked intuitively, often through trial and error, Lily applied rigorous theoretical analysis before practical implementation. Her Muggle-born perspective allowed her to question assumptions purebloods often took for granted. The journals revealed Lily Evans Potter as a brilliant magical researcher whose work bridged charm and potion disciplines in innovative ways. Her most significant research focused on protective magic that operated through emotional and intentional channels rather than traditional spell structures, work that Lupin believed had ultimately contributed to Harry's survival of the killing curse. Your mother was investigating ancient protective magics based on sacrificial intent, Lupin explained carefully, addressing a topic that had been somewhat simplified in Harry's earlier education. Not dark sacrifices, but willing protection given out of love. Some of her theoretical work paralleled very old magic documented in certain goblin records. This connection between Lily's research and goblin magical traditions provided another thread linking Harry's dual heritage. With Gornook's assistance, he began exploring the conceptual overlaps between his mother's harm innovations and certain goblin protection rituals, finding complementary insights that neither tradition had fully developed independently. As his understanding of family magic deepened, Harry's practical magical abilities continued advancing well beyond typical levels for his age. By his 10th birthday, he could consistently perform controlled wandless magic for a variety of basic effects, execute more complex spells with his training wand, and most unusually, sense and sometimes manipulate the underlying magical energies that more standardized wizard education often treated as inaccessible theory rather than practical reality. These accelerated abilities, combined with his unusual perspective integrating multiple magical traditions, occasionally created challenges in his expanding interactions with age peers. During summer gatherings at the Tonks residence, Harry had to consciously moderate his magical demonstrations to avoid either intimidating his friends or drawing unwanted attention to his non-standard education. It's not just that you can do more advanced magic, Susan Bones observed insightfully during one such gathering. It's that you think about magic differently. Like you're seeing something the rest of us aren't taught to notice. This perceptive comment captured an essential truth about Harry's development. Beyond specific spells or techniques, his goblin fluenced education had given him a fundamentally different relationship with magic itself, an awareness of it as an environmental force with patterns and properties that could be perceived directly rather than merely manipulated through standardized methods. The autumn following Harry's 10th birthday brought a pivotal experience that would significantly shape his preparation for eventual entry into wider wizarding society, his first meeting with another magical child who shared certain unusual characteristics with him, specifically, Daphne Greengrass. The introduction came through carefully negotiated arrangements between Andromeda Tonks and Lady Greengrass, whose family maintained a politically neutral stance that allowed them connections across traditional factional lines. The Greengrass family's reputation for discretion and their status as an ancient house made them potential allies worth cultivating as Harry's eventual public emergence approached. More specifically, Daphne Greengrass As possessed an unusual magical sensitivity somewhat similar to Harry's own, a gift that had manifested in her ability to perceive magical intentions and emotional residue in enchanted objects and environments. This shared trait provided both educational opportunity and potential connection that Andromeda believed would benefit Harry's development. Their first meeting took place at a small magical heritage site in Cornwall, a partially ruined stone circle situated on greengrass property that dated to pre-Roman magical settlements. The location was chosen deliberately for its magical significance, isolation from public view, and the opportunity it provided for both children to exercise their unusual perceptive abilities. Harry arrived with Andromeda and Gornik, the latter concealed by goblin magic to avoid complications with the traditionally minded Greengrass family. Lady Ophelia Greengrass awaited them with her daughter, a composed girl with straight blonde hair and observant blue eyes that seemed to evaluate Harry with unusual intensity. After formal introductions appropriate to the meeting of heirs from magical families, the adults stepped back to allow the children to interact directly at the stone circle while remaining within protective wards and sight lines. "Mother says you can sense magic like I can," Daphne stated without preamble as they approached the ancient stones. Her direct approach reminded Harry somewhat of goblin communication styles, prioritizing substance over social niceties. But differently. "I perceive magical signatures and structures," Harry confirmed, appreciating her straightforwardness. "Layers, age, purpose, that sort of thing." "What about you?" "Intentions and emotional imprints," she replied. "I can tell what someone meant when they cast a spell, whether they were angry or afraid or confident. And sometimes, echoes of past events where strong emotions affected magic." They circled the ancient site together, each perceiving different aspects of its magical history. Harry described the technical construction of the circle's original enchantments, identifying where different magical traditions had contributed to its structure over centuries. Daphne, in turn, shared impressions of the rituals and significant events that had left emotional residue in the stones, celebrations, emergency protections during conflicts, and transitional ceremonies for young magic users. "There's something strange here," Harry noted as they reached the circle's center. "A magical current I haven't encountered before, almost like water underground. But it's pure magic rather than physical." Daphne nodded. "A ley line. Most old magical sites were built on them. This one feels hopeful, somehow. The magic has a lifting quality to it." Their complementary perceptions created a more complete understanding of the site than either could have achieved alone. Harry's technical analysis of magical structures paired with Daphne's insights into the human elements that had shaped the magic over generations. As their exploration continued, their conversation gradually shifted from the immediate magical environment to their respective experiences. Growing up with unusual perceptive abilities in different contexts. "Most people don't understand," Daphne admitted as they sat on fallen stones at the circle's edge. "My parents try, but they can't see what I see. The tutors they've hired focus more on controlling it than developing it properly." "I've been fortunate," Harry acknowledged, carefully avoiding specific mentions of his goblin upbringing. "My guardians recognized what I was experiencing and provided appropriate training rather than trying to suppress it." "You're not what I expected," Daphne said after a thoughtful pause. "Mother wouldn't tell me your full name. Just that you were from an old family and had unusual abilities. But there's something different about your magic. It doesn't feel purely wizard." The observation was surprisingly perceptive, revealing Daphne's sensitivity as potentially more developed than initially apparent. Harry considered his response carefully, aware of the need for discretion while also recognizing a potential ally who might understand aspects of his experience that most wizard children could not. "My education has been unconventional," he acknowledged. "I've been exposed to magical traditions beyond standard wizard practice." A subtle smile curved Daphne's lips. "Diplomatic answer. My father would approve." She studied him with renewed interest. "Your magical core has an interesting pattern, structured but flexible. Most wizard children our age have more chaotic magical signatures." This exchange established a foundation of mutual respect based on shared experiences despite their different backgrounds. As their initial meeting concluded, arrangements were made for occasional future interactions, structured opportunities for them to develop their complementary abilities will building a potential alliance that might serve both families' interests. Subsequent meetings with Daphne, sometimes including the other children from Harry's regular social circle, provided valuable opportunities to engage with someone who understood certain aspects of his magical experience that even well-meaning adults couldn't fully comprehend. Their discussions about magical perception, the limitations of standard wizard education regarding sensitivity gifts, and the social challenges of possessing uncommon abilities created a unique connection that transcended typical childhood friendships. More pragmatically, these interactions with the Greengrass family expanded Harry's network of potential allies among influential wizard families without exposing his full background or identity. Lady Greengrass, impressed by his magical maturity and proper manners carefully cultivated through Andromeda's coaching, became an additional advocate within certain social circles, speaking positively about Andromeda's talented ward, without pressing for details about his specific identity. This strategic relationship building represented an important component of Harry's preparation for eventually reclaiming his public identity. Through careful, limited exposure to selected individuals and families, he was establishing foundations for support networks that would prove crucial when he attended Hogwarts as Harry Potter rather than as Andromeda's disguised ward. As Harry's 11th birthday approached, bringing with it the inevitability of his Hogwarts letter and more public visibility, his education shifted focus toward strategic preparation for this transition. Both his goblin guardians and wizard mentors recognized the need for comprehensive planning to ensure his year's unconventional development would serve rather than hinder him as he integrated into the structured environment of Hogwarts and the watchful eyes of wizarding society. This preparation encompassed multiple dimensions: magical, social, political, and personal, each requiring careful consideration and coordination between his various mentors. Your magical abilities currently exceed standard first-year levels in most subjects, Lupin assessed during a formal evaluation. However, your training has emphasized different aspects than conventional wizard education. We must ensure you can translate your knowledge into the formats and techniques Hogwarts professors will expect. This meant dedicated practice with standard wizard spellcasting approaches, including the precise incantations and wand movements that Harry's goblin training had often de-emphasized in favor of intent-based casting. While he would retain his more intuitive magical understanding, he needed to demonstrate conventional competence to avoid unwanted scrutiny. Similarly, Andromeda focused on preparing Harry for the social dynamics he would encounter at Hogwarts: house rivalries, blood status prejudices, and the particular challenges he would face as a celebrity figure. "You'll be watched constantly," she warned during one such session at her home. "Every action, every friendship, every classroom response will be noted and interpreted through the lens of your boy who lived status. We cannot eliminate this scrutiny, but we can prepare you to navigate it strategically." This preparation included detailed discussions of Hogwarts' house system, the historical personalities and values associated with each house, and the potential implications of different sorting outcomes. While Gryffindor had been his parents' house, and might be broadly expected for the boy who lived, Harry's years of goblin education had cultivated traits that aligned with other houses as well: the strategic thinking valued in Slytherin, the intellectual curiosity prized by Ravenclaw, and the loyalty and work ethic central to Hufflepuff. "The sorting is a pivotal moment that will shape much of your Hogwarts experience," Remus explained. "But remember that houses are meant to develop strengths, not limit them. Your father was a Gryffindor with Ravenclaw creativity and Slytherin cunning when it suited him." From Ragnarok came more pragmatic preparation related to Harry's financial and political position. As he approached the age of 11, certain aspects of the Potter estate would become more directly accessible to him, requiring no degree of asset management beyond what most children his age would possess. "You will not have full control until your majority at 17, Ragnarok clarified, "but as the last Potter, you have certain access rights even as a minor. Understanding these will prevent others from managing your affairs against your interests." This financial education included detailed reviews of the Potter holdings, investment structures, and the complex web of business relationships maintained through Gringotts management. Unlike most heirs who might receive superficial overviews of family wealth, Harry was provided with substantive understanding of financial mechanics, goblin banking practices, and the economic underpinnings of wizarding society. Knowledge is protection, Ragnarok emphasized repeatedly. What you understand, others cannot easily manipulate. Perhaps most significant was the psychological preparation for transitioning from relative anonymity to intense public scrutiny. Harry had lived for X years in the protected environment of Gringotts, with only carefully controlled exposure to wider wizarding society. The sudden shift to celebrity status would test his emotional resilience and sense of identity in profound ways. You must maintain your center, Gornick advised during one of their final training sessions together. Remember who you are beneath the labels wizards will attach to you. Neither fully embrace nor fully reject their expectations, but navigate between them with awareness. This goblin wisdom, maintaining perspective while navigating conflicting expectations, had been a consistent theme throughout Harry's education. Now it would face its most significant test as he prepared to enter a world that believed it knew him based on stories and projections rather than actual knowledge. As summer arrived and his 11th birthday drew closer, Harry's preparations intensified. Practical exercises simulated Hogwarts classroom environments, with Lupin and occasionally McGonagall role-playing as professors to help him adapt to structured wizard teaching methods. Social scenarios were constructed to practice responses to different types of attention he might receive, from adulation to skepticism to potential hostility. Throughout this preparation, Harry maintained regular communication with the small circle of friends he had developed: Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Daphne. Knowing these relationships would provide important grounding as he navigated the complexities of his public emergence. Though none yet knew his full identity, these connections represented authentic relationships based on genuine interaction rather than celebrity fascination. Perhaps the most meaningful preparation came through a series of conversations with those who had known his parents, not just Lupin and McGonagall, but others who were cautiously brought into his circle as his departure for Hogwarts approached. Andromeda arranged meetings with selected individuals who could share perspectives on James and Lily Potter that would help Harry understand the legacy he carried. Professor Phileas Flitwick, Hogwarts charms professor who had been particularly impressed by Lily's talents, was cautiously approved for a meeting after extensive vetting by both Ragnarok and Andromeda. His part goblin heritage made him more acceptable to Harry's goblin guardians, while his position at Hogwarts would provide a potential ally once Harry began school. Your mother had an intuitive understanding of charm mechanics that went beyond technical execution, Flitwick shared during their meeting in a secure location away from both Hogwarts and Gringotts. She could visualize magical interactions in 3 dimensions, perceiving how different spell components would interact before casting. This insight into Lily's approach to magic resonated strongly with Harry's own experiences with magical visualization, another thread connecting him to his heritage. Equally valuable were Flitwick's perspectives on navigating Hogwarts as someone with mixed heritage, though in Harry's case, the cultural rather than biological mixture created similar challenges. Belonging to multiple worlds can be challenging, the professor acknowledged, but it also provides unique perspective. I've found value in honoring both my wizard and goblin heritage rather than feeling forced to choose between them. This advice particularly resonated with Harry, who had been struggling with how to balance his goblin upbringing with his re-entry into wizard society. Rather than seeing these as conflicting identities, Flitwick's example suggested the possibility of integration, maintaining core values from both cultures while finding his own unique path. As July approached, bringing with it Harry's 11th birthday and the expected Hogwarts letter, final preparations focused on the practical aspects of his transition. A comprehensive security assessment was conducted to determine what protections could reasonably be maintained once he entered Hogwarts, what knowledge should remain strictly confidential, and what aspects of his unconventional education could be selectively shared when appropriate. Complete secret. Why about your goblin upbringing is neither practical nor desirable in the long term, Ragnarok advised during one of their final formal meetings. However, strategic disclosure to selected individuals rather than public declaration will better serve both your interests and those of Gringotts. This nuanced approach to his dual identity reflected Harry's growth from the frightened child who had arrived at Gringotts 6 years earlier to the confident, thoughtful young wizard he had become. Rather than simply hiding his goblin connections or flaunting them provocatively, he would make careful judgments about when, how, and with whom to share different aspects of his background. As his birthday drew near, Harry spent increasing time in reflection, revisiting the various chambers of Gringotts that had shaped his development. From the training rooms where Gornick had first taught him to sense his magic to the artifact chambers where his sensitivity had been refined to the secure vaults containing his family legacy. Each space held memories that had contributed to his unique magical identity. During one such reflective moment in his private quarters, Harry retrieved the small stag figurine he had discovered years earlier in the artifact chamber. Over time, his developing sensitivity had allowed him to better understand its purpose, a focus object created by his father that amplified protect I've intentions through a connection to his Patronus form. Holding the figurine in his palm, Harry could sense the echoes of his father's magic resonating with his own, a tangible connection to his Harry Tage that transcended the tragedy of their separation. This small object, along with his mother's charm journals, his father's pocket watch, and the other family artifacts he had gradually collected, would accompany him to Hogwarts, physical reminders of the legacy he carried and the unique path that had brought him to this threshold. In his final days before the expected arrival of his Hogwarts letter, Harry completed one last significant ritual under Goblin supervision, a formal acknowledgement of his wardship and the education he had received. In a ceremony attended by the Goblin High Council, Ragnarok, Gornick, and his wizard guardians, Harry expressed his gratitude for the protection and knowledge Gringotts had provided during his formative years. I entered these halls as a child seeking refuge, he stated in carefully practiced gobbledygook, following traditional forms. I depart as an heir to two traditions, carrying knowledge of both. Though my path leads temporarily away from these halls, the wisdom imparted remains. May profit flow from our continued alliance. Ragnarok responded with formal acknowledgement of Harry's status as a friend of the Goblin Nation, not merely a client or ward but someone granted rare recognition across cultural boundaries. This designation, while primarily ceremonial, carried practical implications for his future interactions with Gringotts and the wider Goblin community. You have honored our teachings through diligent study and respectful engagement, Ragnarok declared. Though you return now to wizard society, you carry perspectives few wizards possess. Use this understanding wisely in the years ahead. The ceremony concluded with the presentation of a goblin-crafted pendant, similar to but distinct from the wardship medallion he had worn for years. This new token, designed to be worn concealed beneath clothing, combined protective enchantments with communication capabilities that would allow secure contact with Gringotts if needed during his time at Hogwarts. A practical gift, Gornick explained as Harry examined the intricately crafted silver disc. Protection and connection combined, as befits your position between worlds. This ceremonial acknowledgement of his transition brought a sense of completion to Harry's Gringotts years while affirming that these connections would continue in new forms. He was not leaving his goblin cation behind but carrying it forward into the next phase of his journey, integrating rather than abandoning this fundamental aspect of his development. As July 31st approached, the day when his Hogwarts' letter would officially arrive, Harry found himself experiencing not just anticipation but a complex mixture of emotions: excitement about the new experiences awaiting him, appreciation for the foundation his unconventional upbringing had provided, and determination to navigate the challenges ahead with the wisdom gleaned from both his goblin and wizard mentors. Whatever awaited him at Hogwarts and beyond, he would face it not simply as the boy who lived of wizard legend, but as Harry Potter, heir to the Potter legacy, ward of Gringotts, student of multiple magical traditions, and increasingly, an individual forging his own unique path between worlds that rarely understood each other. The long-awaited Hogwarts letter arrived precisely on Harry's 11th birthday, delivered not by Owl to Gringotts, where male wards would have redirected it, but to the Tonks residence, which had been established as his official wizard address for legal and administrative purposes. The parchment envelope, addressed in emerald ink to Mr. H. Potter, the East Bedroom, Tonks residence, Devon, contained the standard Hogwarts acceptance letter signed by Professor McGonagall as deputy headmistress. The familiar wording, unchanged for generations of wizard children, represented a significant milestone, official acknowledgement of Harry's place in the wizarding world he had been prepared to enter for the past 6 years. And so it begins. Andromeda commented as Harry examined the equipment list accompanying his acceptance letter. The next phase of your journey. The letter's arrival set in motion fully prepared plans for Harry's controlled re-emergence into public wizarding society. Rather than immediately visiting Diagon Alley, where the boy who lived would certainly create a sensation, Harry would first make a strategic appearance at the Ministry of Magic, accompanying Andromeda for what would be presented as routine guardianship documentation but would actually serve to establish his public narrative under controlled circumstances. This appearance took place 3 days after his letter arrived. Dressed in high-quality but not ostentatious wizard robes tailored for the occasion, Harry entered the ministry through the visitor's entrance alongside Andromeda, who had arranged the timing to coincide with a relatively quiet mid-morning period when key individuals would be present but general foot traffic would be minimal. Remember, Andromeda advised quietly as they traversed the ministry atrium, today establishes first impressions that will frame public perception. Confidence without arrogance, courtesy to all regardless of status, and limited information about your past. Harry nodded, maintaining the composed demeanor he had practiced extensively. As expected, recognition spread gradually through the atrium, beginning with double takes from passing ministry workers who noticed his resemblance to James Potter and the partially visible lightning scar, escalating to wisps that followed their path toward the administrative offices where they had scheduled an appointment with the Department of Magical Education. By design, this route took them past the office of Amelia Bones, who emerged precisely on schedule as if coincidentally encountering them in the corridor. Andromeda, she greeted warmly before turning her attention to Harry. And this must be your ward. Harry Potter, if I'm not mistaken. Susan has mentioned meeting you during study sessions at your home. This carefully scripted exchange established several important elements of Harry's public narrative. His connection to the respected Tonks family, his prior acquaintance with children from prominent wizard families, and by implication, his unproblematic presence in wizarding society rather than mysterious isolation as some had speculated. It's a pleasure to meet you officially, Madam Bones, Harry replied with the perfect balance of confidence and respect they had rehearsed. Susan speaks very highly of you. Their conversation, witnessed by several passing ministry employees who would inevitably spread word of the encounter, covered appropriately innocuous topics, Harry's recent Hogwarts acceptance, general educational matters, and pleasantries about mutual acquaintances. What remained strategically unmentioned was any specific detail about where and how Harry had spent the years since his parents' deaths. This pattern continued as they progressed through their official business at the Department of Magical Education, where Andromeda submitted documentation confirming Harry's educational preparedness and her continuing guardianship alongside his attendance at Hogwarts. Each interaction was calibrated to establish his presence in wizarding society as noteworthy but not extraordinary, a returning heir rather than a mysterious figure emerging from total seclusion. By the time they departed the ministry, Harry's presence had been noted by key individuals across multiple departments, creating exactly the measured impression they had intended. Harry Potter, now 11 and preparing for Hogwarts, appeared well-adjusted, properly educated, and under appropriate guardianship, interesting but not sensational news that would spread through official channels before reaching the wider public. This controlled introduction was followed several days later by an equally strategic RST appearance in Diagon Alley to purchase his Hogwarts supplies. Rather than attempting to shop incognito, which would inevitably fail once he was recognized, Harry's guardians had arranged for him to visit key shops during their least busy periods, accompanied by both Andromeda and Remus Lupin to provide buffer from excessive public interest. Their first stop was Gringotts itself, where Harry made a formal visit as a client rather than a ward, a distinction most observers wouldn't recognize but that maintained appropriate separation between his goblin upbringing and public wizard identity. To outside observers, he appeared to be simply another Hogwarts student accessing his vault for school supplies, accompanied by guardians as was typical for children his age. Within Gringotts, however, BTLE acknowledgments of his special status were evident to those who knew to look for them. The particular deference shown by the teller who escorted their party, the use of private cart systems not typically offered to standard clients. And most tellingly, Ragnarok's brief appearance to formally greet him in the main hall, an honor rarely accorded to wizard clients of any status. From Gringotts, the Y proceeded to Ollivanders for what would be presented publicly as Harry's first wand, though in reality, he had been working with a training wand for years. This visit had been carefully coordinated in advance, with Garrick Ollivander, cousin to the Argyros Ollivander who had provided Harry's training wand, prepared for their arrival during a specifically scheduled period when no other customers would be present. The wandmaker's shop was exactly as described in wizard accounts, narrow, dusty, and permeated with the magical energy of thousands of wands awaiting their matches. Ollivander himself emerged from between the shelves with the slightly unnerving presence that had become legendary among generations of Hogwarts students. "Ah, yes," he said softly upon seeing Harry. "I wondered when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter. It seems only yesterday that your mother and father were in here buying their first wands." What followed was partially genuine wand-finding and partially calculated pay. Performance, maintaining the public narrative while acknowledging certain realities. Ollivander measured Harry with the same enchanted tape that had measured countless students before him, made the same cryptic observations about wand affinities and magical correspondences, and presented a succession of wands for testing. The difference, known only to those present, was that Harry's existing magical training and experience with his training wand made him far more aware of the subtle interactions between his magic and the wands he tested. Rather than producing random destructive effects as untrained children often did, his trials showed more controlled but incompatible resonances, windows rattling rather than shattering, shelves vibrating rather than collapsing. "Interesting, very interesting," Ollivander murmured as the trials continued. "I sense you have unusual magical development for one your age, Mr. Potter. More structured than typically seen in young wizards." This observation, while accurate, was framed in a way that attributed Harry's advanced magical control to inherent talent rather than years of structured training, maintaining the necessary discretion about his unconventional education while acknowledging the reality Ollivander could clearly perceive. The wand-finding culminated, as they had anticipated based on wand lore research conducted at Gringotts, with Harry being M.O'd to a holly and phoenix feather wand, 11 inches. What they hadn't fully anticipated was Ollivander's revelation about its connection to Voldemort. "Curious, very curious," the wandmaker said, examining the wand that had produced a stream of red and gold sparks in Harry's hand. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. And it so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." This unexpected connection created a moment of genuine surprise amid the carefully orchestrated visit. Harry felt the wand's warm response to his magic even as he processed the implications of this connection to Voldemort's wand. While his goblin education had prepared him to control his external reactions to surprising information, the revelation prompted genuine reflection about magical connections and what they might signify. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter," Ollivander continued. "I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." This philosophical perspective, separating power from morality, potential from application, echoed certain elements of goblin magical education that had emphasized intent and choice rather than inherent qualities as the determinants of magical outcomes. The wand connection represented not destiny but possibility, one Harry would shape through his own decisions rather than predetermined patterns. As they continued their shopping for school supplies, word of Harry Potter's presence in Diagon Alley spread gradually through the midweek crowd. By design, this occurred after they had completed their essential purchases, allowing controlled interaction rather than overwhelming attention from the outset. At Flourish and Blots, Harry selected his required textbooks along with several supplementary volumes reflecting his diverse interests, additional materials on magical theory that would complement his existing knowledge while appearing to outside observers as merely the choices of an academically inclined student. When fellow shoppers began to approach, seeking confirmation of his identity or attempting to engage him in conversation, Andromeda and Lupin provided appropriate buffer while Harry demonstrated the poised, courteous demeanor they had practiced for such interactions. "Yes, I'm looking forward to attending Hogwarts," he responded to one particularly persistent witch who asked about his educational background. I've been studying with private tutors until now, focusing on magical foundations before formal training. This answer, like others he provided to public questions, was technically truthful while strategically incomplete, revealing enough to satisfy casual curiosity while maintaining appropriate privacy about his goblin education and Gringotts residence. The final stop before departing Diagon Alley was Magical Menagerie, where Harry would select a pet to accompany him to Hogwarts. This choice had been discussed extensively with his various guardians, weighing practical considerations alongside personal preference. While owls offered communication advantages, Gringotts had its own secure messaging systems available to Harry, making this feature less essential. Cats provided independence that suited his circumstances, while toads had fallen out of fashion among Hogwarts students. After examining various options, Harry found himself drawn to a particularly unusual specimen, a snake with iridescent scales that shifted between deep green and midnight blue depending on the lighting. The proprietor explained it was a magical variant called an Ashwinder cross, bred for intelligence and magical sensitivity rather than the fire-related traits of pure Ashwinders. His interest in the snake prompted Lupin to draw him aside for a quiet conversation. "Harry, there's something you should consider before making this choice. Speaking with snakes. Parseltongue is considered an unusual ability in Wizarding Britain, associated historically with Salazar S.L. Wytherin and more recently with darker wizards. If you have this ability, which given your sensitivity to magic is possible, a snake companion might draw attention to it before you're prepared to handle the associated perceptions." This consideration reflected the ongoing balance between authentic self-expression and strategic social navigation that characterized Harry's preparation for Hogwarts. After thoughtful consideration, he reluctantly shifted his attention to the other options, eventually selecting a striking half-Kneazle with unusual intelligence and independence that the proprietor indicated had rejected multiple previous potential owners. "This one chooses its wizard, much like a wand," the shopkeeper explained as the silver-gray cat with distinctive amber eyes deliberately ached Harry and examined him with unnerving focus before apparently approving the match. Kneazles and their crosses can sense character in ways humans can't. Makes them particular about their companions. Harry named the cat Artemis, appreciating her self-possessed nature and intelligent gaze that seemed to evaluate everything with the same careful assessment he had learned through his goblin education. The name, drawn from his recent studies of magical connections to classical mythology, suited her dignified bearing and hunter's instincts. As their Diagon Alley excursion concluded, Harry had successfully completed his first public appearance as the returning boy who lived. The carefully managed introduction had established key elements of his public image: competent but not extraordinary, polite but not effusive, connected to respected wizard families while maintaining appropriate mystery about specific details of his upbringing. More importantly for Harry himself, the experience had provided practical application of years of preparation, navigating public attention, balancing authentic responses with strategic discretion, and beginning the complex process of integrating his goblin-influenced identity with his emerging public role in Wizarding Britain. The final weeks before September 1st brought intensified preparation across multiple fronts. Harry's last sessions with his Goblin mentors focused on ensuring he could maintain essential skills without their direct guidance, establishing secure communication protocols for his time at Hogwarts, and addressing final questions about navigating the intersection of his goblin education with Hogwarts curriculum. Remember, Gornick emphasized during their final formal training session, wizard education emphasizes different aspects of magic than what you've learned here. Neither dismiss their methods nor reveal everything of ours. Observe, integrate, and judge what serves your development. This balanced approach, neither rejecting wizard education nor abandoning goblin principles, would guide Harry's adaptation to Hogwarts. He had been prepared to recognize where the different traditions complemented each other and where they diverged for cultural rather than purely practical reasons. Ragnarok's final council focused on political awareness and strategic positioning as Harry entered the more public phase of his life. You will face competing influences seeking to shape your path, the senior goblin advised. Dumbledore, ministry factions, family alliances, house politics at Hogwarts, all will project their expectations upon you. Maintain your center while appearing to bend. This advice reflected Goblin diplomatic philosophy, the ability to navigate external pressures while preserving core intentions, appearing to accommodate others' agendas while quietly advancing one's own priorities. It was a perspective rarely taught to wizard children, who typically received more straightforward messages about right action and clear opposition. In parallel with these final Goblin sessions, Harry's wizard mentors focused on practical preparation for Hogwarts itself. Lupin provided detailed guidance on navigating the CA. Saintel's physical and social geography, from moving staircases to house dynamics to relationships with various professors. McGonagall, during a final visit before she would become his official professor, offered frank assessment of how his advanced magical knowledge might be both advantage and challenge in classroom settings. You must find balance, she advised. Neither hide your abilities entirely, nor display them in ways that alienate classmates or create undue attention. Selective demonstration paired with genuine collaboration will serve you better than either extreme. Andromeda's final PR. Preparations focused on the practical and emotional aspects of Harry's transition to Hogwarts. While he had experienced increasing independence during his Gringotts years, boarding school would bring challenges. Living in constant proximity to age peers, navigating daily life without the structured environment he had known, and managing his public identity amid constant observation. Remember every student finds their own adjustments challenging, she counseled. Behind their reactions to you, whether fascination or skepticism or something else, are ordinary children with their own insecurities. Recognizing this will help you connect beyond the labels they may initially attach to you. This empathetic perspective complemented the more strategic advice from his Goblin mentors, creating a balanced approach that considered both practical advantage and genuine human connection, another integration of his dual educational heritage. The final days before departure were spent primarily at the Tonks residence, establishing the public narrative that he had been living there while making final preparations for Hogwarts. During this time, Harry had opportunities for final meetings with the small circle of friends he had developed: Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Daphne, each of whom would now encounter him at Hogwarts as the publicly known Harry Potter rather than simply Andromeda's ward. Essay conversations required careful navigation of his partial disclosures over the previous years. None had been explicitly told his identity during their prior interactions, though some particularly the perceptive Daphne had likely developed suspicions. Now, with his public emergence, these relationships required recalibration without deception but also without full disclosure of his Goblin upbringing. I wanted to speak with you before we meet at Hogwarts, he explained to Neville during a private conversation in the Tonks' garden. You've known me as Andromeda's ward, but at school, everyone will know me as Harry Potter. I hope this doesn't change how we interact. Neville's reaction reflected his thoughtful nature. I'd wondered sometimes, especially after seeing that scar once when your hair moved. But it didn't seem right to ask if you wanted privacy. He offered a shy smile. I'm just glad to know someone before starting school, whoever you are. Similar conversations with others yielded varied responses. Susan's practical acceptance, Hannah's initial surprise followed by reassurance that it changed nothing about their friendship, and Daphne's knowing smile that she had deduced more than she had let on. These established foundations would prove valuable amid the social complexities awaiting at Hogwarts. On the evening before his departure for Hogwarts, RRY participated in one final ceremony at Gringotts, a private ritual attended only by Ragnarok, Gornick, and the members of the Goblin High Council who had originally approved his wardship. The ceremony formally acknowledged his transition from direct wardship to independent representation of Goblin interests in the wizard world, a status with no direct equivalent in either Goblin or wizard tradition. You depart as neither fully of our world nor entirely separate from it, Ragnarok stated as Harry stood before the council in formal robes that combined subtle elements of both Goblin and wizard styling. Your education here grants you perspective few wizards possess. Use it wisely as you walk between worlds. The ceremony concluded with the presentation of two significant items. The first was a specially crafted key to his family vaults, not the standard key given to wizard clients but a Goblin-made artifact that combined access functions with subtle protective enchantments and communication capabilities. The second was a small leather-bound journal whose pages were enchanted to transmit written messages between paired volumes, with Gornick retaining the companion tome. For secure communication beyond wizard methods, Gornick explained as Harry examined the journal. The contents appear only to your eyes or mine, and vanish once read unless specifically preserved. These final gifts symbolized the ongoing connection Harry would maintain with Gringotts even as he entered the next phase of his education at Hogwarts. They represented not conclusion but transformation, the evolution of his relationship with Goblin Society from dependent ward to allied independent. As he departed Gringotts for the final time before Hogwarts, Harry carried with him not just these physical tokens but the accumulated knowledge, perspectives, and values imparted through 6 formative years among those whom most wizards knew only as bankers but who had been his teachers, protectors, and in their own distinct way, family. The morning of September 1st dawned clear and cool, bringing the day Harry would board the Hogwarts Express as a publicly known first-year student rather than the hidden goblin ward he had been for so long. Dressed in standard wizard robes that concealed both his goblin-crafted pendant and the communication journal, he prepared to depart from the Tonks residence in the company of Andromeda and Ted, who would accompany him to King's Cross Station as his official guardians. "Ready?" Andromeda asked as he completed final checks of his carefully packed trunk, which contained a strategic selection of his possessions, standard Hogwarts materials visible on top, more personal and significant items secured in hidden compartments with goblin-crafted privacy wards. Harry nodded, feeling a complex mixture of emotions: excitement about the new experiences awaiting him, appreciation for the foundation his unconventional upbringing had provided, and determination to navigate the challenges ahead with wisdom drawn from both his goblin and wizard mentors. "Ready," he confirmed, stepping toward the threshold between his protected past and his more public future. Whatever awaited him at Hogwarts would be navigated with the unique perspective of someone who understood both blood and gold, both wizard heritage and goblin wisdom, a bridge between worlds that rarely comprehended each other. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. The Heir Apparent. The summer before Harry Potter's 10th birthday marked a significant transition in his dual education. While his magical training had progressed steadily over the years, his financial and political education now accelerated to prepare him for responsibilities he would face in the wizarding world. As heir to House Potter, he would eventually control substantial assets and wield political influence through the family's Wizengamot seat, responsibilities that required early preparation well beyond what typical wizard children received. The Potter holdings are more complex than most realize, Ragnarok explained during a specialized session in his private office. Before them lay magical projections of ledgers, property deeds, and investment portfolios organized in overlapping layers that displayed the interconnected nature of the Potter wealth. Your great-grandfather Henry Potter began diversifying beyond traditional wizard investments, creating a financial structure that bridges magical and non-magical economies. Harry studied the projections with the focused attention he had developed through years of goblin tutelage. At nearly 10, he possessed financial knowledge that would impress many adult wizards, understanding concepts like asset allocation, risk management, and the complicated relationship between wizard and Muggle financial systems. These Muggle technology investments have grown significantly, he noted, highlighting a section of the projection. But they're managed through multiple intermediary companies rather than direct ownership. Precisely. Ragnarok approved. A necessary structure for navigating the legal barriers between worlds while maintaining effective control. The principle applies equally to political influence. Direct power draws attention and resistance, and direct influence through strategic relationships often proves more effective. This philosophy of indirect influence had been a consistent theme in Harry's political education. Unlike the straightforward power structures taught to most wizard heirs, his goblin mentors emphasized subtler approaches, creating networks of mutual interest, understanding others' motivations, and positioning oneself at critical intersection points rather than merely accumulating direct authority. As Harry's understanding of these concepts deepened, practical application became the next educational step. Under careful supervision, he began making actual decisions regarding portions of the Potter portfolio, starting with smaller investment choices and gradually progressing to more significant financial determinations as he demonstrated sound judgment. You must understand these assets not merely as numbers but as relationships and influence. Ragnarok I.N.S. instructed as Harry evaluated options for reinvesting proceeds from a recently matured wizard business venture. Each financial decision affects real people and operations. Your choices create ripples throughout both economies. This perspective, seeing finance as an interconnected web of relationships rather than abstract figures, reflected the Goblin approach to wealth management that prioritized you. Understanding comprehensive consequences over simple profit maximization. Harry's education in this area was increasingly hands-on, including meetings with Gringotts account managers responsible for D.F.F. errant aspects of the Potter holdings and occasional carefully supervised interactions with business partners connected to family investments. Parallel to this financial education, Harry's preparatio N for his eventual political role intensified. While the Potter Wizengamot seat remained under proxy control until his majority at 17, he could begin exercising indirect influence much earlier. Through strategic relationships and careful positioning within wizard society. The Wizengamot operates through both formal procedures and informal alliances, explained Andromeda Tonks during session. Focused on wizard political structures. Understanding the written laws is only half the education. Recognizing unwritten conventions and personal connections provides the context in which those laws function. Harry's political education expanded to include detailed analysis of current Wizengamot factions, the historical voting patterns of different family blocks, and the complex web of alliances that shaped wizard governance. Through carefully curated periodicals, court records, and Andromeda's own observations as someone connected to multiple influential families, he began building a comprehensive understanding of power dynamics in Wizarding Britain. Most significantly, Harry began supervised participation in managing the Potter proxy votes on the Wizengamot, not directly, as this would have revealed his unusual education and independence, but through structured guidance to the formal proxy holder, an elderly wizard named Tiberius Ogden who had been selected for both his moderate political stance and his willingness to consider input from the Potter heir delivered through appropriate channels. Your first political act should address something meaningful but not controversial enough to draw excessive attention. Andromeda advised as Harry prepared instructions regarding an upcoming vote on international magical cooperation standards. You're establishing a pattern of responsible engagement rather than making dramatic statements at this stage. The proxy system operated through formal letters drafted by Harry, reviewed by his guardians, and then sent to Ogden, who maintained the public fiction that he was simply consulting with the Potter heir's guardians while actually receiving direction from Harry himself. This arrangement allowed Harry to begin building a voting record and political identity without revealing the extent of his unusual independence and education. Through this process, Harry gradually established a political profile that reflected the values evident in the Potter family's historical voting patterns: support for cooperation with magical beings, moderate progressivism regarding Muggle relations, and strong emphasis on magical education and research. These positions, while substantively important, were presented in measured terms that avoided drawing excessive attention or creating perceptions of radical departure from traditional wizard politics. You're laying groundwork for future influence, Ragnarok observed after reviewing Harry's proxy instructions regarding magical creature regulation. The substance is progressive but the presentazione is conventional, a balanced approach that creates space for more significant moves when timing proves favorable. This dual education, financial management and political positioning, occupied increasing portions of Harry's schedule as his 10th birthday approached. The timeline was deliberate. By wizard convention, the heir of an ancient house like Potter began receiving formal recognition and limited responsibilities in financial and political spheres at age 10, 1 year before Hogwarts attendance. Harry's guardians were preparing him to meet these expectations while protecting his unusual background. Harry's 10th birthday brought formal acknowledgement of his status as the Potter heir within the wizard legal system. While this milestone typically involved a small ceremonial filing at the ministry for most wizard families, Harry's situation required more careful handling given his public profile as the boy who lived and the unusual nature of his guardianship arrangements. The formal recognition occurred through a carefully choreographed legal procedure at the Department of Magical Inheritance, with Andromeda Tonks representing Harry's interests while Amelia Bones ensured create oversight as a senior ministry official. Rather than the public ceremony that might have been expected for such a prominent heir, the proceedings were conducted with deliberate administrative efficiency. Documented properly but without fanfare. Mr. Potter is now officially recognized as heir apparent to House Potter, with graduated access to certain family assets and informational rights regarding the Wizengamot seat. The inheritance officer stated as he applied the ministry seal to the formal documentation. Full control of family assets and voting rights remains in trust until his majority at 17. With structured transitional access beginning at 14 as per standard protocols for ancient houses. This official recognition created the legal framework for Harry's more active engagement with his inheritance, allowing him to formally receive account statements, property assessments, and Wizengamot briefings that had previously been directed to his guardians. More significantly, it established his standing to initiate certain legal and financial actions through appropriate adult representatives, a status that would prove important in the months ahead. Following this official recognition, Harry's first significant act as Potter heir was reviewing and adjusting the charitable foundations established by previous generations. The Potter family had traditionally maintained several charitable initiatives focused on magical education, orphaned magical children, and research into magical maladies, causes reflecting the family's historical values. Under Ragnarok's guidance, Harry conducted a thorough assessment of these foundations, governance structures, grant-making patterns, and financial sustainability. This review revealed opportunities to update their approach while maintaining core missions, modernizing investment strategies to increase available funds, streamlining administrative structures to reduce overhead costs, and recalibrating grant priorities to address contemporary needs in the magical community. The St. Mungo's Children's Wing Endowment should be restructured, Harry noted during a strategy session with Ragnarok and the Gringotts portfolio managers responsible for the charitable assets. The current investment approach is unnecessarily conservative given the permanent nature of the endowment, reducing available funds for program expenses. His recommendation, shifting a portion of the endowment to higher-yielding investments while maintaining appropriate risk parameters, reflected both Goblin financial principles and his own research into modern charitable management. Similarly, his proposal to expand the Magical Education Access Initiative to include stipends for Muggle-born students pre-Hogwarts preparation demonstrated a worries of practical gaps in the existing system. These adjustments, while substantive, were presented externally as natural evolutions of existing Potter family priorities rather than dramatic departures, gradual improvements implemented through established channels rather than public announcements that might draw unwanted attention to Harry's unusual level of involvement for his age. The charitable Rev. IEW provided an appropriate initial exercise of his heir status, meaningful action that demonstrated responsible stewardship while avoiding political controversy or excessive public visibility. It established Harry's approach to his inheritance as thoughtful and values-driven while remaining within conventional expectations for a well-mentored heir. This balance, substantive action beneath conventio, null appearances, characterized Harry's initial management of his inheritance across multiple domains. In property matters, he initiated careful assessments of Potter holdings throughout Britain, some of which had remained essentially untouched since his parents' deaths. These properties ranged from the partially ruined cottage in Godric's Hollow, maintained as a memorial, to larger estates in Scotland and in Wales that had been placed under magical preservation but required decisions regarding long-term management. The Wales property has significant magical features that should be properly maintained, Harry noted after reviewing detailed reports prepared by Gringotts property managers. But the current preservation approach prevents any practical use. We should implement selective restoration while maintaining historical elements. Quote, this measured approach, preserving heritage while creating practical utility, reflected Harry's developing management philosophy. Similar balanced decisions characterized his review of business investments, where he maintained core historical Potter holdings while gradually adjusting peripheral investments to reflect both changed market conditions and his own developing priorities. Throughout these activities, Harry's guardians maintained careful oversight regarding public perception. Actions taken in his name were implemented through appropriate adult representatives. Documentation reflected standard guardian approval processes, and public communications emphasized continuity with Potter family traditions rather than highlighting the unusual independence of the young heir's decision-making. This careful management of public perception extended to Harry's emerging political identity as well. As heir to the Potter seat on the Wizengamot, he began receiving official briefing materials regarding legislative matters, documents typically provided to heirs of his age but usually reviewed only superficially by children still years away from actual political responsibility. Harry, however, studied these materials with the same focused attention he applied to his other educational pursuits, developing nuanced understanding of pending legislation and political maneuvering that informed his guidance to Tiberius Ogden, the Potter proxy. His instructions, delivered through formal letters drafted at the Tonks residence and conveyed through appropriate channels, reflected increasingly sophisticated political awareness. Regarding the International Magical Cooperation Treaty amendments, he wrote in one such communication, "Please support the provisions enhancing educational exchange programs and standardized certification recognition, while seeking clarification on Article 7's implications for domestic magical being employment regulations, which appear potentially restrictive despite the progressive framing." This level of detailed engagement, identifying subtle implications within complex legislative language, reflected Harry's unusual education and political acumen. Yet externally, such guidance appeared to come from a well-mentored heir receiving appropriate adult assistance rather than from an independently analyzing 10-year-old with goblin-influenced political perspectives. As Harry's engagement with his inheritance expanded, his guardians ensured he maintained balance between these new responsibilities and his continuing magical education. While financial and political matters now occupied significant portions of his schedule, his magical development remained the priority, with his unusual sensitivity and integrated Oblin wizard magical approach continuing to advance through dedicated practice. This balanced development across multiple domains, magical, financial, and political, created a foundation for Harry's rising influence within Wizarding Britain, exercised quietly but with growing impact as his 10th year progressed. In the autumn following Harry's 10th birthday, a significant opportunity arose to expand his influence through formal connections to other magical families. Traditionally, heirs of ancient houses began establishing official alliance relationships after their 10th birthday, creating a network of connections that would eventually support their adult political and social positions. Alliance formation is a critical aspect of wizard political structures, Andromeda explained during a strategy session at her home. While the formal alliance system may seem archaic, it creates binding magical recognition between families that carries both social significance and practical legal implications. These traditional alliances took several forms. Formal allied houses established broad cooperation across political, social, and sometimes financial domains. Trade partnerships created more limited cooperation in specific business or resource areas, and educational compacts established shared commitments to knowledge exchange and academic support, each with its own magical acknowledgement and traditional expectations. For Harry, alliance formation required particular strategic consideration given his unique position. As the last Potter and the boy who lived, he represented both an ancient house with significant historical alliances and a powerful symbolic figure in recent wizard history. Potential allies would evaluate connections with him through both traditional family assessments and consideration of his personal symbolism in the post-Voldemort political landscape. "We must balance multiple considerations," Ragnarok advised when consulted on this matter. Historical Potter alliances provide natural starting points but should be evaluated based on current family leadership and positions. New connections should reflect your developing priorities while avoiding perception of radical realignment that might trigger excessive scrutiny. After careful consideration involving both his goblin and wizard advisors, Harry identified several priority relationships for initial alliance development. The Longbottom family, with whom the Potters had maintained formal alliance for generations and whose heir, Neville, had already developed friendship with Harry. The Bones family, whose current leadership under Amelia Bones aligned with many Potter values regarding justice and governance. And somewhat more controversially, the Greengrass family, who maintained political neutrality during the Wizarding War and whose heir, Daphne, shared Harry's unusual magical sensitivity. These initial selections reflected both continuity with Potter tradition and strategic diversification, maintaining historical Gryffindor-aligned connections while extending into families with different house affiliations and political positioning. The approach was deliberately measured, focusing on quality of relationships rather than quantity and avoiding any appearance of faction building that might create political concern. The first formal alliance renewal occurred with the Longbottom family their ancestral estate in late October. Augusta Longbottom, as regent for her grandson Neville, hosted a traditional alliance ceremony attended by Harry, accompanied by Andromeda as his guardian Neville, and the necessary magical witnesses to formalize the arrangement. The ceremony itself followed ancient protocols, with Harry and Neville exchanging formal declarations of continued friendship and cooperation between their houses, followed by the magical sealing that created recognized allied status. What made the occasion particularly meaningful was the personal element beneath the formal structure, genuine friendship between the boys whose parents had been allies and friends before tragedy altered both their lives. "Our families have stood together for generations," Harry stated during his portion of the ceremony, following the traditional language while infusing it with personal significance. Through peace and conflict, prosperity and challenge, Potters and Longbottoms have maintained loyal friendship and mutual support. I, Harry James Potter, affirm my commitment to continue this honorable tradition. Augusta Longbottom, despite her typically stern demeanor, showed visible approval of Harry's poised delivery and evident sincerity. The ceremony concluded with a small celebration that allowed more informal interaction, during which Harry and Neville were able to speak privately about the significance of continuing their parents' alliance. "Gran says our parents were really close," Neville shared quietly as they walked through the Longbottom greenhouse after the formal proceedings. "Your dad and my dad were friends at Hogwarts, and our mums worked together on something important during the war, though she doesn't talk much about what." This personal connection beneath the formal alliance framework represented exactly the type of authentic relationship Harry's guardians had encouraged him to develop, political connections grounded in genuine understanding and shared values rather than merely strategic positioning. The alliance renewal with House Bones followed in November, hosted at Amelia Bones' comfortable country home rather than a formal ancestral estate, reflecting the Bones family's more progressive approach to traditional protocols. While maintaining the essential magical elements that created recognized allied status, Amelia conducted the ceremony with practical efficiency rather than elaborate formality. "The essence of alliance lies in mutual commitment to shared principles, not ritualistic performance," she noted during the proceedings. "House Bones values justice, fairness, and responsible governance, values we recognize and respect in House Potter's traditions as well." This alliance carried particular strategic significance given Amelia's senior position within the ministry and her reputation for principled independence. The connection provided an important communication channel regarding ministry matters relevant to Harry's entire STS while establishing a public association with a respected figure known for integrity rather than political extremism. The most carefully calculated of Harry's initial alliances was with House Greengrass. Arranged as an educational compact rather than full allied status, a more limited arrangement focused on knowledge exchange and mutual learning support. This format acknowledged the family's limited historical connection while creating an appropriate framework for Harry and Daphne to continue developing their shared magical sensitivity under formal protection. The educational compact creates a recognized structure for magical knowledge sharing between our families, Lord Greengrass explained during the ceremony held at their ancestral home in December. "While our houses have not traditionally been closely aligned, we recognize valuable opportunity for mutual benefit through structured exchange. This arrangement was particularly significant from the Goblin perspective, as it established a precedent for Harry sharing certain aspects of his unconventional magical education, carefully selected elements that wouldn't reveal his Goblin training directly, with the Greengrass heir, whose family maintained notably neutral political positioning. This connection to a traditionally Slytherin-aligned but war-neutral family also demonstrated Harry's independence from simplistic post-war political categorizations. Throughout these alliance formations, Harry maintained careful balance between authentic relationship development and strategic positioning. Each connection served both personal null developmental purposes and broader objectives regarding his eventual role in wizarding society. The alliances established formal recognition of relationships that had been developing informally. Rough his controlled social interactions over previous years, creating official frameworks that would support his transition to more public visibility. By mid-winter, Harry had established a small but significant network of formal alliances that reflected thoughtful engagement with wizard traditions while avoiding any appearance of faction building or political ambition beyond appropriate heir preparation. These connections created channels for information exchange, mutual support, and social integration that would prove increasingly valuable as his entrance to Hogwarts approached. Among the most consequential developments of Harry's 10th year was his increasing engagement with wizard political structures through the Potter family's Wizengamot seat. While direct voting control remained his designated proxy until his majority, his formal recognition as heir apparent entitled him to receive complete legislative information and provide specific guidance to Tiberius Ogden, who held voting authority. This arrangement allowed Harry to begin exercising genuine political influence while maintaining appropriate public appearances regarding his age and development. The guidance he provided to Ogden reflected both his unusual education and his developing political identity, informed by Goblin perspectives on long-term strategy, wizard understanding of traditional structures, and his own emerging values. The proposed revisions to the Magical Artifacts Classification Act warrant careful consideration, Harry wrote in a formal guidance letter following extensive study of the legislation. While the stated security objectives appear reasonable, several provisions would expand ministry authority over private collections without proportionate oversight protections. Please advocate for amendments strengthening independent review requirements before supporting the general framework. This analysis, identifying subtle authority expansion beneath security justifications, demonstrate political perception beyond his years, reflecting the Goblin emphasis on examining power dynamics beneath surface rationales. Similar insight characterized his guidance regarding international magical cooperation initiatives, creature regulation proposals, and educational policy adjustments. Ogden, an experienced Wizengamot member who had initially expected to exercise considerable independent judgment as proxy, found himself increasingly impressed by the sophistication of Harry's instructions. While maintaining the public fiction of adult-guided heir development, he followed Harry's guidance with growing respect for the young wizard's political acumen. Your analysis regarding the trade regulation amendments was remarkably prescient, Ogden noted during one of their rare direct meetings, arranged discreetly at the Tonks residence. Several colleagues commented on the unexpected insight behind the Potter position. You're developing a reputation for thoughtful moderation that serves your long-term interests well. This growing reputation, carefully cultivated through measured positions rather than dramatic stances, represented precisely the political foundation Harry's guardians had encouraged. By focusing on substantive analysis rather than symbolic gestures, he was establishing credibility within the political structure without drawing excessive attention to his unusual independence. The most significant political test of this period came when controversial legislation regarding Goblin banking regulation reached the Wizengamot agenda. Proposed by ministry officials aligned with more conservative factions, the Banking Oversight Enhancement Act ostensibly addressed security concerns but contained provisions that would have substantially increased ministry authority over Gringotts operations. This legislation created a complex challenge for Harry, who possessed both deeper understanding of Goblin banking practices than any wizard member of the Wizengamot and personal connection to Gringotts leadership that could not be publicly acknowledged. His response required careful balancing of substance and presentation to protect Goblin interests without revealing his unusual relationship with the bank. After extensive consultation with Ragnarok conducted through secure channels and political analysis with Andromeda, Harry crafted guidance for Ogden that addressed the legislation's flaws from a wizard perspective while incorporating Goblin insights regarding practical implications. The proposed oversight mechanisms fail to acknowledge the complex international frameworks governing Gringotts operations, his guidance explained. Several provisions directly contradict the 1752 treaty terms regarding sovereign banking practices, potentially creating diplomatic complications with Goblin nations beyond Britain. Additionally, the security justifications appear disproportionate to documented concerns, while the implementation requirements would increase costs ultimately borne by wizard clients. Quote, "This framing, emphasizing treaty complications, diplomatic risks, and practical client impacts rather than goblin rights directly, presented substantive opposite. Ion in terms that wizard politicians could readily understand and accept. The approach reflected Goblin's strategic teaching regarding working within existing value systems rather than directly challenging foundational assumptions when seeking immediate practical outcomes. When Ogden presented these arguments during Wizengamot debate, they resonated with moderate members concerned about treaty obligations and practical banking disruptions. The resulting discussion led to significant amendments that preserved core regulatory objectives while removing the most problematic provisions from a Goblin perspective, an outcome Ragnarok later privately described as more favorable than anticipated given current ministry leadership. This successful navigation of complex legislation with direct implicatio NS for Goblin-Wizard relations demonstrated Harry's developing ability to exercise influence effectively across cultural boundaries. Without revealing his unusual Goblin connections, he had successfully advocated for a more balanced approach to interspecies regulation, achieving practical results while maintaining appropriate public positioning as a responsible wizard heir. Throughout this period of increasing political engagement, Harry maintained careful attention to wizarding public perception. His positions were presented through proper channels, documented with appropriate guardian oversight, and framed in moderate language that emphasized practical considerations and historical precedents rather than dramatic reform. The substantive influence he exercised remained largely invisible to casual observers, who would see only a well-mentored heir receiving proper preparation for future responsibilities. This balance between substantive action and conventional appearance characterized Harry's approach across domains as his 10th year progressed, meaningful engagement with his inheritance responsibilities conducted through channels that protected both his unusual background and long-term strategic positioning. As winter transitioned to spring in Harry's 10th year, significant magical developments complemented his growing financial and political engagement. His sensitivity to magical energies had continued developing under careful guidance from both Goblin mentors and selected wizard teachers with relevant expertise, evolving from general perception to increasingly precise discernment and limited manipulation of magical currents. Your sensitivity has progressed beyond passive detection to active engagement, Gornick observed during an assessment session in a specialized training chamber deep within Gringotts. You're beginning to not merely perceive magical currents but influence their flow through directed intention. This developing ability, rare even among practitioners with natural sensitivity, represented the integration of Goblin techniques for working with ambient magic and wizard approaches to directed magical effects. Where most wizard children learn to handle magic primarily through wands using standardized patterns, Harry had developed complementary abilities to perceive and subtly adjust magical energies directly, particularly environmental magic and existing enchantments. Practical applications of this ability emerged through carefully structured training exercises. Under Gornook's supervision, Harry progressed from perceiving ward structures to identifying specific weak points and eventually making minor adjustments to existing protective enchantments, not dismantling them entirely as a curse breaker might, but subtly modifying their behavior in targeted ways. Conventional ward breaking uses forced disruption, Gornick explained as Harry practiced modifying a training ward's recognition parameters. What you're developing is more sophisticated, selective influence that doesn't trigger defensive responses because it works within the enchantment's existing patterns rather than opposing them directly. This approach reflected Goblin magical philosophy regarding harmonization rather than dominance, working with existing magical structures instead of imposing entirely new patterns through superior force. It complemented Harry's continuing education in standard wizard spellcasting while providing capabilities few wizard children would develop even after years at Hogwarts. Parallel to this specialized sensitivity training, Harry's Street Beauty of Potter family magic continued advancing through careful exploration of the grimoires and artifacts preserved in the family vaults. Under Lupin's guidance, he began practical application of selected Potter warding techniques, adapted for his age and magical development but incorporating authentic family approaches to protective magic. Your great-grandfather Henry Potter was particularly Innovative in combining traditional wizard protections with elements adapted from other magical traditions, Lupin explained as they practiced establishing a basic Potter-style perimeter ward in a secure training area. Notice how the anchor points incorporate both standard runic patterns and what appears to be symbolism borrowed from ancient druidic practice. This integrated approach to magical tradition, drawing from diverse sources rather than maintaining rigid separation between different systems, resonated strongly with Harry's own educational experience bridging goblin and wizard approaches. He recognized in his ancestors' magical innovations a similar willingness to learn across traditional boundaries rather than limiting themselves to standardized wizard techniques. The most significant magical development during this period came through Harry's growing ability to work with Potter family artifacts, particularly those designed to amplify or focus specific magical effects. Most notable among these was the stag figurine he had discovered years earlier in the artifact chamber, a focus object created by his father that resonated with James Potter's Patronus form and protective magic specialization. Through careful practice under supervision from both Lupin and Goblin specialists in artifact magic, Harry learned to channel his developing magical abilities through this connection to his father's work. While too young to produce a full corporeal Patronus, he began developing the foundations for protective magic amplified through the figurine's connection to his family legacy. Focus on the intent beneath the form, Lupin instructed during these sessions. Your father's Patronus took the stag shape, but the essential magic was his expression of protection and defiance against darkness. That intention, that emotional core, is what you're connecting with more than the specific spell structure. This emphasis on magical intention rather than rigid technique characterized much of Harry's advanced magical education during this period, where standard wizard teaching often focused on precise incantation and movement to produce specific effects. His integrated training encouraged understanding the underlying principles and intentions that gave magic its purpose and direction. By late spring, these various magical developments coalesced in an important practical achievement. Harry's creation of his first original enchanted object, combining elements of Potter family magic, goblin crafting principles, and his own developing magical sensitivity. The project, undertaken as a ceremonial acknowledgement of his progress toward magical maturity, involved creating a protection token that incorporated both traditional wizard enchantment and goblin resonance techniques. The resulting artifact, a small circular pendant of silver and copper alloy inscribed with integrated runic patterns, represented significant achievement for a 10-year-old wizard. When activated by specific intention, it created a subtle protective field that wouldn't block direct attacks like a shield charm but would alert the wearer to harmful intentions and magical threats in their vicinity. The integration of warning and perception functions demonstrates sophisticated understanding of protective principles, Ragnarok observed during the formal assessment of Harry's creation. Most young wizards attempt to create direct barriers requiring significant power. You've instead crafted an enchantment that enhances awareness and provides crucial moments for response, more efficient and ultimately more useful in many situations. This achievement illustrated Harry's developing magical identity, neither purely wizard nor goblin in approach, but integrating elements of both traditions into something distinct that reflected his unique educational experience and personal magical affinity. The protection token became both practical tool and symbolic representation of his development at this crucial transitional stage between childhood education and his approaching entrance to formal wizard schooling. As Harry's 10th year progressed toward its conclusion, attention increasingly turned to preparation for his eventual attendance at Hogwarts. While his Hogwarts letter wouldn't arrive until his 11th birthday in July, the transition required extensive planning given his unusual background and public profile as the boy who lived. Your entrance to Hogwarts represents more than merely beginning formal education, Ragnarok noted during a strategy session involving both Goblin and Wizard Guardians. It marks your full emergence into public wizarding society after years of controlled visibility. The transition must be managed with particular care. This management involved multiple dimensions: practical preparation for the academic and social aspects of Hogwarts, strategic planning regarding how much of his advanced knowledge and unconventional background to reveal in different contexts, security considerations given his status and history, and political positioning as he moved from private heir development to public figure. The academic preparation was perhaps the least concerning aspect given Harry's advanced education. Under Lupin's guidance, he had already mastered the theoretical foundations and practical applications of most first-year Hogwarts curriculum, with particular strength in defense against the dark arts, charms, and transfiguration. The challenge was not knowledge acquisition but rather how to navigate classes covering material he had already learned, without creating problematic perceptions among teachers or fellow students. Complete concealment of your abilities would be neither practical nor beneficial, McGonagall advised during one of her periodic assessment visits. However, immediately demonstrating mastery significantly beyond your peers could create social isolation or unwanted scrutiny regarding your prior education. The strategy THEY developed involved selective demonstration, showing appropriate competence in classroom settings while reserving his more advanced abilities for situations where they might be genuinely needed rather than merely displayed. This balanced approach would allow him to succeed academically without creating unnecessary barriers to peer relationships or drawing unwanted questions about his unusual capabilities. More complex was preparation for the social dimensions of Hogwarts. While Harry had developed relationships with selected wizard children through carefully managed interactions, the immersive environment of a boarding school would present entirely different dynamics: constant proximity with peers from diverse backgrounds, complex house-based social structures, and inevitable attention stemming from his boy-who-lived status. You will face several distinct social challenges simultaneously, Andromeda explained during sessions focused on this aspect of his preparation. Managing others' expectations based on your public image, navigating normal peer relationships despite your unusual background, and addressing house politics that have evolved over centuries. Each requires different approaches. To prepare for these challenges, Harry's social interactions expanded gradually in both frequency and diversity during the months preceding his 11th birthday. In addition to deepening existing relationships with Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Daphne, he was introduced to a wider range of wizard children through carefully structured gatherings that provided practice navigating different social situations while maintaining appropriate boundaries regarding his background. These gatherings, typically hosted at the Tonks residence or occasionally at allied family homes under appropriate supervision, allowed Harry to develop comfort with wizard social conventions, practice responding to inevitable questions about his childhood and education, and begin building a peer network that would provide support during his transition to Hogwarts. Particularly valuable were interactions with children from different social backgrounds within wizarding society, not just heirs of ancient houses like himself, but also half-bloods with connections to Muggle society, wizard children from less prominent families, and occasionally Muggle-born students who had received early Hogwarts orientation due to exceptional circumstances. These diverse connections provided broader perspective on the varied experiences and viewpoints he would encounter at school. Security considerations formed another crucial aspect of Hogwarts preparation. While the school offered significant protections through ancient wards and Dumbledore's presence, Harry's unusual status and history created unique vulnerabilities that required specific planning. Both his goblin guardians and wizard advisors contributed to comprehensive security assessments addressing various potential concerns. Hogwarts provides substantial external protection, Gornick acknowledged during a specialized security planning session. However, your particular situation involves threats that may manifest within those protections: political manipulation, unwanted influence attempts, or exposure of sensitive information about your upbringing. The resulting security protocols addressed both magical and non-magical protections. Harry would continue wearing the goblin-crafted protective pendant that alerted him to harmful intentions. His trunk and personal belongings would include specialized compartments with goblin privacy wards, and ECU re-communication channels would be maintained through enchanted objects that couldn't be intercepted by standard wizard methods. Beyond these practical measures, Harry received specific training in information security, determining what aspects of his background could be safely shared in different contexts, how to deflect unwanted questions without appearing secretive, and techniques for assessing trustworthiness before sharing sensitive information. These skills would prove crucial in navigating the complex social environment of Hogwarts while protecting both his personal privacy and the goblin knowledge he had been entrusted with. The political dimensions of his Hogwarts transition required particularly careful consideration. As he emerged more fully into public wizard society, various factions would inevitably attempt to claim association with or influence over the boy who lived. Dumbledore, ministry officials, representatives of different wizard political alignments, and even international interests would likely seek to shape public perception of his allegiances and values. Your initial positioning at Hogwarts will establish patterns difficult to adjust later, Ragnarok advised. Neither align too clearly with any single faction nor appear deliberately isolated. Maintain balance that preserves independence while developing selective relationships reflecting your actual priorities. This strategic positioning began well before Harry's arrival at Hogwarts through carefully managed public information. The Daily Prophet and other wizard publications received limited but specific updates about the Potter heir's development through appropriate channels, brief mentions of his alliance renewals with respected families, occasional noting of his charitable direction and approach. Appropriate acknowledgement of his preparation for Hogwarts attendance. These controlled public narratives established key elements of Harry's emerging public identity, connection to traditional wizard institutions and respected families. Continuing commitment to charitable causes associated with the Potter name, and normal educational progression despite his unusual family circumstances. The Informati provided enough substance to satisfy basic public interest while maintaining appropriate privacy regarding his actual activities and development. As his 11th birthday approached, bringing with it the official Hogwarts letter and more public visibility, final preparations focused on practical transition logistics. Unlike most wizard children who would simply receive their letters at home, Harry's situation required specific arrangements regarding how his letter would be delivered, how he would conduct his school shopping in Diagon Alley, and how he would travel to Hogwarts on September 1st. The initial public appearances must be carefully choreographed, Andromeda emphasized during planning sessions involving representatives from both his goblin and wizard guardians. First impressions will shape public narratives that follow you throughout your Hogwarts years. The resulting plan involved a graduated approach to public visibility, initial limited appearances in selected wizard venues before his Hogwarts letter arrived, a carefully timed and supervised visit to Diagon Alley for school supplies after letter receipt, and strategic interactions on the Hogwarts Express to establish appropriate social positioning from the outset. Throughout these preparations, Harry maintained regular communication with his established friend group, all of whom would be joining him at Hogwarts. These authentic relationships, developed over preceding years through genuine interaction rather than celebrity fascination, would provide crucial social anchoring amid the inevitable attention and scrutiny he would face. As June concluded and July began, bringing his 11th birthday and Hogwarts letter into imminent reality, Harry found himself at a significant threshold between the protected, structured environment that had shaped his development and the more public, independent phase that awaited him. The comprehensive preparation across magical, social, political, and security dimensions had equipped him as thoroughly as possible for this transition, but uncertainty remained about how theory would translate to lived experience. You have been prepared as thoroughly as circumstances allow, Ragnarok acknowledged during one of their final formal meetings before Harry's birthday. But no preparation can anticipate every challenge. Your greatest asset is not specific knowledge or skill, but the balanced perspective your unusual education has provided, the ability to assess situations through multiple cultural lenses and identify opportunities others might miss through narrower vision. This balanced perspective, the ability to navigate between goblin pragmatism and wizard tradition, to see beyond conventional assumptions in both cultures, and to forge connections across boundaries others perceived as fixed, represented perhaps the most significant outcome of Harry's unconventional upbringing. As he prepared to enter Hogwarts and wider wizarding society, this unique viewpoint would shape not just his individual experience but potentially the future relationships between communities that had maintained separation for centuries. An unexpected development in late spring significantly impacted Harry's preparation for Hogwarts and his understanding of the challenges awaiting him there. During a routine examination of Potter family artifacts being prepared for possible transfer to his Hogwarts accommodations, Harry's sensitivity detected unusual magical properties in a small ornamental box that had previously appeared unremarkable. "This box has layered enchantments," he noted to Gornick, who was supervising the artifact assessment. The outer layer seems designed to make it appear ordinary, but underneath. He concentrated, extending his perception deeper into the object's magical structure. There's something like a preservation charm, but more specific, aimed at maintaining the integrity of whatever's inside rather than just preventing decay. Gornick examined the box with specialized goblin detection methods, confirming Harry's assessment while identifying additional security features. Sophisticated protections beyond standard wizard practice, the goblin noted. This appears to be a specialized document preservation container with identity verification requirements. Further analysis revealed that the box was keyed to Potter family magic, designed to open only for a direct descendant with sufficient magical maturity to access its contents. After careful magical assessment confirmed no harmful enchantments, Harry attempted the opening procedure under close supervision. Providing a drop of blood to the barely visible verification rune concealed in the box's intricate woodwork. The box opened silently, revealing several folded parchments preserved in perfect condition despite apparent age. The topmost document bore his mother's handwriting, a letter addressed to him directly, dated October 1981, just days before her death. The discovery sent a jolt of emotion through Harry, creating an unexpected connection to Lily Potter beyond the journals and magical notes he had previously studied. My dearest Harry, the letter began. If you're reading this, then our primary protections have failed, and you're discovering this message after growing up without us. I've created this secured container with multiple backups, hoping it will reach you when you're old enough to understand, but before you enter Hogwarts, where certain truths become particularly relevant. The letter continued with expressions of love and regret about not seeing him grow up, but quickly turned to specific information Lily had wanted to ensure reached him if she couldn't provide it directly. There are things you must know about the night Voldemort targeted RFA. Miley, things beyond the public narrative that will almost certainly have developed. Our situation was more complex than a simple attack. We were hidden under the Fidelius charm, a powerful protection hat conceals a location completely unless revealed by a designated secret keeper. Against James's initial judgment, Albus persuaded us to use this protection with Peter Pettigrew as secret keeper rather than Sirius Black, who would have been the obvious choice. This information immediately caught Harry's attention, contradicting elements of the history he had been taught about his parents' deaths. He read on with growing intensity. If we have died in Peter's lives, investigate his role carefully. He was acting strangely in the weeks before this letter. If Sirius is blamed, know that he was not our secret keeper. Despite what even Albus might believe, I've left duplicate verification of this fact with Gringotts under sealed instruction, accessible only to you or Sirius himself. The letter continued with additional revelations about Dumbledore's role in their protection arrangements, prophecy information that had made Harry a target, and specific warnings about trusting too completely in the Hogwarts headmaster's plans. Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard with genuine concern for the greater good, but his definition of greater good sometimes accepts individual sacrifices many would find troubling. He orchestrates circumstances toward outcomes he believes necessary, often without full transparency to those involved. While not malicious, his tendency to compartmentalize and format ion and make unilateral decisions affected our protection arrangements in ways James and I were not entirely comfortable with. This characterization of Dumbledore added significant nuance to Harry's understanding of the powerful wizard he would soon encounter as his headmaster. Rather than the purely benevolent figure or manipulative mastermind that simplified narratives might suggest, Lily Desker. I bet a complex individual whose genuine good intentions were sometimes implemented through problematic methods. Accompanying Lily's letter were additional documents providing concrete evidence supporting her claims. A witnessed statement regarding the secret keeper arrangement signed by both his parents and Sirius Black, partial notes regarding the prophecy that had targeted Harry, and most disturbingly, documentation of a magical binding agreement between his parents and Dumbledore that placed certain restrictions on how the Potters could respond to perceived threats, restrictions that may have limited their options for self-protection. The discovery of these documents created significant complications for Harry's Hogwarts preparation. After initial review with Gornick, he shared the materials with his full Guardian Council, Ragnarok, Andromeda, and Lupin, to assess implications and appropriate responses. The revelation about Sirius Black's innocence regarding the Secret Keeper role was particularly consequential, as Black remained imprisoned in Azkaban for allegedly betraying the Potters to Voldemort. This evidence appears definitive regarding the Secret Keeper arrangement, Andromeda noted after examining the documents with her legal experience. If accurate, an innocent man has been imprisoned for nearly a decade without proper trial, while the actual betrayer, Peter Pettigrew, has potentially escaped justice. Lupin appeared particularly shaken by the revelations, having believed his friend Sirius guilty of betrayal for years. "I never received a chance to speak with Sirius after that night," he explained. Visibly distressed, he was apprehended after apparently killing Peter and 12 Muggles in a confrontation following your parents' deaths. But if Peter was the Secret Keeper and betrayer, everything we believed about that night requires re-examination. The immediate question became what action to take regarding this information. Immediate public disclosure risque. Multiple complications. Potentially alerting Pettigrew if he remained alive as Lily's letter suggested, creating direct conflict with Dumbledore before Harry even arrived at Hogwarts, and generating public controversy that might compromise Harry's carefully managed transition into Wizarding society. After extensive deliberation involving perspectives from both his Goblin and Wizard guardians, a measured approach was developed that balanced justice concerns with strategic considerations. Rather than immediate public disclosure, Harry would authorize Gringotts to conduct a confidential investigation utilizing both Goblin resources and trusted Wizard contacts, particularly focusing on locating any evidence regarding Pettigrew's current status and developing a legally sound case regarding Black's innocence. Justice delayed is justice denied, Harry noted during these discussions, but justice pursued recklessly may never be achieved at all. We need more information before determining the most effective approach to addressing this situation. Parallel to this investigation, careful legal preparation began through discrete channels. Andromeda consulted with selected legal experts RDING the process for reviewing cases without trial from the post-war period, while Amelia Bones was carefully approached regarding potential procedural avenues for introducing new evidence in high-profile cases without triggering premature public disclosure. The Ministry will resist reopening this case, Amelia warned during a confidential meeting at the Tonks residence. It represents a significant embarrassment, a high-profile conviction without proper trial during a chaotic period. Fudge particularly will oppose anything that might reflect poorly on Ministry competence under his administration. This political reality necessitated careful strategic planning rather than direct confrontation. The approach developed involved building a comprehensive legal case supported by irrefutable evidence before any public disclosure. Identifying specifically sympathetic figures within the Ministry justice system who might facilitate proper review, and preparing for potential public opinion monog. And when the case eventually became public. Beyond the specific issue of Sirius Black's situation, Lily's revelations about Dumbledore's role in their protection arrangements and decision-making Roach created important context for Harry's interactions with the Hogwarts headmaster. Rather than entering their relationship with either naive trust or predetermined antagonism, he now possessed NCED understanding of Dumbledore's complex motivations and methods. This information doesn't make Dumbledore an enemy, Ragnarok observed during analysis discussions, but it confirms the wisdom of Maya. Assert independence in your dealings with him. His perspective and experience remain valuable, but his specific objectives may not always align perfectly with your individual interests. The prophecy formation Lily mentioned raised additional questions about Harry's targeting by Voldemort and potential ongoing significance. While her letter provided only partial details, apparently limited by Cal restrictions on direct disclosure, it confirmed the existence of a prophecy that had made Harry specifically important in the conflict with Voldemort, a connection that potentially remained relevant. If the Dark Wizard wasn't permanently defeated as some evidence suggested. These revelations collectively created an important additional dimension to Harry's Hogwarts preparation. Beyond academic readiness, social navigation, and political positioning, he now needed to consider specific strategic approaches to key relationships and situations he would encounter, particularly regarding Dumbledore, whose complex role in his parents' protection arrangements and subsequent decisions about Harry's placement raised legitimate questions about the headmaster's current objectives and methods. Through Out the remaining weeks before his birthday and Hogwarts letter, discreet investigation continued regarding both Sirius Black's case and the broader implications of Lily's revelations. Gringotts investigators identified promising avenues for locating potential evidence regarding Pettigrew, while legal experts consulted by Andromeda developed procedural strategies for eventually presenting the case for review without creating premature public controversy. This unexpected development, the discovery of Lily's hidden message and supporting documentation, demonstrated the continuing impact of Harry's unusual sensitivity and goblin-influenced perception. Without his ability to detect the box's concealed enchantments, this critical information might have remained undiscovered indefinitely, potentia LLY allowing continued miscarriage of justice and limiting his understanding of the complex circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. As his birthday approached, bringing with it his Hogwarts letter and more public visibility, Harry carried this additional knowledge as both responsibility and strategic asset, while his emergence into Wizarding Society would proceed according to carefully developed plans. This new information provided important context for navigating specific relationships and situations he would encounter, particularly with Dumbledore, whose role as Hogwarts headmaster would make him a significant influence in Harry's daily life despite the complex history now revealed. As July began, final preparations accelerated for Harry's transition to more public visibility within Wizarding Society. His 11th birthday, July 31st, would bring his official Hogwarts letter and mark the beginning of a carefully orchestrated emergence from relative seclusion into his public role as both Potter heir and the boy who lived. The initial public appearances establish foundations difficult to modify later, Ragnarok emphasized during strategy sessions involving both Goblin and Wizard Guardians. Each element must balance authenticity with appropriate discretion, neither revealing too much about your unconventional upbringing nor creating artificial impressions that prove unsustainable. The approach developed through these discussions involved graduated visibility, an initial appearance at the Ministry of Magic to handle formal educational registration as a returning Hogwarts student, a carefully timed visit to Diagon Alley for school supplies, and strategic interactions during the Hogwarts Express journey to establish appropriate social positioning from the outset. Each public appearance was choreographed to communicate specific messages about Harry's development and character while protecting sensitive information about his goblin education. He would present as well prepared but not extraordinarily advanced, connected to respected wizard families without obvious political alignment, and comfortably engaging with Wizarding Society without seeming either overwhelmed or unnaturally poised for his age. Achieving this balanced presentation required careful preparation not just of public activities but of Harry's personal narrative, the explanations he would provide. When inevitably questioned about his life before Hogwarts. Working with both Andromeda and Lupin, he developed responses that were truthful without being comprehensive, focusing on his education with private tutors, and residence with magical guardians, without specifying goblin involvement. Selective disclosure rather than fabrication, Andromeda advised. When asked where you've been, Menti. Owning education with specialists in magical control and traditional subjects is truthful without revealing specifics that might provoke unwanted scrutiny or prejudice. This approach, providing accurate, but limited information, extended to Harry's preparation for discussing his parents and their deaths. Given the revelations from Lily's hidden letter, he now possessed information contradicting NLY accepted narratives about that night. With guidance from his guardians, he determined appropriate boundaries regarding what aspects of this knowledge could be shared in different contexts while investigations continued regarding Sirius Black's situation. Beyond narrative preparation, practical arrangements accelerated for Harry's housing transition. While he would maintain his primary residence at Gringotts until departing for Hogwarts, increased time at the Tonks residence established the public perception of that location as his home base in Wizarding Society. This arrangement balanced security considerations with the need for visible integration into Wizard's social structures. Your trunk requires particular attention given your unique circumstances, Gornick noted during preparation sessions. Beyond standard school equipment, you'll need secure storage for sensitive materials and communication devices not typically possessed by first-year students. The resulting specialized trunk, commissioned through discrete channels, appeared externally as a high-quality but not ostentatious student trunk while incorporating multiple security features, compartments with goblin privacy wards accessible only to Harry. Specialized preservation spaces for magical artifacts including his father's invisibility cloak, which would accompany him to Hogwarts after careful consideration, and ECU re-storage for communication devices maintaining connection with both his goblin and wizard guardians. As these practical preparations advanced, Harry's final instructional sessions with his various mentors focused increasingly on integration rather than new skill development, helping him synthesize his diverse educational experiences into coherent approaches applicable at Hogwarts. These sessions addressed how to translate his goblin-influenced magical understanding into standard wizard classroom contexts, how to navigate social situations where his unusual background might become relevant, and how to manage relationships with authority figures including Dumbledore given his new understanding of the headmaster's complex history with his family. The greatest challenge may be balance, Lupin observed during one such session. Hogwarts rewards house loyalty and clear identity within established categories. Your experience bridges traditional boundaries in ways that resist simple classification. Finding authentic expression while building necessary connections will require careful navigation. This navigation would begin with the sorting ceremony, the traditional assignment to 10F Hogwarts' 4 houses that would significantly shape Harry's school experience. His unusual education had developed qualities valued across multiple houses, the strategic thinking and ambition IATED with Slytherin through his goblin training, the intellectual curiosity and love of learning valued in Ravenclaw, the loyalty and work ethic emphasized by Hufflepuff, and the courage and principle championed by Gryffindor. His parents' house. The Sorting Hat considers both innate qualities and personal values, McGonagall explained during a final preparatory visit. Your preferences will weight alongside your characteristics. Consider carefully what environment would best serve your development and objectives rather than simply following expected patterns. This consideration extended beyond house placement to broader questions about Harry's approach to Hogwarts. How visible his advanced abilities should be in different contexts, which aspects of his unusual education might be selectively shared with trusted individuals, how to balance academic excellence with social integration, and how to navigate the inevitable attention stemming from his boy-who-lived status without owing it to define his identity or relationships. Through these final preparatory discussions, a balanced approach emerged that would guide Harry's initial Hogwarts experience, demonstrate solid competence in classroom settings without unnecessarily displaying significantly advanced capabilities, develop authentic relationships based on genuine interaction rather than celebrity fascination, maintain inappropriate independence from institutional expectations while avoiding unnecessary conflict, and preserve connection with both his goblin and wizard guardians through secure communication channels, while developing appropriate self-reliance. As July 31st approached, bringing Harry's 11th birthday and official Hogwarts letter, final logistical arrangements were confirmed for his upcoming public appearances. The letter itself would be delivered to the Tonks residence, his official wizard address, initiating the formal process of his more visible integration into Wizarding Society after years of carefully controlled interaction. On the eve of this significant transition, Harry spent time in reflection at both his Gringotts quarters and the Tonks residence, connecting with the different aspects of his identity that had developed through his unusual upbringing. At Gringotts, he visited significant locations that had shaped his magical development, training chambers where Gornick had taught him to sense magical currents, artifact rooms where his sensitivity had been refined, and the secure vaults containing his family legacy. At the Tonks home, he engaged in quieter activities with his wizard guardians, discussing hopes and concerns about the transition ahead. During his final formal meeting with Ragnarok before his birthday, the senior goblin provided perspective that encapsulated the unique foundation Harry's unconventional upbringing had created. You depart neither as goblin nor as typical wizard, but as something distinct, an heir to both traditions who understands their respective wisdom and limitations. This perspective is perhaps your most significant inheritance, beyond gold or political position or magical talent. The ability to see beyond conventional boundaries creates opportunity for innovation others cannot envision. This integrated perspective, the capacity to perceive connections and possibilities invisible to those educated within single traditions, essented perhaps the most significant outcome of Harry's unusual development. As he prepared to enter Hogwarts and wider wizarding society, this unique viewpoint would influence not just his individual experience but potentially the future relationships between communities that had maintained separation for centuries. The arrival of his 11th birthday would mark not conclusion but transition, the beginning of a new phase in which the foundation built through his years at Gringotts would support his emergence as a distinct individual navigating multiple worlds with unprecedented perspective. Whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, he approached them with preparation, support networks, and integrated understanding rarely available to wizard children entering the ancient school. As a new chapter prepared to open with the arrival of his Hogwarts letter, Harry Potter stood at the threshold between his protected past and more public future, ready to emerge not simply as the boy who lived of wizard legend, but as a young wizard shaped by both goblin wisdom and wizard heritage, carrying unique perspective into a world that would soon discover how little it truly knew about the child it thought it understood. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. Worlds Collide. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the backdrop of steam and the bustling platform, a vivid symbol of the transition awaiting Harry Potter. King's Cross Station's platform 9 3/4 pulsed with the chaotic energy of families bidding farewell to students, the mingled sounds of excitement, anxiety, and parental admonitions creating a tapestry of noise that contrasted sharply with the ordered quiet of Gringotts halls. Harry stood beside Andromeda Tonks, observing the scene with the careful attention he had developed through years of goblin tutelage. Though he appeared outwardly calm in his new school robes, his mind catalogued every detail, the family dynamics playing out around him, the hierarchies evident in how older students interacted, the subtle indicators of house affiliations and social status that would shape the environment he was about to enter. "Remember," Andromeda said quietly, "this is merely the first impression. You're building foundations for relationships that will develop over years, not defining everything today." Harry nodded, appreciating the perspective. The past month since receiving his Hogwarts letter had been a carefully orchestrated emergence into public wizarding society, controlled appearances at the Ministry for Educational Registration, supervised shopping in Diagon Alley, and strategic introductions to selected individuals who would form part of the Hogwarts community. Each step had been planned to establish him as well-adjusted and appropriately educated without revealing the full extent of his unusual upbringing or capabilities. "I see Neville with his grandmother," Harry noted, spotting his friend looking nervous as Augusta Longbottom delivered what appeared to be last-minute instructions. Nearby, Susan Bones was receiving a more relaxed farewell from her Aunt Amelia, while further down the platform, he glimpsed Daphne Greengrass standing with composed dignity beside her parents. These established connections, developed through carefully arranged interactions over previous years, would provide important anchoring points amid the inevitable attention his arrival at Hogwarts would generate. Harry had already determined to seek out these friends early during the train journey, establishing visible social connections that would help define him beyond the boy who lived label that had dominated wizard perceptions. "Your trunk is secured," Andromeda confirmed, though she had personally verified the specialized enchantments protecting Harry's possessions earlier that morning. "Yes," Harry affirmed, "standard locks visible to others, goblin wards on the private compartments, and the communication journal in the innermost section." The trunk represented one of many careful preparations for this transition, appearing externally as a high-quality but not ostentatious student trunk while incorporating multiple security features accessible only to Harry. It contained not just standard school equipment but also selected family artifacts deemed appropriate for his Hogwarts residence, secure communication devices maintaining connection with both his goblin and wizard guardians, and carefully chosen personal items that balanced meaningful connection to his past with appropriate discretion about his unusual education. As 11 o'clock approached, the platform grew more crowded, and Harry became increasingly aware of the attention he attracted. Though he wore no identifying marks beyond his resemblance to James Potter and the lightning scar partially visible beneath his carefully styled hair, whispers and glances followed his movements as recognition spread gradually through the crowd. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived, where has he been all these years? Thought he might have private tutoring at the Ministry." The murmurs washed over him without penetrating the mental discipline he had cultivated through goblin training. He had expected This attention had prepared for it extensively, but the reality of so many eyes tracking his movements still created an unfamiliar pressure. "It's time," Andromeda said, noting the train's final boarding call. She placed a hand briefly on his shoulder, a gesture of support that maintained appropriate public dignity while conveying genuine care. "Remember your training, trust your judgment, and communicate if you need guidance." Harry nodded, straightening his shoulders slightly. "Thank you for everything," he said, the simple words carrying deeper meaning between them. Both knew that this year represented the culmination of years of careful preparation involving countless individuals across both goblin and wizard communities. As he boarded the train, Harry moved with the deliberate Osgornik had instilled through years of movement training, neither hurrying anxiously like some first years nor displaying the exaggerated confidence that often masked insecurity. His composure drew additional glances from older students who noted the unusual self-possession of the famous first year. Harry navigated the narrow corridor with practiced awareness, seeking a specific compartment. Neville had agreed to save seats for their friend group. This prearranged meeting point would allow him to establish visible social connections immediately, an important element in shaping initial perceptions of his return to Wizarding Society. He found Neville midway down the train, already joined by Susan Bones. The compartment offered a perfect balance, established enough to provide social context but not so crowded as to prevent additional connections. Both children greeted him with genuine warmth untainted by celebrity fascination, having known him as a person before fully understanding his public identity. "Harry," Susan smiled, "Aunt Amelia said to remind you about Owl Post security protocols. Apparently she's concerned about your fan mail situation once everyone realizes you're at Hogwarts." This casual reference to practical concerns rather than odd recognition of his status reinforced why Harry had invested in these friendships during his preparation period. These children, carefully selected and introduced through his guardian network, offered authentic relationships based on actual interaction rather than preconceived notions of the boy who lived. As the train lurched into motion, their compartment door slid open to reveal Daphne Greengrass, whose composed expression briefly softened into a genuine smile before resuming its customary reserve. "Potter," she greeted, with formal correctness that concealed their more substantial connection from potential observers in the corridor. "Longbottom, Bones, join us, Greengrass," Harry responded in kind, understanding her approach. Their shared magical sensitivity had created deeper connection during private interactions, but both recognized the political complexities of appearing too familiar in public settings given her family's traditional Slytherin associations and neutral political positioning. The small group settled into conversation that balanced normal first-year concerns with more substantive topics reflecting their relatively sophisticated backgrounds. They discussed house expectations, speculated about classes, and shared information gleaned from family members about Hogwarts traditions, all normal topics that nonetheless allowed Harry to demonstrate appropriate knowledge without revealing the full extent of his preparation. This carefully balanced presentation continued as their compartment door opened again, revealing a bushy-haired girl already wearing her Hogwarts robes, accompanied by a red-headed boy who appeared less organized. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," the girl announced with brisk confidence. "I haven't lost him," Neville clarified with mild embarrassment. "He's right here." He gestured to a specialized habitat container beside him, a sophisticated design that Harry recognized as goblin-crafted. Though its external appearance wouldn't reveal this origin to casual observers. The girl's momentum faltered briefly before she recovered. "Oh, well, that's good then. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And this is Ron Weasley." She studied the compartment's occupants with obvious curiosity before her gaze fixed on Harry. "Holy cricket, you're Harry Potter. I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century." This direct acknowledgement of his public identity represented exactly the type of interaction Harry had prepared for. Genuine excitement without negative intention but based entirely on books and reputation rather than actual knowledge. His NSE needed to be polite without encouraging celebrity fascination, authentic without revealing too much. "It's nice to meet you, Hermione," he replied with a friendly nod. "Though I should mention Gee, I haven't actually read those books about myself. I'd be curious to know what they say. This response, implying reasonable skepticism about secondhand accounts without being dismissive, reflected the balanced approach his guardians had helped him develop. Hermione launched into an enthusiastic summary of his supposed history, which Harry listened to with genuine interest in understanding public perceptions of his life. The account contained substantial inaccuracies, elaborate descriptions of his supposed upbringing and early magical education that bore no resemblance to his actual experience at Gringotts, but revealed important information about what the wizarding public believed. Ron Weasley, meanwhile, studied Harry with undisguised curiosity. So is it true? Do you really have the, He gestured vaguely toward his forehead. The directness of this interest in his scar, the visible symbol of his survival and celebrity status, represented another predictable interaction Harry had prepared for. Rather than appearing either offended by the attention or eager to display the mark, he responded with casual acknowledgement, briefly lifting his hair to reveal the lightning bolt before returning to normal conversation. Your families are all wizard, right? Ron continued, looking around the compartment. Mine is too. Well, I think Mum has a second cousin who's an accountant, but we don't talk about him much. This casual reference to blood status created a subtle tension in the compartment. Susan exchanged a glance with Harry, both recognizing the potential sensitivity given Hermione's lack of reaction suggesting possible Muggle-born status. Before the moment could become awkward, Harry deliberately shifted the conversation. I think wizard, Muggle-born, or mixed heritage all have different advantages. He offered neutrally. Different perspectives and experiences bring valuable insights to magic. This response, neither confrontational nor passively accepting of blue prejudice, established a moderate position that reflected his actual views while avoiding unnecessary conflict in this initial interaction. The conversation flowed more naturally afterward, with Hermione gradually revealing her Muggle-born status through references to her parents' dental practice, while Ron shared stories about his large family that provided Harry with useful context about the Weasleys, a prominent light-aligned family with connections to Dumbledore that his political education had identified as potentially significant. Throughout these exchanges, Harry maintained the balanced presentation he had practiced, demonstrating normal first-year knowledge and concerns while occasionally revealing glimpses of more sophisticated understanding when it served specific purposes. This elective disclosure, showing competence without unnecessary display, reflected the strategic approach his guardians had helped him develop for navigating his public re-emergence. As the train journey continued, their compartment received additional visitors. Hannah Abbott joined them briefly, reinforcing Harry's visible connection to their established friend group. The Weasley twins stopped by, their irreverent humor providing insight into different aspects of Hogwarts culture, and eventually, a pale, blonde boy flanked by two larger companions appeared in their doorway with obvious purpose. They, saying Harry Potter is in this compartment, the boy announced, his gaze sweeping the occupants before settling on Harry with calculating interest. Is it you, then? Harry recognized Draco Malfoy, immediately from his political education, heir to House Malfoy, a wealthy and influential family with strong traditional values and complicated history during Voldemort's rise. This interaction required particular care given the potential long-term significance of his relationship with prominent family heirs. I'm Harry Potter, he confirmed neutrally, neither eagerly greeting the newcomer nor laying the immediate wariness that Ron's suddenly tense posture suggested might be expected. This is Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy introduced his companions with casual dismissal before refocusing on Harry. And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He extended his hand with the confidence of someone accustomed to deference. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. The offered handshake represented a pivotal moment that Harry had specifically prepared for through political training sessions. Refusing entirely would create unnecessary enmity with an influential family, accepting too eagerly might signal alignment with particular political views. The balanced approach required acknowledgement without commitment, respect without subservience. Harry accepted the handshake briefly but firmly. Thanks for the introduction, Malfoy. I'm still learning about the different wizarding families. His Esponce acknowledged the offered connection without endorsing the implied hierarchy or rejecting potential relationship development with others present. Malfoy appeared momentarily unsure how to interpret this measured response, neither the eager acceptance nor outright rejection he might have anticipated. His gaze swept over the compartment's mixed occupants with slight disdain before returning to Harry with reassessment. "You'll discover the importance of proper connections soon enough," he said finally. "When you're ready for more sophisticated company, you'll find me in the Slytherin section." With that ambiguous statement, neither friendly nor overtly hostile, he departed, leaving an interesting tension in his wake. Ron immediately launched into commentary about the Malfoy family's alleged dark associations. While Hermione asked questions about house rivalries that revealed her academic research had not fully prepared her for the social complexities of Hogwarts. Throughout this discussion, Harry maintained balanced perspective, neither endorsing prejudice against Slytherin nor dismissing legitimate concerns about certain family histories. Houses have traditional values and characteristics, he explained when Hermione pressed for clarification, but individuals don't always fit perfect stereotypes. "My parents were Gryffindors, but I've met people from all houses I respect." His response, factually accurate while avoiding disclosure of his unusual depth of knowledge about Hogwarts' political structures, represented his ongoing approach to selective information sharing. As the train journey progressed toward its conclusion, Harry excused himself briefly to change into his school robes in private, an opportunity to check the secure pocket containing his goblin-crafted protective pendant and ensure his trunk's specialized compartments remained properly sealed. These security measures, invisible to casual observers, provided crucial connection to his goblin guardians and protected sensitive materials from discovery. When the Hogwarts Express finally slowed to a stop at Hogsmeade Station, Harry joined his fellow first years in following Hagrid's booming calls toward boats that would carry them across the lake for their first view of the castle. This traditional approach, separate from older students' carriage transportation, created a shared experience that would bind their year group despite subsequent house divisions. As Harry settled into a boat with Neville, Susan, and Daphne, maintaining his established social connections during this transition, he prepared himself for the next significant milestone, his first direct encounter with Albus Dumbledore and the sorting ceremony that would significantly shape his Hogwarts experience. Hogwarts Castle emerged from the darkness like a manifestation of magic itself, windows blazing with warm light, towers and turrets reaching toward the star-scattered sky, the entire structure radiating ancient power that Harry's sensitivity perceived as multi-layered enchantments interwoven over centuries. The collective gasps from first years around him confirmed the universal impact of this first vision, regardless of magical background or preparation. For Harry, the castle represented something particularly significant, the intersection point where his carefully constructed preparation would meet unpredictable reality. Despite extensive education about Hogwarts history, traditions, and social structures, the lived experience would inevitably present challenges no training could fully anticipate. As their boat glided across the Black Lake, Harry extended his magical sensitivity cautiously, perceiving the castle's protective enchantments with greater detail than his peers could comprehend. Layers of ancient wards shimmered in his perception, some dating back to the founders themselves, others added during various historical periods, creating a complex tapestry of protective, structural, and operational magic that maintained Hogwarts' unique environment. "It's magnificent," Susan whispered beside him, her expression reflecting simple wonder rather than his more complex perception. "Yes," Harry agreed, consciously focusing on the shared experience rather than his unusual awareness. "More than I imagined." When they reached the underground harbor, Hagrid led them up stone steps to massive oak doors. Here Professor McGonagall awaited their arrival. Though Harry had met her multiple times during his preparation period, he maintained appropriate first-year demeanor, displaying neither familiarity nor the intimidation evident in many students' expressions as she delivered her introductory speech about houses, points, and the upcoming sorting ceremony. The first years were led into a small chamber off the entrance hall, where nervous speculation about the sorting process erupted among students. Various theories circulated: painful tests, demonstration of magical skills, even wrestling a troll. According to one particularly imaginative Weasley brother, Harry remained deliberately quiet during these discussions, neither displaying his actual knowledge about the Sorting Hat nor appearing unusually confident compared to his peers. When several ghosts drifted through the wall, a planned encounter that his preparation had mentioned, Harry observed his classmates' startled reactions with interest. The ghosts' discussion about Peeves and their assessment of the new students provided his first glimpse of these unique Hogwarts residents, whose perspectives spanned centuries of the school's history and represented potentially valuable information sources his guardians had specifically recommended cultivating. Finally, McGonagall returned to escort them into the Great Hall, a space whose enchanted ceiling and floating candles created spectacular first impressions that Harry appreciated genuinely while remaining aware of the hundreds of eyes tracking the first-year procession. He identified Dumbledore immediately at the center of the high table, the powerful wizard's appearance matching descriptions but conveying a magical presence that transcended verbal accounts. The Sorting Hat's Introduction, a surprisingly sophisticated song about the Four Houses' qualities and historical purpose, provided public information Harry had already studied privately, though he noted with interest the Hat's emphasis on unity despite differences, a theme that aligned with his own integrated educational background bridging goblin and wizard traditions. As alphabetically arranged sorting began, Harry O.B. served each student's experience with careful attention, noting both the Hat's decisions and the reactions from house tables. This process revealed valuable information about both individual students and collective house cultures. Hermione Granger's lengthy sorting eventually leading to Gryffindor despite analytical qualities suggesting potential Ravenclaw alignment, Malfoy's immediate placement in Slytherin reflecting family tradition, and Neville's surprising Gryffindor assignment despite his personal doubts. When Potter, Harry, finally echoed through the Great Hall, the resulting hush carried palpable anticipation. Harry walked forward with measured composure, neither showing nervous hesitation nor unnatural confidence. As he sat on the stool and the ancient hat settled over his eyes, blocking his view of the now whispering audience, he prepared for perhaps his most significant early challenge at Hogwarts. Fascinating, a small voice spoke inside his mind. Most unusual indeed. A mind developed through goblin education yet with wizard heritage strongly present. Knowledge and abilities far beyond your years, yet balanced by genuine humility regarding your limitations. Where to place such a unique individual? Harry had prepared extensively for this moment, understanding that his sorting represented both personal significance and public symbolism. His parents' Gryffindor legacy created certain expectations. His goblin-influenced strategic thinking might suggest Slytherin, his knowledge pursuit and analytical approach aligned with Ravenclaw values, and his loyalty to both guardian communities reflected Hufflepuff qualities. You could excel in any house, the hat continued, which makes your own values particularly relevant to this decision. I see courage, certainly, but expressed through thoughtful action rather than impulsive response. Ambition exists but focused on positive change rather than personal advancement. Knowledge pursued for practical application rather than abstract interest. Loyalty to principles above specific allegiances. Rather than advocating for a particular placement, Harry focused on honest self-representation, allowing the hat access to his authentic character while maintaining appropriate protection around specific details of his goblin education. This approach, transparent regarding values while selective about background details, reflected the balanced strategy his guardians had helped him develop. Balance indeed seems central to your character, the hat observed, apparently responding directly to his thoughts. A bridge between traditions that rarely understand each other. Perhaps that suggests your optimal placement. The hat seemed to consider further before declaring aloud, Ravenclaw. The announcement prompted mixed reactions across the Great Hall. Surprise from many who had expected the Potter heir in Gryffindor, thoughtful consideration from the Ravenclaw table now applauding their famous new member, and particularly interesting responses from the staff table, where Dumbledore's momentary expression of recalculation quickly shifted to benign approval. Harry removed the hat and proceeded toward Ravenclaw table with composed purpose, noting the varying reactions with peripheral awareness while focusing on his immediate integration with his new house. He was welcomed by Prefect Penelope Clearwater, who made space beside her in a gesture that symbolically established his position within the house hierarchy, neither isolated as a celebrity nor relegated to the lowest status first-year section. "Welcome to Ravenclaw, Potter," she greeted professionally. "You'll find our house values intelligence and creativity equally, not just memorization but original thinking." "Thank you," Harry responded with appropriate respect for her position while establishing conversational engagement rather than passive acceptance of instruction. "I look forward to learning about Ravenclaw traditions." This balanced response, neither overly deferential nor inappropriately familiar, reflected his ongoing strategy of appropriate integration without unnecessarily revealing his unusual background. Similar measured interactions continued as he met fellow Ravenclaw first years including Terry Boot, Michael Corner, and particularly Padma Patil, whose thoughtful questions suggested potential for meaningful connection beyond surface acquaintance. Throughout the remainder of the welcoming feast, Harry maintained strategic awareness while participating genuinely in the social introduction process. He noted Dumbledore's EC-centric welcoming remarks with interest, the apparent nonsense potentially containing coded meaning according to his guardian's briefings about the headmaster's communication style. He observed staff dynamics at the high table, particularly the contrasting demeanors of Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape as heads of houses. Most significantly, he registered the brief sharp pain in his scar when making eye contact with the turban-wearing Professor Quirrell, an unexpected physical reaction that contradicted medical assessments of his scar following goblin curse-breaking procedures years earlier. This anomaly represented potentially important information requiring secure communication to his guardians through his enchanted journal at the earliest opportunity. The feast concluded with Dumbledore's announcements about Forbidden Forest areas, banned magic in corridors, and most intriguingly, the third-floor corridor's deadly danger, an unusual warning that prompted Harry to note both the specific language used and the reactions of different staff members, particularly McGonagall's tight-lipped expression suggesting potential disagreement with this public disclosure. Following Ravenclaw prefects toward their tower dormitory, Harry maintained his balanced approach, participating in conversation without dominating it, demonstrating appropriate knowledge without unnecessary display, and gradually establishing connections with housemates based on authentic interaction rather than celebrity status. The Ravenclaw Tower entrance presented the first house-specific challenge, a knocker that posed riddles requiring thoughtful answers rather than simple passwords. The prefect demonstrated the process, explaining that this system encouraged mental agility and prevented unauthorized entry through mere memorization. "You'll never be locked out as long as you can reason through a problem," Penelope explained. "And unlike other houses, we benefit from hearing diverse approaches to questions. Since there's rarely just one correct answer." This entrance mechanism struck Harry as particularly appropriate given his educational background. Goblin training had emphasized problem-solving through multiple perspectives rather than seeking single authorized solutions, an approach that appeared aligned with Ravenclaw's intellectual values. The Ravenclaw common room itself presented a striking contrast to the environment he had known at Gringotts, airy and open where goblin spaces tended toward practical enclosure, dominated by blue and bronze colors rather than the metallic tones of goblin architecture. With windows offering spectacular views rather than the secure enclosure of underground chambers. Yet underlying similarities existed in the evident respect for knowledge represented by well-stocked bookshelves and study areas designed for both individual and collaborative work. Professor Flitwick, their head of house, delivered a welcoming address that emphasized Ravenclaw's values. Intelligence without wisdom is merely cleverness, knowledge without ethics is potentially dangerous, creativity without discipline rarely achieves its potential. These principles resonate with aspects of Harry's goblin education, particularly the emphasis on responsible application of knowledge rather than accumulation for its own sake. As first years were shown to their dormitory, a circular room with beds arranged around the perimeter, personal spaces demarcated by blue curtains and individualized desks near windows, Harry conducted subtle assessment of his immediate living environment. The arrangements balanced privacy with community in ways that would facilitate appropriate integration while maintaining necessary personal boundaries. His assigned bed positioned between Terry Boot and Anthony Goldstein offered neutral social placement, neither isolated nor central, allowing flexibility in relationship development. The space included standard storage for clothing and personal items, with his specialized trunk positioned at the foot of the bed like others but containing its carefully concealed security features accessible only to him. While his roommates unpacked with varying levels of organization and excitement, Harry employed the methodical approach Gornick had taught him years earlier, establishing essential functions first, creating accessible arrangements for daily necessities, and securing sensitive items appropriately. This systematic process, conducted without drawing attention, reflected his ongoing balance between normal student presentation and his more structured background. Once basic settling was complete and other students focused on their own arrangements, Harry took the opportunity to casually examine the dormitory's magical properties with his sensitivity. The space contained numerous enchantments, comfort charms regulating temperature, privacy wards of moderate strength around individual bed areas, and various minor convenience spells typical of wizard residential spaces. More interesting were the older magical traces suggesting centuries of accumulated enchantment and modification by generations of Ravenclaws. As evening progressed toward curfew, Harry participated appropriately in the social bonding beginning among first-year Ravenclaws, sharing limited background information consistent with his public narrative, expressing appropriate academic interests without revealing unusual advanced knowledge, and demonstrating normal curiosity about Hogwarts and his housemates. When dormitory activities finally quieted as students prepared for sleep, Harry took advantage of bed curtains and privacy charms to conduct his first secure communication with his guardians. The specialized journal Gornick had provided, enchanted with Gobbly and magic to transmit written messages to a paired volume, allowed confidential contact without risk of interception by standard wizard monitoring methods. Harry's initial report was comprehensive but focused on security-relevant observations, his Ravenclaw placement and initial integration, Dumbledore's third-floor corridor warning, the unexpected pain in his scar when making eye contact with Quirrell, and preliminary assessment of the castle's magical environment from his sensitive perception. This communication, factual rather than emotional, prioritizing operational information over personal impressions, reflected his goblin training regarding efficient information exchange. The response came quickly, suggesting his guardians had been awaiting his first contact. Gornook's precise script acknowledged his report, provided brief contextual information regarding Quirrell's background as recently returned from foreign travels, and most significantly, instructed specific monitoring of the scar reaction if it recurred. The goblin's response included a reminder about secure protocol, limiting communication to truly significant information rather than routine updates, using the agreed code system for potentially sensitive content, and maintaining appropriate dormitory security measures. This exchange completed, Harry secured the journal in his trunk's protected compartment and prepared for sleep in his first night at Hogwarts. As he lay in the unfamiliar bed, listening to the sounds of his dorm mates settling around him, he reflected on the day's successful navigation of multiple significant transitions, from Platform 9 3/4 to Hogwarts Express to Castle to sorting to Ravenclaw Tower. Each represented a controlled step in his emergence from protected obscurity into his public role within Wizarding Society. The Ravenclaw placement itself held particular strategic significance. While his parents' Gryffindor legacy might have created certain expectations, Ravenclaw provided advantages for his specific circumstances, an environment where intellectual curiosity would justify his advanced knowledge in some areas, where individual study habits would seem normal rather than isolating, and where his occasionally analytical approach to social interaction would appear as typical house characteristic rather than unusual behavior. As sleep approached, Harry maintained the mental discipline Gornick had taught him for transition periods, acknowledging the day's challenges and accomplishments without excessive self-criticism or celebration, identifying specific objectives for the coming day, and establishing appropriate awareness thresholds that would alert him to potential concerns without preventing necessary rest. His first day of official reintegration into Wizarding Society had unfolded largely according to careful preparation, but he recognized that greater challenges lay ahead, particularly his first direct interaction with Dumbledore, navigation of increasingly complex house politics beyond first-year concerns, and the inevitable deeper scrutiny his presence would attract once initial novelty transitioned to sustained attention. For now, however, he had established appropriate foundations, a measured public identity as an intelligent, composed young wizard beginning his formal magical education, initial social connections across multiple houses through pre-established friendships and new acquaintances, and secure communication channels maintaining connection with both his goblin and wizard guardians while he developed appropriate independence. Tomorrow would bring new challenges requiring continued balanced navigation between his unusual background and his public presentation, a path he would walk with the integrated perspective developed through years bridging goblin pragmatism and wizard tradition. Harry's first week at Hogwarts unfolded as a carefully balanced exercise in selective integration, demonstrating appropriate knowledge and skills in classroom settings while maintaining measured social engagement and continuing private assessment of the castle's environment through his unusual sensitivity. His first classes provided opportunities to establish his academic positioning, competent beyond average first-year level but not displaying the full extent of his advanced education. In Charms with Professor Flitwick, he performed assigned wand movements with practiced precision while asking thoughtful questions that demonstrated conceptual understanding without revealing his years of theoretical study. In Transfiguration under McGonagall's watchful eye, he successfully transformed his matchstick to a needle on the third attempt, a deliberate choice showing talent without the immediate success his actual abilities might have permitted. "Well done, Mr. Potter," McGonagall acknowledged with professional approval that revealed no hint of their prior acquaintance. A clean transformation with good detail retention. This balanced classroom approach, demonstrating solid competence without unnecessary display, extended across subjects, creating a consistent impression of a talented student rather than someone with years of specialized education. The strategy proved particularly effective in Ravenclaw, where academic achievement was expected rather than exceptional, allowing his performance to seem appropriate rather than suspicious. Herbalog. Why with Professor Sprout provided different opportunities for balanced integration. The practical nature of the subject involved less theoretical knowledge and more hands-on interaction with magical place. Ants, an area where Harry's experience was more limited compared to his theoretical magical education. This created natural opportunities for authentic learning alongside his classmates, particularly in partnership with Neville Longbottom, whose exceptional plant knowledge provided genuine educational exchange. "The root system responds to intention as much as technique," Neville explained quietly during their first practical session, guiding Harry's handling of a particularly sensitive seedling. "If you're nervous, it senses that and withdraws." This authentic peer instruction, Neville sharing specialized knowledge in his area of strength, represented exactly the balanced relationship development Harry's guardians had encouraged. Rather than either hiding his limitations or becoming defensively competitive, Harry demonstrated appropriate appreciation for Neville's expertise while offering his own insights regarding magical theory that complemented the practical techniques. Defense against the dark arts presented unexpected challenges beyond academic positioning. Professor Quirrell's stuttering, garlic-scented classroom created an environment where concentration proved difficult for all students. But Harry experienced additional distraction through occasional twinges in his scar when the professor faced him directly. These reactions, milder than the initial Great Hall incident but consistent enough to establish pattern, represented potentially significant information requiring secure documentation through his communication journal. More concerning than physical discomfort was Harry's sensitivity-based perception of Quirrell's magical aura, which contained disturbing inconsistencies. Where other professors displayed relatively coherent magical signatures appropriate to their disciplines, Quirrell's aura contained what appeared to be conflicting patterns, almost as if two distinct magical presences occupied the same space. This anomaly, invisible to standard wizard perception but clear to Harry's sensitivity, raised questions requiring careful investigation. Potions with Professor Snape presented different integration challenges. The potions master's reputation for favoring Slytherin and harboring particular antipathy toward Gryffindors was well documented in Harry's preparation briefings. Less clear was how Snape would respond to James Potter's son sorted into NCLAW rather than his father's house, a situation creating potential opportunity for more neutral interaction than historical patterns might suggest. Harry entered the dungeon classroom with strategic awareness, selecting a seat that balanced appropriate visibility without placing him directly in Snape's initial attention path. When the professor began with dramatic introduction to potion-making's subtle science and exact art, Harry maintained attentive engagement without the nervousness some classmates displayed, a composed demeanor reflecting both goblin training in emotional regulation and genuine appreciation for the subject's precision requirements. Snape's attention inevitably turned toward Harry during attendance, dark eyes narrowing slightly as he paused at the famous name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." This opening, potentially initiating the antagonistic pattern described in Guardian briefings, required careful response. Rather than reacting defensively or displaying either intimidation or challenge, Harry maintained neutral attentiveness with appropriate eye contact, neither inviting confrontation nor showing submission. Snape's subsequent questioning represented obvious testing beyond standard first-year knowledge. "Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The question's difficulty level, covering material from advanced textbook chapters rather than first-year curriculum, suggested deliberate challenge based on either low expectations or desire to establish dominance patterns. Harry's preparation included significantly advanced potions theory through both Goblin and Wizard educational sources, making the answer readily available to him. The strategic consideration was not knowledge availability but appropriate response level. "A sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death, Professor," Harry answered with factual accuracy but deliberately limited elaboration. This response, demonstrating knowledge beyond basic first-year level without displaying the full theoretical understanding he possessed, represented his ongoing balanced approach to academic positioning. Snape's eyebrow raised slightly, dark eyes reassessing before continuing with additional advanced questions. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir," Harry replied with the same measured competence. "It's an antidote to most poisons." Each question received similar balanced response, accurate but not elaborated beyond appropriate first-year understanding, delivered with respectful attention rather than either eagerness to impress or defensiveness under scrutiny. When Snape finally concluded his interrogation with grudging acknowledgement of acceptable knowledge, the interaction established a workable foundation different from the antagonistic relationship the professor reportedly maintained with Gryffindors. "It seems fame isn't entirely without substance in your case, Potter," Snape observed with ambiguous tone that neither praised nor criticized. "We shall see if practical application matches theoretical knowledge." The subsequent potion brewing session provided opportunity to demonstrate practical competence developed through Goblin-supervised laboratory experience. Harry worked methodically with his assigned Ravenclaw partner, maintaining proper procedure while deliberately incorporating only standard techniques rather than the more advanced methods he had learned through specialized education. When Snape conducted final assessment of student potions, his brief examination of Harry's cauldron revealed neither the contempt directed toward several Gryffindor attempts nor the approval shown toward Malfoy's Slytherin work. Instead, his expression reflected neutral professional assessment before moving to the next workstation without comment, neither praising nor criticizing, simply acknowledging acceptable competence. This pattern of balanced academic integration continued throughout first-week classes, demonstrating appropriate knowledge and skill for a talented first year without revealing the full extent of his advanced education. By week's end, Harry had established consistent academic positioning that would serve as foundation for his Hogwarts experience, respected by professors for solid performance without attracting undue attention for extraordinary abilities, recognized by classmates as competent without creating problematic competitive dynamics, and successfully balancing his actual knowledge level with appropriate public presentation. Beyond academic positioning, Harry's first week involved careful navigation of Hogwarts' complex social environment. His pre-established connections with Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Daphne provided important anchoring points across different houses, creating visible social network transcending the house-based isolation many first years experienced. These relationships, developed through authentic interaction before Hogwarts, offered genuine connection rather than the celebrity-based attention that sometimes characterized others' approaches to him. Within Ravenclaw, Harry developed measured relationships with his dormmates and year group, participating appropriately in common room discussions without dominating conversation, demonstrating interest in others' perspectives rather than positioning himself as authority. and gradually establishing connections based on shared intellectual interests rather than his famous identity. This balanced social approach extended to interactions with older students, particularly those in leadership positions. With Ravenclaw prefects like Penelope Clearwater and Robert Hilliard, Harry demonstrated appropriate respect for their authority while engaging in substantive conversation that established him as thoughtful rather than merely deferential. Similar measured engagement with Quidditch captain Roger Davies during House orientation activities positioned Harry as potentially interested in future team participation without creating premature expectations given first-year restrictions. Perhaps most significantly, Harry initiated careful relationship development with Professor Flitwick as Ravenclaw head of house. During the professor's traditional first-week meeting with new Ravenclaws, Harry demonstrated genuine interest in Charm's theory while asking thoughtful questions about house traditions and expectations. This interaction, respectful without being obsequious, engaged without seeking special attention, established foundation for appropriate student-professor relationship with the half-goblin teacher who would significantly influence his Hogwarts experience. "I appreciate your balanced approach to your studies, Mr. Potter," Flitwick commented during this initial meeting. "Too often, students either focus exclusively on theoretical knowledge or rush impatiently toward practical application without understanding foundational principles." This observation, recognizing Harry's integrated approach to magical learning without identifying its unusual origins, suggested potential for meaningful mentorship relationship with the professor whose own mixed heritage might facilitate understanding of Harry's cross-cultural education. While maintaining appropriate boundaries regarding his goblin upbringing, Harry recognized Flitwick as potential ally whose perspective might bridge wizard and goblin viewpoints in ways few other Hogwarts staff could offer. Throughout these various social navigations, Harry maintained careful balance between integration and independence, participating appropriately in collective activities while establishing personal boundaries that protected both his privacy and his continuing connection to his guardians. Each evening, he conducted brief security assessment of the day's experiences, documenting significant observations in his communication journal while maintaining goblin-taught discipline regarding information prioritization. By weekend's arrival, Harry had successfully established his initial positioning at Hogwarts, academically competent without drawing excessive attention to his advanced knowledge. Socially connected across multiple houses without becoming exclusively identified with particular faction, and observationally aware of the castle's environment, personnel, and dynamics without revealing the unusual sensitivity that facilitated this awareness. This balanced foundation would support his continuing navigation of increasingly complex challenges as his Hogwarts experience progressed from initial establishment toward deeper integration and eventual influence. As September progressed into October, Harry's Hogwarts experience expanded beyond initial positioning toward deeper engagement with the school's academic, social, and magical dimensions. With basic integration established, he began selective exploration of the castle's resources and dual revelation of carefully chosen aspects of his capabilities in appropriate contexts. The Ravenclaw environment proved particularly conducive to this managed transition. Unlike houses where conformity might be emphasized, Ravenclaw culture explicitly valued intellectual diversity and specialized knowledge development. Within this context, Harry could gradually demonstrate more advanced understanding in selected areas without creating problematic perceptions of overall superiority or raising excessive questions about his educational background. Each Ravenclaw typically develops particular academic strengths. Prefect Penelope Clearwater explained during a house study session. Robert excels at arithmetic theory, Cho demonstrates exceptional charm innovation, and Marietta has remarkable herbological intuition. Finding your specific intellectual affinity is part of Ravenclaw tradition. This house framework provided perfect cover for Harry's selective knowledge demonstration. In Ms., a subject where his mother's journals had provided advanced theoretical foundation, he began asking increasingly sophisticated questions during Professor Flitwick's lectures, showing particular interest in the relationship between intent, wand movement precision, and verbal intonation that reflected his integrated wizard-goblin magical education. An insightful observation, Mr. Potter, Flitwick Acknowledged after Harry questioned whether wand movements served as physical focus for magical intent or as actual pattern generators affecting spell structure. The relationship between somatic and psychological components in spellcasting remains actively debated among charms theorists. 5 points to Ravenclaw for exceptional conceptual inquiry. This pattern, demonstrating advanced understanding in specific subjects through thoughtful questions rather than showy performance, allowed Harry to engage more authentically with his actual knowledge level while maintaining appropriate first-year positioning overall. Similar selective demonstration in defense against the dark arts and transfiguration established him as having particular interest and aptitude in these areas without revealing the full extent of his capabilities. Beyond classroom engagement, Harry began cautious exploration of Hogwarts' extensive magical resources. The library provided perfect environment for both legitimate research and strategic information gathering. Under Madame Pance's watchful eye, he conducted standard first-year assignments alongside more specialized research reflecting his actual interests, magical theory texts beyond curriculum requirements, historical accounts providing context for Hogwarts' development, and particularly information regarding the school's complex protective enchantments. This research connected directly to his ongoing private project, mapping Hogwarts' magical structure through his unusual sensitivity. During apparently normal exploration of the castle, Harry continuously extended his perceptive awareness to document the overlapping enchantment layers, ward structures, and magical conduits that maintained Hogwarts' unique environment. This information, carefully recorded in a specialized journal with goblin privacy protections, created increasingly comprehensive understanding of the castle's magical architecture. The practical value of this understanding emerged when Harry identified several lesser-used corridors where magical conduits created unusual interference patterns that disrupted standard wizard detection methods. These locations, not secret passages in he conventional sense but areas where magical oversight was naturally limited, provided valuable privacy for secure communication with his guardians or practice of more advanced magical techniques that might attract unwanted attention in more monitored spaces. Harry's social integration similarly progressed from initial establishment toward more nuanced engagement. His cross-house friendship network continued developing through both formal study sessions and informal interactions. These relationships provided valuable intelligence regarding different house cultures while creating visible social identity beyond both his celebrity status and Ravenclaw affiliation. Particularly significant was his developing connection with Hermione Granger, the Gryffindor first year whose initial approach had focused on his book-based reputation but who quickly revealed exceptional intelligence often isolated by her intense academic focus. Recognizing both her legitimate intellectual gifts and her social challenges, Harry initiated careful friendship development that balanced genuine connection with strategic consideration of her potential significance. "People think I'm just showing off," Hermione confided during a library study session after experiencing apparent frustration with Gryffindor classmates. "But if I don't answer questions, the professors think I don't know the material, and if I do answer, everyone gets annoyed." Harry's response reflected both authentic understanding and measured guidance based on his own experience navigating similar challenges. Knowledge demonstration and SOC/IAL integration require different approaches. Perhaps consider when comprehensive answers serve learning versus when they might interfere with others' participation opportunities. This balanced perspective, neither dismissing her academic excellence nor ignoring its social impact, established foundation for meaningful mentorship relationship that served both genuine connection and potential strategy. I see value given Hermione's exceptional magical potential and Gryffindor placement. Similar measured relationship development continued with selected students across houses, creating information network and potential alliance structure extending beyond immediate first-year concerns. Harry's exploration of Hogwarts inevitably brought in direct contact with Albus Dumbledore, though direct interaction remained limited during these initial months. The headmaster maintained consistent presence at meals and school functions, occasionally making eye contact with Harry across the Great Hall with expressions suggesting both assessment and benign approval. These distant observations allowed Harry to note the powerful wizard's behavior patterns while avoiding immediate confrontation regarding their complex history. More direct insight came through careful conversation with those who knew Dumbledore well, particularly Professor Flitwick, whose position as both head of house and long-serving faculty M. Ember provided valuable perspective on the headmaster's methods and priorities. Professor Dumbledore believes strongly in allowing students to develop through their own discoveries and occasional mistakes. Flitwick explained when Harry asked about Hogwarts teaching philosophy during an office hours discussion. He intervenes directly only when truly necessary, preferring to create environments where learning emerges through experience rather than constant supervision. This characterization aligned with information in Lily Potter's hidden letter regarding Dumbledore's tendency toward orchestration rather than direct control, creating circumstances that guided others toward outcomes he deemed desirable while maintaining appearance of individual choice. Understanding this approach proved valuable as Harry navigated the school environment potentially shaped by the headmaster's subtle influence. October brought Harry's first significant magical challenge at Hogwarts, the Halloween feast disrupted by Professor Quirrell's dramatic announcement of a troll in the dungeons. The resulting confusion as prefects led students toward dormitories created both danger and opportunity requiring immediate strategic assessment. Harry's first concern was fellow students' safety, particularly Hermione, who he realized was absent from the Gryffindor group being led from the hall. A whispered conversation with Neville confirmed she had been upset by earlier social conflict and was likely in a bathroom unaware of the current danger. This situation required immediate intervention beyond standard procedure. Penelope. Harry addressed the Ravenclaw prefect with urgent but controlled tone. Hermione Granger is missing. She doesn't know about the troll. We need to alert professors. This approach, seeking authorized assistance rather than impulsive independent action, reflected both genuine concern for safety and strategic adherence to school protocols. When Penelope immediately reported this information to Professor Flitwick, the resulting faculty response demonstrated appropriate utilization of established authority structures rather than first-year heroics that might attract unwanted attention regarding Harry's capabilities. The troll incident's resolution, with Hermione safely located by professors before encountering danger, reinforced Harry's measured approach to Hogwarts challenges. Rather than demonstrating exceptional personal abilities through dramatic individual action, he had utilized appropriate channels while maintaining normal first-year positioning despite possessing skills that might have enabled more direct intervention. This pattern of balanced navigation continued as autumn progressed toward winter, with Harry selectively engaging Hogwarts' academic, social, and magical dimensions while maintaining appropriate boundaries around his unusual background and capabilities. His integrated perspective, developed through years bridging goblin pragmatism and wizard tradition, provided unique advantages in understanding the castle's complex environment while presenting ongoing challenges regarding appropriate public presentation. By term's midpoint, Harry had successfully established his Hogwarts identity, respected academically without attracting problematic scrutiny regarding his advanced knowledge, connected socially across multiple houses without becoming exclusively identified with particular faction, and developing deeper understanding of the castle's magical structure without revealing the unusual sensitivity that facilitated this awareness. This balance, foundation would support his continuing navigation of increasingly complex challenges as his first year progressed toward inevitable direct engagement with the questions, conflicts, and opportunities that awaited beyond initial establishment. As autumn deepened toward winter at Hogwarts, Harry's carefully maintained balance between integration and independence faced increasing challenges. The controlled public identity he had established during initial months, competent student, reasonable social participant, appropriately curious first year, provided effective foundation, but growing complex in several areas required strategic adjustment to maintain appropriate boundaries while pursuing necessary objectives. Most significant among these developing complexities was the situation involving Professor Quirrell, whose inconsistent magical signature and connection to Harry's occasional scar reactions represented potential security concern requiring cautious investigation. Through structured observation during defense classes and castle encounters, Harry documented a pattern suggesting the professor's condition was deteriorating: increased stuttering, more pronounced garlic odor, and most concerningly, strengthening of the secondary magical presence Harry's sensitivity detected surrounding him. The inconsistency appears progressive rather than static, Harry recorded in his secure communication journal. Using the agreed code system for potentially sensitive content. Primary signature weakens while secondary gains coherence, suggesting potential parasitic magical relationship rather than simple dual presence. Gornook's encrypted response reflected serious concern. Continue observation with maximum caution. Avoid direct magical contact or prolonged proximity. Risk assessment elevated to priority status. This situation represented perfect example of the complex balance Harry maintained at Hogwarts, utilizing his unusual sensitivity and background knowledge while avoiding behaviors that might reveal these capabilities, pursuing necessary investigation while maintaining appropriate first-year presentation, addressing security concerns while participating normally in school activities including required defense classes with the professor in question. Related complexity emerged regarding Dumbledore's role and awareness. If Quirrell represented genuine security threat within Hogwarts, the headmaster's apparent inaction suggested either concerning lack of awareness or more complex strategy requiring students' exposure to potential danger. Neither possibility allied Ned comfortably with standard protection expectations, raising questions about Dumbledore's priorities and methods that resonated with Lily Potter's warnings in her hidden letter. Further investigatio N revealed additional puzzling elements, particularly the heavily warded third-floor corridor Dumbledore had explicitly identified as deadly dangerous during the welcoming feast. Harry's sensitivity detected exceptionally powerful enchantments protecting this area, with magical signatures including contributions from multiple Hogwarts professors including McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and significantly, Quirrell himself. This collaborative warding by faculty including the professor displaying concerning magical anomalies suggested deliberate containment system rather than random danger zone. Combined with Quirrell's progressive deterioration and Harry's historical significance as Voldemort's unsuccessful victim, these elements created troubling pattern potentially connecting to larger security concerns beyond normal school operations. Addressing these complexities while maintaining appropriate first-year positioning required sophisticated approach balancing necessary investigation with normal student activities. Harry developed multi-layered strategy involving careful information gathering through legitimate academic research, strategic relationship development with knowledgeable individuals, and selective utilization of his unusual capabilities in secured private contexts. The Hogwarts Library provided perfect cover for legitimate investigation into relevant magical phenomena. Research into magical protection systems, historical accounts of possession-related magic, and references to curse scar properties all represented reasonable academic interests that wouldn't attract NDUE attention while providing valuable context for understanding current circumstances. Magical parasitism and symbiotic possession have distinct detection signatures according to Marshfield's advanced defense theory. Harry noted during private research documented in his secured journal. Primary host aura typically displays progressive fragmentation patterns while secondary entity develops increasing coherence, consistent with observed Quirrell progression. Strategic relationship development with selected individuals provided additional information channels without revealing his specific concerns. Conversations with the Ravenclaw House Ghost, the historically knowledgeable Grey Lady, yielded insights about Hogwarts' historical security protocols and previous instances of external threats penetrating the castle's defenses. Similar careful discussions with Professor Flitwick about theoretical aspects of protection charms provided valuable technical information while maintaining appropriate academic context. Multi-layered protection systems typically employ progressive challenge structures rather than simple barriers, Flitwick explained during one such conversation, apparently pleased by Harry's scholarly interest. Each layer requires different magical approach, preventing single-method circumvention while assessing intruder capabilities before applying terminal defensive measures. This information, combined with Harry's sensitivity-based observations of the third-floor corridor's magical structure, suggested the restricted area contained deliberate obstacle course rather than simple dangerous containment, raising further questions about its purpose and Quirrell's potential interest given his deteriorating condition and anomalous magical signature. Addressing these complex questions while maintaining appropriate student positioning required careful balance between investigation and normal activities. Harry continued active participation in classes, Ravenclaw social functions, and cross-house study groups that maintained his established public identity while creating opportunities for strategic observation and information gathering. This balanced approach extended to his magical development, which progressed along dual tracks: standard curriculum performance in classroom settings alongside more advanced private practice utilizing both his prior education and Hogwarts resources. During scheduled free periods, Harry occasionally utilized the identified low monitoring areas of the castle for controlled practice of more sophisticated magic drawn from his Goblin education and Potter family grimoires. Sensitivity extension techniques provide enhanced magical perception without detectable active casting, he noted in private practice documentation. Layering goblin resonance methods with standard wizard detection charms creates comprehensive awareness system not recognizable through conventional monitoring. These private practice sessions, conducted with appropriate security measures in locations selected for minimal oversight, allowed continued development of his unusual magical abilities while maintaining necessary separation between his public street student identity and his actual capabilities. Similar balanced approach characterized his ongoing communication with his guardians, utilizing the secure journal for priority information exchange while maintaining appropriate independence in routine matters. As winter holidays approached, bringing temporary departure from Hogwarts' complex environment, Harry conducted comprehensive assessment of his first-term experiences and strategic planning for the term ahead. This structured evaluation, reflecting Goblin-taught analytical discipline, identified both successful integrations and areas requiring adjustment in his Hogwarts navigation strategy. Academically, his balanced approach had established appropriate positioning, demonstrated solid competence across subjects without revealing his full capabilities, showed particular strength in defense, charms, and transfiguration consistent with his parents' known talents, and developed meaningful educational relationships with professors, particularly Flitwick, whose half-goblin heritage created potential for deeper understanding of Harry's cross-cultural perspective. Socially, his network development had progressed effectively, maintained pre-established connections with Neville, Susan, Hannah, and Daphne across different houses, developed new relationships with strategically significant individuals including Hermione Granger, and established respected position within Ravenclaw through authentic intellectual engagement rather than fame exploitation. These connections provided both genuine support system and valuable information network regarding different house cultures and student perspectives. Most significantly, his investigation of Hogwarts' unusual security situation had yielded important preliminary findings without compromising his appropriate student positioning. The documented pattern regarding Quirrell's deteriorating condition and magical anomalies, the structured protection system surrounding the third-floor corridor, and Dumbledore's apparent orchestration of these elements all suggested deliberate scenario potentially connected to Harry's historical significance rather than random school security concerns. This assessment informed strategic planning for the term ahead, which would require even more sophisticated balance between integration and independence as situations developed further. Harry identified specific objectives including continued monitoring of Quirrell's condition, expanded investigation into the third-floor corridor's purpose through legitimate research channels, and carefully managed relationship development with Dumbledore to better understand the headmaster's awareness and intentions regarding these concerning patterns. The winter holidays themselves provided valuable opportunity for direct consultation with his guardians regarding these complex circumstances. Returning to the Tonks residence for public holiday celebration while maintaining secure Gringotts communication, Harry provided comprehensive briefing regarding Hogwarts developments and received integrated guidance from both his goblin and wizard mentors. The pattern suggests deliberate scenario rather than coincidental threat. Ragnarok assessed during secure meeting beneath Gringotts. Quirrell's condition, the warded corridor, and Dumbledore's orchestration indicate potential testing system rather than random danger, possibly connected to your historical significance and the Dark Lord's apparent incomplete elimination. This goblin perspective, prioritizing pattern recognition and strategic assessment over immediate intervention, complemented Andromeda's wizard-oriented counsel regarding appropriate balance between investigation and self-protection. Your primary responsibility remains your education and safety, not solving Hogwarts security concerns that properly belong to adult authorities. Information gathering serves legitimate preparedness without requiring direct engagement with potential threats. This integrated guidance reinforced Harry's balanced approach, utilizing his unusual background and capabilities for necessary awareness while maintaining appropriate student boundaries, pursuing important information through legitimate academic and social channels, and preserving connection with his guardians while developing suitable independence within Hogwarts' complex environment. As holiday conclusion approached, bringing return to the castle and resumption of his carefully balanced navigation, Harry completed final preparation for the term ahead. Beyond academic readiness and social reconnection plans, this preparation included enhanced security measures based on first-term observations, strengthened personal protection enchantments, expanded sensitivity-based monitoring protocols, and additional communication contingencies ensuring reliable guardian contact regardless of castle circumstances. Most significantly, his holiday reflection crystallized deeper understanding of his unique position bridging multiple worlds, neither fully integrated into nor completely separate from Hogwarts' traditional structures, capable of perceiving patterns invisible to most wizard observers. While maintaining appropriate discretion regarding these insights, and balancing genuine educational engagement with necessary vigilance regarding potentially orchestrated scenarios. This integrated perspective, developed through years of cross-cultural education and refined through first-term Hogwarts experience, would guide his continued navigation of increasingly complex challenges as the school year progressed toward inevitable confrontation with the questions, conflicts, and opportunities that awaited beyond initial establishment. The winter term at Hogwarts brought escalation across multi-PLE dimensions of Harry's carefully balanced existence. Academic engagement deepened beyond standard curriculum boundaries, social connections evolved toward more substantive alliances, and most significantly, the concerning patterns surrounding Professor Quirrell and the restricted third-floor corridor developed toward apparent crisis requiring increasingly sophisticated navigation. January's RN to classes revealed immediately visible deterioration in Quirrell's condition, his physical appearance showing marked decline with pronounced pallor and visible weight loss, his stuttering and nervous mannerisms significantly increased. And most concerningly to Harry's sensitive perception, the secondary magical presence surrounding him displaying strengthened coherence suggesting advancing parasitic relationship rather than simple coexistence. This deterioration coincided with subtle shifts in the professor's teaching approach, topic selection increasingly focused on historical dark magic rather than practical defense techniques. Occasional references to immortality pursuit appearing in otherwise standard lectures, and most troublingly, growing attention toward Harry himself, with lingering observation that triggered more frequent scar reactions despite Harry's careful distance maintenance. The secondary signature shows increasing intentional focus rather than merely strengthened presence. Harry documented in his secure communication journal, "Direct attention patterns suggest specific interest in my magical signature beyond normal teacher-student interaction." Parallel to these concerning developments, Harry noted increased Dumbledore presence throughout the castle, the headmaster appearing in unusual locations outside normal patterns, making more frequent eye contact across the Great Hall with expressions suggesting assessment rather than casual observation, and most significantly, conducting what appeared to be regular inspection visits to the restricted third-floor corridor according to Harry's carefully documented movement patterns. These developments created increasingly complex challenge for Harry's balanced navigation strategy. The apparent connection between Quirrell's deteriorating condition, the heavily warded corridor, and Dumbledore's heightened vigilance suggested approaching culmination of whatever scenario had been developing since term beginning. A situation requiring enhanced awareness without compromising his appropriate student positioning or revealing his unusual capabilities. Harry's response involved multi-layered approach integrating legitimate academic pursuit, strategic relationship utilization, and carefully concealed application of his unique perceptive abilities. The investigation proceeded through parallel tracks that maintain ed-appropriate first-year presentation while gathering critical information regarding the developing situation. Through Ravenclaw's academic environment, Harry pursued legitimate research into relevant magical phenomena, historical accounts of possession-related magic, theoretical analysis of object-based soul containment, and particularly, documented cases of parasitic magical entities capable of human host utilization. This research, conducted through standard library resources, provided valuable context for understanding Quirrell's condition while appearing consistent with normal Ravenclaw scholarly interests. Theoretical texts describe distinctive progression patterns in parasitic possession cases, Harry noted in research documentation shared with interested Ravenclaw peers as a parent academic project. Initial symptomatic manifestations typically include behavioral inconsistency and physical deterioration, followed by increasing personality integration as secondary entity establishes dominant control. This open academic investigation served multiple purposes, providing genuine information regarding concerning patterns, establishing logical explanation for Harry's interest in otherwise unusual research topics, and creating appropriate cover for more specialized information gathering through restricted reference materials accessible through strategic relationships. Professor Flitwick's mentorship proved particularly valuable in this regard. Through thoughtful questions during regular office hours discussions, Harry established scholarly interest in advanced magical theory that prompted the professor to grant restricted section access for specific research projects, permission that allowed legitimate examination of texts containing information about soul fragmentation, magical parasitism, and protection systems against such phenomena. The relationship between protection enchantments and hostile magical entities involves fascinating theoretical challenges, Flitwick observed during one such discussion. Modern defense systems typically employ intention recognition components alongside standard barrier protections, distinguishing between casual investigation and malicious penetration attempts. This academically framed information provided crucial context for Harry's sensitivity-based observations of both Quirrell's condition and the third-floor corridor's protection systems. The professor's willingness to discuss theoretical magical concepts without questioning Harry's interest in advanced topics reflected Ravenclaw's knowledge-positive culture while creating appropriate channel for necessary information acquisition. Strategic relationship development with knowledgeable individuals provided additional investigation avenues without revealing specific concerns. Conversations with the castle ghosts, particularly the historically informed Grey Lady and the nearly headless Nick, yielded valuable background regarding previous security situations at Hogwarts and historical patterns involving defense against dark magic threats. Hogwarts has contained powerful artifacts requiring specialized protection throughout its history, the Grey Lady informed Harry during one carefully initiated conversation about the castle's architectural history. The founders themselves established secure repositories for objects too significant or dangerous for common access. Systems later expanded by subsequent headmasters according to specific requirements. Similar information gathering extended to careful discussion with Hagrid, whose loyalty to Dumbledore combined with occasional indiscretion created potential intelligence source regarding current circumstances. Through friendly visits ostensibly motivated by interest in magical creatures, Harry Establish head rapport that eventually yielded significant revelation regarding the restricted corridor's purpose. Shouldn't be telling ye this, Hagrid muttered after Harry carefully directed conversation toward castle security. But that corridor's protecting something important. Arrangement between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, very secret business. This reference to Nicholas Flamel, immediately recognizable to Harry from both Goblin financial education and Wizard historical studies as creator of the Philosopher's Stone, provided crucial connection point between Quirrell's apparent deterioration, the heavily warded corridor, and larger significance beyond standard school security concerns. The stone's legendary properties, including capacity to produce elixir of immortality, aligned disturbingly with the professor's lecture references and suggested potentially catastrophic implications if the parasitic entity controlling him sought such power. Balancing this increasingly serious investigation with appropriate student activities required sophisticated compartmentalization. Harry maintained normal class participation, Ravenclaw social engagement, and cross-house study sessions that preserved his established public identity while creating strategic observation opportunities and information-gathering channels. This balanced approach extended to his magical development, which continued along carefully separated tracks, standard curriculum performance in classroom settings alongside more advanced private practice utilizing his prior education, family grimoires, and Hogwarts resources. His sensitivity training particularly focused on extending perception range and detail discrimination, skills valuable for monitoring Quirrell's condition and the corridor's protection systems without reek. Wearing suspicious proximity or detectable active casting. As winter progressed toward spring, the situation's seriousness necessitated increased secure communication with his guardians. Through encrypt, TED journal entries and occasional specially arranged secure meetings during Hogsmeade weekends, where Andromeda could legitimately visit without attracting attention, Harry provided comprehensive updates regarding developing patterns while receiving integrated guidance from both Goblin and Wizard perspectives. The connection between Flamel's stone, Quirrell's condition, and your historical sign. Ifficans suggests potential remnant Dark Lord involvement, Ragnarok assessed during one such secure consultation. The temporal pattern indicates approaching culmination requiring heightened vigilance, without compromising your established positioning. This assessment informed Harry's increasingly sophisticated navigation strategy, which balanced necessary awareness with appropriate student boundaries, monitoring developing situations through legitimate presence and sensitive perception rather than suspicious investigation, documenting critical patterns through secure channels without attracting attention, and maintaining readiness for potential crisis response while preserving normal academic engagement. The approaching crisis became increasingly evident as spring arrived at Hogwarts. Quirrell's deterioration accelerated visibly, his classroom performance becoming erratic with extended absences and disjointed lectures, his physical appearance showing alarming decline with sunken features and constant trembling. And most significantly to Harry's perception, the secondary magical presence achieving near complete dominance over the original signature, suggesting terminal phase of parasitic possession. Parallel developments confirmed approaching culmination, Dumbledore's unexpected departure from the castle for ministry business creating vulnerability in the protection system, unusual activity near the third-floor corridor suggesting increased interest from whatever entity controlled Quirrell, and a general sense of magical tension detectable through Harry's sensitivity indicating imminent significant magical event rather than continuing stable situation. This convergence of concerning indicators necessitated final strategic assessment regarding appropriate response within Harry's balanced navigation parameters. Direct intervention risked revealing capabilities beyond appropriate first-year demonstration while inaction potentially allowed dangerous situation to develop without response. The balanced approach required measured action utilizing legitimate channels while maintaining appropriate boundaries. The pattern suggests imminent attempt on the stone, Harry Docume. NTED in final secure communication before apparent crisis point. Dumbledore's absence creates tactical opportunity while faculty attention division enables corridor access. Standard protocols indicate authorized faculty notification while maintaining appropriate student positioning. This approach, informing appropriate authorities through legitimate channels while avoiding unnecessary personal risk or capability revelation, reflected both Goblin strategic discipline and Wizard responsibility considerations. Harry identified Professor McGonagall as optimal notification target given her deputy headmistress position, general reliability, and capacity for appropriate response without excessive questioning regarding information sources. The resulting interaction demonstrated Harry's sophisticated balance between necessary intervention and appropriate student positioning. Approaching McGonagall with carefully framed concern regarding unusual activity near the restricted corridor and Quirrell's increasingly erratic behavior. He presented legitimate observations any attentive student might notice while avoiding reference to his unusual sensitivity or extensive background knowledge. Professor, I've noticed Professor Quirrell behaving strangely near the third-floor corridor recently, he explained with appropriate first-year demeanor combining respect with genuine concern. With Headmaster Dumbledore away, I thought someone should know about unusual activity in a restricted area. This approach, providing necessary information through legitimate channels without overstepping appropriate boundaries, represented perfect application of his balanced navigation strategy. The information delivery maintained credible first-year positioning while potentially enabling proper authority response to developing threats. McGonagall's response proved unfortunately dismissive, assuring Harry that appropriate protections remained in place despite Dumbledore's absence and suggesting student concern about faculty activities was unnecessary. This reaction, while disappointing, provided important information regarding institutional response limitations and the apparent compartmentalization of security awareness among Hogwarts staff. Facing this institutional limitation without compromising his established positioning required further strategic adjustment. Direct intervention remained inappropriate given both actual safety considerations and the importance of maintaining his carefully constructed public identity. Yet complete inaction might allow genuinely dangerous situation to develop, with potential implications extending beyond immediate school security concerns. Harry's solution demonstrated sophisticated balance between these competing considerations: continued monitoring through legitimate presence and sensitive perception, secure documentation through appropriate channels, strategic information sharing with trusted individuals who might provide additional perspective or assistance, and careful preparation for potential crisis response without initiating unnecessary direct engagement. This balanced approach positioned him appropriately as events accelerated toward a pair-NT confrontation beneath the castle, maintaining awareness of developing situation without compromising his established navigation strategy or revealing capabilities inappropriate to his public identity. The approach reflected both Goblin-taught strategic discipline regarding appropriate engagement parameters and wizard-influenced ethical consideration regarding potential harm prevention. As the school year approached its conclusion, Harry's first year at Hogwarts had successfully demonstrated sophisticated balance between integration and independence, navigating complex academic, social, and security challenges while maintaining appropriate boundaries regarding his unusual background and capabilities. This balanced approach had established foundation for continued development within wizarding society without compromising his unique perspective bridging goblin and wizard traditions. Most significantly, his response to the Philosopher's Stone situation had maintained appropriate navigation parameters despite genuine crisis circumstances, utilizing legitimate channels for necessary intervention, preserving suitable student boundaries despite possessing unusual capabilities, and demonstrating integrated perspective regarding proper balance between institutional engagement and independent assessment. This sophisticated navigation, neither blindly trusting established authorities nor rejecting institutional structures entirely, reflected the core outcome of his unconventional upbringing bridging goblin practicality and wizard tradition. As his first Hogwarts year concluded and preparation for future development began, this integrated perspective would continue guiding his unique path between worlds that rarely understood each other. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, carrying students home after a year that had concluded with swirling rumors about Professor Quirrell's mysterious disappearance, Harry Potter's hospital wing stay, and Dumbledore's cryptic end-of-year announcements. For most students, these events represented exciting school gossip to share with families over summer holidays. For Harry, they marked the conclusion of his first significant navigation challenge since emerging from Gringotts' protected environment. Seated in a compartment with his closest friends, Neville, Susan, and Daphne, having been joined by Hermione following their shared experiences, Harry maintained appropriate first-year demeanor while conducting internal assessment of the year's outcomes. The balanced approach he had developed throughout the school year had largely succeeded despite extraordinary circumstances involving the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell's possession, and apparent Voldemort remnant seeking immortality restoration. Professor Dumbledore never actually explained what happened to Quirrell, Hermione noted with characteristic analytical frustration. Just that announcement about him leaving to pursue other opportunities, without any details about why you were in the hospital wing at the same time. Harry's response demonstrated his ongoing balanced approach, neither fabricating false narratives nor revealing information beyond appropriate sharing parameters. I think there are security concerns preventing complete disclosure. The important thing is that whatever threat existed has apparently been contained. This measured position, acknowledging institutional limitations while avoiding either criticism or blind endorsement, reflected his sophisticated understanding of Hogwarts' complex operational realities. Dumbledore's management of the Quirrell-Voldemort situation had revealed both impressive magical capability and concerning pedagogical choices that aligned with Lily Potter's warnings about the headmaster's ends justify means methodology. The conversation shifted toward summer plans and second-year expectations, allowing Harry to participate normally while conducting deeper reflection regarding his first year's overall navigation. Academically, his balanced approach had succeeded, demonstrated appropriate first-year competence without revealing his advanced education's full extent, established particular strengths in defense, charms, and transfiguration consistent with his parents' known talents, and developed valuable educational relationships, particularly with Professor Flitwick, whose half-goblin heritage readed natural connection to Harry's cross-cultural perspective. Socially, his network development had progressed effectively beyond initial establishment, maintained pre-established connections with allies across different houses, developed new relationships with strategically significant individuals including Hermione, and established respected Ravenclaw position through authentic intellectual engagement rather than fame exploitation. These connections provided both genuine support system and valuable information network while maintaining appropriate boundaries around his unusual background. Most significantly, his response to the Philosopher's Stone crisis had successfully balanced necessary intervention with appropriate student positioning. While circumstances ultimately required direct involvement beyond initial faculty notification attempt, his approach had maintained reasonable first-year capabilities presentation while addressing genuine threats, a sophisticated balance between responsibility and proper boundary maintenance. "Will you be visiting during summer?" Neville asked, interrupting Harry's internal assessment. Gran mentioned possibly hosting a gathering in August for study group planning before second year begins. This social invitation represented perfect example of his successful integration, relationship development based on authentic connection rather than celebrity fascination, extending beyond Hogwarts environment into broader Wizarding Society interaction. Harry's acceptance reflected genuine interest while maintaining appropriate boundaries regarding his unusual summer arrangements between Tonks' residence and Gringotts. As the Hogwarts Express approached London, conversation naturally turned toward the extraordinary House Points outcome, Gryffindor's last-minute victory through Dumbledore's unusual additional point awards acknowledging Harry, Hermione, and Ron's involvement in the Philosopher's Stone situation. This decision had generated significant discussion throughout Hogwarts regarding both fairness and the specific recognition distribution. "Ravenclaw should have received acknowledgement too," Susan observed with characteristic fairness concern. "Your house research contributed significantly to understanding what was happening." Harry's response demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of Dumbledore's methods. "I think the point served purposes beyond simply recognizing contributions. There are sometimes broader considerations in such decisions." This measured assessment, neither criticizing the apparent favoritism nor its implementation, reflected his balanced perspective regarding institutional management strategies. When the train finally arrived at platform 9 3/4, Harry prepared for his next transition challenge. Returning to his dual residence system after months in Hogwarts' integrated environment. Andromeda Tonks awaited on the platform, providing appropriate guardian presence while Gornick monitored discreetly from concealed position, the arrangement maintaining public narrative regarding Harry's living situation while preserving his ongoing goblin connection. "Welcome back," Andromeda greeted with genuine warmth balanced by appropriate public dignity. "We have much to discuss regarding your successful first year." This simple greeting carried multi-layered meaning between them, acknowledging both his academic achievement and his successful navigation of extraordinary circumstances, recognizing his growing independence while maintaining necessary guardian oversight, and establishing appropriate transition between his public Hogwarts identity and his more complex actual situation. As Harry bid temporary farewell to his friends with promises of summer correspondence and potential visits, he read with him comprehensive understanding of his successful first-year navigation, neither fully assimilating into standard wizard structures nor rejecting them entirely, but rather developing sophisticated balance between integration and independence that preserved his unique perspective while enabling effective operation within Wizarding Society. The platform departure marked not conclusion but transition, movement between public and private identities, between wizard and goblin influences, between childhood development and approaching adult responsibilities. The balanced navigation that had served him throughout his first Hogwarts year would continue guiding his path between worlds that rarely understood each other but which he uniquely bridged through his unconventional upbringing and integrated perspective. The summer following Harry's first year at Hogwarts represented crucial integration period between his educational experiences and his continuing development under both Goblin and Wizard guardianship. Rather than simple holiday break, These months provided essential opportunity to process Hogwarts experiences through his unique cross-cultural perspective while preparing for increasingly complex challenges awaiting in subsequent years. His residential arrangement maintained the balanced approach established before Hogwarts, officially residing at the Tonks home for wizard legal and social purposes while spending significant time at Gringotts continuing his specialized education and maintaining goblin connections. This dual system provided perfect environment for comprehensive assessment and integration of his first-year experiences while preparing appropriate adjustments for future navigation. The initial weeks focused on extensive debriefing regarding the Philosopher's Stone situation, conducted through secure sessions involving both his goblin and wizard guardians. These comprehensive analyses examined not just the immediate crisis resolution but deeper patterns regarding Hogwarts management, Dumbledore's methods, and most significantly, the confirmed existence of Voldemort remnants seeking restoration. The possession mechanism suggests soul fragmentatio, rather than conventional spectral persistence, Ragnarok observed during strategic assessment session deep beneath Gringotts. This aligns disturbingly with certain dark artifacts previously identified during your curse scar treatment years ago. This goblin analysis, prioritizing pattern recognition and long-term strategic implications, complemented Andromeda's wizard-oriented assessment regarding immediate security considerations. Confirmed Voldemort's survival in any form necessitates comprehensive review of your protection arrangements, particularly given Dumbledore's apparent expectation of your direct involvement despite first-year status. These integrated perspectives informed sophisticated reassessment of Harry's ongoing navigation strategy, balancing necessary preparation for potential future confrontations with appropriate childhood development, maintaining effective protection without creating isolation from important experiences, and developing his unique capabilities while serving appropriate public presentation regarding his unusual background. The resulting summer education program reflected this balanced approach, continuing specialized magical training under goblin supervision, strategic social integration through carefully managed wizard interactions, and comprehensive preparation for second-year academic challenges incorporating Hogwarts experience into his existing educational foundation. His magical development particularly focused on areas where Hogwarts experience had revealed potential enhancement opportunities. Defensive magic received special attention given confirmed Voldemort survival. Goblin training methods emphasizing protection systems integrating multiple magical traditions rather than relying solely on standard wizard shield charms and counter curses. Sensitivity training continued advancing toward more precise magical signature discrimination, capability that had proven valuable during Quirrell monitoring and might serve similar functions with future threats. Signature interference patterns provide advance warning before direct magical confrontation, Gornick instructed during specialized training session. Recognizing hostile int through magical resonance shifts enables preemptive positioning rather than reactive defense. This practical security training balanced against appropriate childhood development through parallel educational tracks addressing normal wizard interests including Quidditch skills development, area where Harry had shown natural talent during flying lessons but hadn't pursued actively during first year given other priorities. Similar balance characterized his summer reading program, which integrated standard second-year preparation materials with more specialized texts addressing his unique educational background. Social integration proceeded through carefully managed interaction opportunities maintaining his established network while developing selected new connections within appropriate security parameters. Visits with Neville, Susan, and Hannah at their respective homes, correspondence with Ravenclaw classmates regarding summer research projects, and particularly, arranged meeting with Hermione to bridge her Muggle-born isolation from wizard society during summer months, all extended his effective social positioning while providing valuable perspective regarding different wizard family cultures and approaches. Most significantly, these social interactions created opportunity for Harry to process his Hogwarts experiences through conversation with peers who had shared portions of his first-year journey. While maintaining appropriate boundaries regarding his unusual background and capabilities, these discussions allowed authentic integration of his school experiences into his developing identity and understanding of wizarding society. I still don't understand why Dumbledore would hide something as dangerous as the Philosopher's Stone in a school, Hermione commented during her visit to the Tonks residence. her analytical mind still processing the year's extraordinary conclusion. And the protection system seemed designed to be navigated rather than create absolute security. Harry's response demonstrated his sophisticated understanding while maintaining appropriate peer-level presentation. I think there were educational purposes beyond simple protection, testing errant approaches to magical challenges while identifying student capabilities. Protection that's impenetrable doesn't reveal anything about those attempting to breach it. This balanced perspective, neither blindly endorsing institutional decisions nor rejecting their potential strategic validity, reflected Harry's integrated understanding developed through both Goblin pragmatism and Wizard tradition. Similar nuanced assessment characterized his processing of other first-year experiences, from house dynamics to professor teaching methods to the complex social hierarchies operating throughout Hogwarts. The summer months also provided opportunity for continued political education regarding his eventual Potter responsibilities. With his first year successfully establishing appropriate school positioning, attention returned to his longer-term role within Wizarding Society governance structures. Sessions with Ragnarok regarding financial management responsibilities, political briefings from Andromeda about Wizengamot developments, and strategic discussions with Tiberius Ogden, who continued holding Potter proxy voting authority, all prepared Harry for the broader responsibilities beyond SC. Whool that would eventually become central to his adult identity. Your Hogwarts sorting and first-year positioning have established valuable political foundation, Ogden observed during one consultation meeting. Ravenclaw placement demonstrates independent thinking while avoiding immediate factional association. Academic performance shows competence without threatening superiority, and Crisis INV. Aldment displayed courage without recklessness. These perceptions create flexible positioning for future development. This political assessment, recognizing how school identity influenced broader societal positioning, informed Harry's strategic planning for subsequent years. Rather than viewing Hogwarts merely as educational environment, this perspective integrated school experience into comprehensive development, preparing him for eventual adult responsibilities within Wizarding governance structures. As summer progressed toward conclusion, Harry's integrated assessment crystallized key learning from his first-year navigation while identifying priority adjustments for his return to Hogwarts. Institutional protection cannot be assumed comprehensive despite apparent authority competence, he noted in personal journal reflection. Individual vigilance remains necessary while avoiding undermining organizational structures entirely. Balance requires appropriate utilization of established handles while maintaining independent assessment capability. This sophisticated understanding, neither blindly trusting authority nor rejecting institutional structures entirely, represented perfect distillation of his cross-cultural education, bridging Goblin skepticism regarding external protections and Wizard respect for traditional governance systems. Similar balanced assessment characterized High's conclusions regarding other first-year experiences, from house dynamics to professor relationships to peer interactions. The practical outcomes of this summer integration process included specific adjustments to his Hogwarts navigation strategy, enhanced security measures given confirmed Voldemort survival threat, expanded academic engagement incorporating first-year experience into his existing educational foundation, and refined social approach balancing authentic relationship development with appropriate boundaries regarding his unusual background. Most significantly, his summer reflection reinforced his unique positioning, bridging multiple worlds that rarely understood each other. Neither fully assimilated into standard Wizard structures nor completely aligned with Goblin perspectives. Harry occupied intentional position between traditions, capable of perceiving value and limitation in both while developing integrated approach, drawing from multiple wisdom sources rather than accepting single tradition as definitive. As summer conclusion approached, bringing preparation for second-year departure to Hogwarts, this integrated identity had strengthened through successfully navigating his first significant public re-emergence. The careful balance between integration and independence, between genuine connection and appropriate boundary maintenance, between institutional participation and individual assessment, all demonstrated sophisticated navigation reflecting both his Goblin and Wizard educational influences. The approaching second year would present new challenges requiring continued balanced navigation. But the foundation established through first-year experience and summer integration provided strong position for addressing these developments. Whatever awaited at Hogwarts and beyond, Harry Potter would approach it with unique perspective developed through years bridging traditions that rarely comprehended each other but which he uniquely integrated through his unconventional upbringing spanning goblin pragmatism and wizard heritage. King's Cross Station hummed with September energy as Harry Potter prepared to board the Hogwarts Express for his second year. Unlike the previous year's carefully managed first public appearance, this departure represented controlled continuation, maintaining his established identity while incorporating summer developments into his ongoing navigation strategy. The platform's familiar chaos of families, trunks, and nervous first years contrasted with his composed preparation reflecting both goblin discipline and growing comfort with his public wizard role. Andromeda stood beside him, providing appropriate guardian presence while discussing final arrangements with the practiced efficiency of experienced magical parent. Our trunk contains everything we discussed, she confirmed. The communication journal is secured in the innermost compartment, and we've arranged monthly correspondence schedule maintaining appropriate discretion. This simple exchange carried multi-layered meaning between them, acknowledging his continuing connection to both guardian communities while recognizing his increasing independence, confirming security protocols without explicitly referencing his unusual background, and establishing appropriate support framework while encouraging autonomous development within Hogwarts environment. Harry's perception noted Gornook's discreet monitoring presence from concealed position, the goblin maintaining protective oversight while preserving necessary separation between Harry's public wizard identity and his continuing goblin connections. This balanced arrangement perfectly represented his ongoing navigation between worlds, publicly integrated into wizard society while maintaining essential connection to his goblin guardians and education. Harry, Susan Bones called, approaching with her Aunt Amelia beside her. We saved compartment space near the middle of the train. Hannah's already there, and Neville said he'd join shortly. This immediate social connection represented successful maintenance of his established network, relationships developed through authentic interaction rather than celebrity fascination. Spanning multiple houses while centered in his Ravenclaw identity, Susan's casual reference to shared arrangements demonstrated comfortable continuing association rather than NTATIVE reconnection after summer separation. The adults exchanged appropriate greetings while Harry observed platform dynamics with practiced awareness, noting returning student groupings revealing house and social affiliations. Identifying new first years through their characteristic nervous excitement, and particularly registering unusual patterns suggesting potential developments requiring attention. One such anomaly manifested immediately as a large red-headed family rushed onto the platform with evident lateness concern, the Weasley group Harry recognized from previous year, but missing Th.'s distinctive youngest son who had been involved in the Philosopher's Stone situation alongside Harry and Hermione. This absence represented potential information point worth noting given their rent departure timing suggesting they had been at the station but encountered delay. Before Harry could consider this further, Hermione appeared through the platform barrier, pushing her trolley while explaining something to her Muggle parents with characteristic enthusiasm. Her immediate approach upon spotting Harry demonstrated their continuing connection developed through shared extraordinary experiences despite different house placements. Harry, have you seen Ron? She asked with slight worry after greeting him. I waited near the barrier entrance but didn't see any Weasleys come through. The train leaves in 7 minutes. This concern about their Gryffindor peer represented both Hermione's natural consideration and the connection formed through their shared involvement in previous year's crisis resolution. Harry's response balanced appropriate interest with measured perspective. I saw the other Weasleys arrive just now, but didn't notice Ron. Perhaps he's already aboard. As departure time approached, Harry completed his platform farewells, appropriate respectful goodbye to Andromeda reflecting their public guardian relationship, polite acknowledgement of Amelia Bones maintaining valuable ministry connection, and genuine appreciation to Hermione's parents for bringing her to the station, demonstrating the cross-cultural courtesy his goblin education had emphasized alongside wizard social protocols. Boarding the train represented transition from public platform visibility to more contained school community environment, shift requiring subtle adjustments to his presented ion while maintaining consistent identity. Harry moved through crowded corridors with purpose, acknowledging greetings from various students who recognized him without becoming delayed by extended Conversations that might separate him from his core group. The compartment Susan had secured already contained Hannah Abbott and Neville, with space clearly reserved for their established friend circle. This arrangement, spanning Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor, visibly demonstrated Harry's cross-house connections while maintaining comfortable association with peers who knew him beyond celebrity status. "Has anyone heard about the flying car?" a passing student asked, pausing at their compartment doorway with evident excitement. Someone said Harry Potter flew it to Hogwarts because he missed the train. This bizarre claim, completely disconnected from Harry's actual presence on the train, represented perfect example of the reputation-based narratives that frequently circulated about the beau. Who lived regardless of factual reality. His response demonstrated practiced management of such situations. "Considering I'm sitting right here on the train, that seems unlikely," he noted with wry humor that diffused potential embarrassment without creating unnecessary conflict. As the train pulled away from London, compartment conversation naturally turned toward summer activities and second-year expectations. Harry participated appropriately while maintaining balanced disclosure regarding his own experiences, sharing general information about summer studies and visits without revealing his continuing goblin education or the specialized security assessments conducted following the Philosopher's Stone situation. "Gran's been teaching me about some of our family's traditional herbology techniques," Neville shared with growing confidence compared to previous year. "We have journals going back centuries with plant breeding methods that aren't in standard textbooks." This reference to family magical traditions provided perfect opportunity for Harry to engage authentically while maintaining appropriate boundaries regarding his own heritage education. Family magical approaches often contain valuable knowledge beyond standard curriculum, he agreed. "I've been studying some Potter family journals too, particularly focusing on protection charms my father specialized in." This response, truthful without comprehensive disclosure, established common ground through shared experience while preserving necessary privacy regarding the full extent of his Potter grimoire studies conducted under specialized goblin and wizard supervision. Similar balanced sharing characterized his participation throughout journey conversations, creating authentic connection without revealing inappropriate information about his unusual background. The journey proceeded without significant disruption until approximately midway point, when Hermione returned from investigating corridor commotion with startling news. "You won't believe this. Apparently Ron Weasley and his sister actually did fly an enchanted car to Hogwarts. They were seen by Muggles over London, and it's all over the train." This extraordinary development prompted general astonishment and speculation throughout their compartment. While others debated potential punishment severity and parental reactions, Harry considered deeper implications regarding both security vulnerabilities and institutional response patterns. The situation, unauthorized magical transportation breaching both secrecy statutes and school arrival protocols, represented potential assessment opportunity regarding Hogwarts discipline systems and exception management. If they actually reach Hogwarts before the train, the staff response will reveal interesting priorities, he observed thoughtfully. The security breach versus student safety balance creates administrative challenge with precedent implications. This analytical perspective, considering institutional response patterns rather than merely sensational aspects, reflected his goblin-influenced strategic assessment habits while remaining appropriate for Ravenclaw academic interest. Similar balanced engagement characterized his approach to various journey developments, from Daphne Greengrass joining their compartment for quiet study period to prefect patrols confirming flying car reports through official channels. When the Hogwarts Express finally reached Hogsmeade Station, students disembarked amid excited chatter about both the new school year and the unprecedented arrival method allegedly attempted by the Weasleys. Unlike first years directed toward traditional boat crossing, returning students proceeded toward thestral-drawn carriages for castle transportation, creatures visible only to those who had witnessed death. According to Harry's magical creatures education, the carriage journey provided opportunity for final transition preparation before returning to Hogwarts' complex environment. Harry utilized the brief travel period for mental organization, reviewing key summer learning integration, confirming security awareness protocols given previous year's extraordinary developments, and establishing appropriate academic and social engagement parameters for his second-year positioning. Hogwarts Castle emerged through evening mist with familiar majestic presence, its windows glowing with welcoming light while ancient stone towers reached skyward with enduring permanence. For returning students, this site represented homecoming rather than first discovery, familiar environ meant containing known challenges and opportunities rather than complete unknown. For Harry specifically, the castle represented sophisticated navigation challenge requiring balanced integration of multiple identity aspects, Ravenclaw student pursuing appropriate academic development, cross-house social connector maintaining diverse relationships, wizard heir developing toward eventual governance responsibilities, and uniquely educated individual bridging goblin and wizard traditions through perspective unavailable to most inhabitants. As carriages delivered students to the castle entrance, Professor McGonagall intercepted specific individuals with characteristic efficiency, including, Harry noted with interest, Ronald Weasley and a younger red-haired girl presumed to be his sister, both appearing disheveled and anxious. This immediate administrative response to the flying car situation provided first data point regarding institutional priorities and exception management processes worth monitoring for pattern assessment. The Great Hall presented familiar impressive sight with floating candles illuminating house tables beneath enchanted ceiling displaying evening sky conditions. Harry proceeded toward Ravenclaw table with purposeful composure, acknowledging greetings from housemates while maintaining awareness of broader social dynamics throughout the hall, noting house interaction patterns, staff table compositions, and particularly unusual variations from expected arrangements suggesting potential developments. Potter, good holiday. Cherry Boot greeted as Harry joined second-year Ravenclaws at their table section. Heard you studied advanced charms theory based on your end-of-year performance. Planning to continue specialized focus this term. This reference to Harry's demonstrated academic strengths provided perfect opportunity for appropriate school identity reinforcement. I've been researching some interesting protection charm variations, he confirmed with measure ed enthusiasm appropriate for Ravenclaw academic culture. Professor Flitwick mentioned potential independent study options for second years with specific interest areas. Similar balanced engagement characterized his initial Great Hall interactions, maintaining established relationships through authentic conversation, acknowledging broader social connections through appropriate cross-house greetings, and particularly demonstrating genuine interest in returning to Hogwarts' academic environment after summer integration period. The sorting ceremony proceeded with traditional formality, nervous FIRST years experiencing the Ancient Hats assessment while existing houses welcomed new members with appropriate enthusiasm. Harry observed with particular interest the youngest Weasley girl's placement in Gryffindor, maintaining family tradition while completing the red-headed contingent's significant presence in that house. Following sorting completion, Dumbledore rose for customary welcoming remarks delivered with characteristic blend of eccentric humor and underlying seriousness. Before we become befuddled by our excellent feast, he concluded after standard announcements, let me introduce CER new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. The flamboyant blonde wizard stood with theatrical flourish, his elaborate peacock blue robes and blindingly white smile, creating immediate impression of calculated presentation rather than substantive presence. Harry noted with interest the varied reactions throughout the hall, female students showing particular enthusiasm while staff members displayed responses ranging from McGonagall's tight-lipped restraint to Snape's undisguised contempt. This staffing development represented significant potential variable for the coming year. Defense against the dark arts, subject with particular relevance given previous year's Quirrell, Voldemort situation, would apparently be taught by celebrity wizard author whose public reputation emphasized dramatic adventures rather than academic credentials or practical experience. The appointment suggested either Dumbledore's surprising misjudgment or deliberate decision serving or poses beyond straightforward educational quality. As welcoming feast appeared across gleaming house tables, Harry engaged in appropriate second-year socialization while conducting preliminary assessment of the school year environment. Beyond the Lockhart appointment, several notable elements suggested potential developments requiring attention. Dumbledore's subtle observational focus on specific students including Harry himself. Unusually subdued demeanor from normally exuberant Hagrid, and particularly, faint but distinctive magical resonance Harry's sensitivity detected throughout the castle. suggesting unfamiliar presence beyond normal Hogwarts enchantments. The Quidditch trials will be scheduled earlier this year, Roger Davies commented as conversation turned toward house activities. Given your flying skills from last year's classes, you should consider trying out Potter. We need a seeker with good instincts. This invitation represented valuable integration opportunity, potential participation in primary wizard cultural activity while demonstrating physical capabilities balancing his established academic strengths. Harry's response maintained appropriate interest without or commitment. I'd like to attend trials and see where I might contribute. Flying's something I genuinely enjoy beyond just academic pursuits. As evening concluded with prefects leading students toward house dormitories, Harry prepared for reintegration into Ravenclaw Tower environment, familiar space containing both comfortable routine and new developmental opportunities. Unlike previous years' cautious initial navigation, this return represented controlled continuation building on established foundations while incorporating summer growth and preparation. The Ravenclaw Common Room welcomed returning students with characteristic dignified comfort, azure and bronze decorations complementing spectacular astronomy-themed ceiling enchantments, while well-stocked bookshelves and study areas emphasized the house's intellectual values. Professor Flitwick delivered brief welcoming remarks highlighting both academic expectations and communal support aspects of Ravenclaw culture before introducing new first years to returning students. Mr. Potter, the professor addressed Harry specifically as general gathering dispersed toward dormitory preparations. I've reviewed your summer correspondence. Regarding potential independent study interests. Please visit during office hours this week to discuss appropriate parameters for second-year advanced projects. This acknowledgement, recognizing Har's demonstrated capabilities while establishing proper academic channels for their development, perfectly represented the balanced educational approach he sought at Hogwarts. Rather than either restricting his advancement to standard curriculum or granting inappropriate exceptional status, Flitwick offered structured opportunity for genuine development within established systems. The second-year boys' dormitory presented familiar comfortable environment with subtle enhancements reflecting students' advancing status, slightly larger personal spaces, improved desk configurations supporting more complex project work, and additional bookshelves acknowledging expanding academic materials. Harry's assigned space maintained similar positioning between Terry Boot and Anthony Goldstein, providing comfortable continuity while avoiding both isolation and excessive central attention. As dormitory settling activities proceeded around him, Harry conducted careful magical assessment of the space, noting strengthened privacy enchantments compared to first-year accommodations, improved temperature regulation charms, and interestingly, additional ambient magic monitoring systems likely designed for RLY intervention regarding accidental magic incidents or prohibited spell experimentation among developing young wizards. Once appropriate privacy was established through bed curtains and basic security measures, Harry conducted his first secure communication with his guardians, utilizing the specialized journal Gornick had provided for encoded information exchange undetectable through standard wizard monitoring methods. His initial report addressed factual observations without interpretation. Lockhart's appointment, the flying car incident, the unfamiliar magical resonance detected throughout the castle, and staff behavioral patterns suggesting potential developments. The response came quickly, suggesting active monitoring from both Goblin and Wizard Guardians anticipating his arrival. Sment. Maintain standard observation protocols regarding unfamiliar magical signature. Lockhart background assessment underway through appropriate channels. Flying car incident suggests possible security vulnerabilities requiring attention. Scheduled communication maintained through established parameters. This brief, operationally focused exchange represented appropriate balance between continuing Guardian oversight and developing independence, providing necessary security framework while encouraging Harry's autonomous navigation within Hogwarts environment. The approach reflected his maturing position between childhood dependence and adult responsibility, maintaining essential support systems while developing individual judgment capabilities. As dormitory activities quieted toward curfew, Harry completed final preparation for his second Hogwarts year, organizing academic materials for morning classes, establishing appropriate security measures for his specialized possessions, and particularly conducting mental integration exercise balancing diverse identity aspects that would require sophisticated navigation in the coming months. His Ravenclaw student identity provided appropriate academic framework, pursuing knowledge development through both standard curriculum and specialized interests, engaging house intellectual culture through meaningful participation rather than competitive dominance, and developing educational relationships with professors, particularly Flitwick, whose half-goblin heritage created potential for deeper understanding of Harry's cross-cultural perspective. His social positioning spanned multiple dimensions, maintaining core connections with friends across different houses, engaging broader student community through measured participation in collective activities, and particularly developing appropriate relationship with new staff including the intriguingly problematic Lockhart, whose appointment suggested potential significance beyond standard teaching role. Most fundamentally, his unique perspective bridging goblin and wizard traditions continued informing his Hogwarts navigation, neither fully assimilating into standard wizard structures nor rejecting them entirely, but rather developing sophisticated balance between integration and independence that honored both cultural influences while establishing his own distinct path. As sleep approached, Harry recognized his second year represented not merely continuation but evolution, building on successful first-year foundations while incorporating new growth and understanding developed through summer integration period. Whatever challenges awaited in the coming months, whether academic advancement, social development, or unexpected security situations, his balanced perspective bridging multiple worlds would guide his navigation through Hogwarts' complex environment and beyond into his eventual adult role within wizarding society. The approaching year would bring new tests requiring continued sophisticated balance, but the foundation established through years bridging traditions that rarely understood each other provided strong position for addressing these developments. As Hogwarts Castle settled into nighttime quiet around him, Harry Potter prepared to continue his unique journey between worlds, not merely surviving their intersection but thriving through integrated perspective unavailable to those limited by single cultural tradition. Chapter 5 End.